Chapter 1350. Kai He and Du Si also listened attentively from the side. The old woman pondered for a moment before continuing. It is said that the immortal divine tree is a strange tree that has existed since the birth of heaven and earth. It is immortal and indestructible, existing alongside the heavens and earth. The immortal source liquid is its sap, but according to rumor, some immortal source liquid has been obtained by some heaven-defying cultivators, but no one has ever seen the immortal divine tree, so whether it really exists or not, this old woman does not know. So it's like that. Yang Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If this was really the case, then cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art would be more reliable. Even if the description of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was somewhat exaggerated, it was still a good body tempering secret art. After cultivating it, it would definitely be of great help to one's body. On the other hand, the immortal source liquid and the immortal divine tree only existed in an illusory world. Good, let's stop talking about the 3 great divine waters here. Let's first divide up this life-revitalizing jade cream. The old woman waved her hand, her expression becoming dignified as she turned to the 3 Saint Kings and said, "This old woman won't bully the weak or take advantage of you juniors. How about we divide the life-revitalizing jade cream here equally?" Kai He and Du Si looked at each other and both nodded happily. Yang Kai naturally had no objections. The old woman immediately took out a few jade bottles and began to remove the life-revitalizing jade cream from the pool. The entire process was carried out under the eyes of the 3 Saint Kings, so the old woman didn't use any tricks. She simply divided the pool of life-revitalizing jade cream into 4 equal portions, 1 for each of them. Keep everything safe, but after you go back, you must never reveal it to anyone unrelated to you. The old woman warned again with a serious expression. Kai He and Du Si both held the life-revitalizing jade cream in their hands, their faces flushed red as they carefully stored the jade bottles into their space rings. Having obtained such a precious treasure, no matter who it was, they felt that this trip had not been made in vain. Du Si also had no reason to blame Kai He for taking the initiative to bring her to the Black Space Array Gate, instead feeling some gratitude in her heart. If it weren't for Kai He, she likely would have missed out on such a precious treasure. Let's go. Let's find a way out. The old woman seemed to be in a good mood, and after saying this, she led the 3 Saint Kings away. Kai Yang had been silent the entire time. Only when he was about to leave did he turn around to look at the rockery, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Since the life-revitalizing jade cream was known as one of the 3 great divine waters, logically speaking, its effects shouldn't be so limited. The old woman had tested it just now, and it had only made her a few years younger. This clearly didn't make sense. On top of that, the old woman's request to divide the life-revitalizing jade cream into 4 parts also puzzled Yang Kai. With her strength and age, she could have gotten a bigger share. Even if she had made such a request, Yang Kai believed that Kai He and Du Si would not have refused, and he would not have objected to it either. However, the old woman only asked for a quarter, which made her seem very generous. When he thought of the traces of liquid flowing on the rockery, Yang Kai secretly felt that the pool of life-revitalizing jade cream they had discovered might not be pure life-revitalizing jade cream. Perhaps it was a diluted product that had flowed here from somewhere else. If they could follow the direction of the flow, they might be able to find more pure life-revitalizing jade cream. If this was really the case, then the old woman's actions were very easy to explain. She had most likely also noticed this point, so she had divided the life-revitalizing jade cream equally. She wanted to stabilize the situation first while she planned to find another time to explore this place again. This wasn't impossible. Considering all this, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. Others might have such thoughts, but he couldn't help thinking the same. After all, monopolizing a good thing would give him a greater sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Of course, this was just his own guess. Whether this was the case or not had yet to be verified. About a day later, the group of 4 gathered again and reported their findings one by one. After exploring for half a day, everyone found that there really wasn't any danger in this place, so they decided to split up and search for a way out. After spending another half a day, They finally gathered here. After telling each other about their findings, Yang Kai immediately understood that the place they were in now was a semi-enclosed place that occupied a large area. Besides the life-revitalizing jade cream they had discovered earlier, there were no other treasures worthy of their attention. Moreover, there weren't many exits. The only exit was found by Kai He. After Yang Kai explained the situation on the other side, the old woman said thoughtfully, "So, we can only leave this place through that exit? Boy Kai, is there anything worth paying attention to there?" Replying to Senior's question, there is only one thing worth paying attention to. In front of the exit, there is a human-shaped statue that is over 100 meters tall. It looks fierce and repulsive. It is standing there, and the exit is under its crotch. A human-shaped statue? The old woman frowned. Yes, other than that, there is nothing suspicious. The old woman nodded lightly. Since that's the case, let's go take a look first. After some discussion, the four of them set off towards the location Kai He had discovered. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at their destination. Kai He pointed to the front and said, "Senior, that is the exit I found." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and couldn't help smiling happily because there was indeed a round door in front of them. It was dark and bottomless, and when they tried to probe it with their divine senses, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, impossible to see what was inside. In front of the round door, there really was a statue that was more than 100 meters tall with a ferocious face. Its legs were spread apart, and the round door was under its crotch. This scene made everyone smile wryly. Although it was just a statue, passing through its crotch made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. Moreover, whether or not there was anything strange about this statue still needed to be investigated. The old woman didn't say anything and instead released her divine sense to carefully explore the statue. Yang Kai also did the same. After a long time, the old woman withdrew her divine sense and whispered, "This statue doesn't seem to have any problems. There are no fluctuations from any barriers or spirit arrays, but everyone should be careful. Since this statue exists here, it must have some kind of trick. Don't be careless." The several Saint King Realm Juniors naturally nodded, all of them raising their vigilance. The barriers of this ancient ruin were so well hidden that even Feiji too sometimes couldn't detect them. If not for this, everyone wouldn't have been trapped in the spirit array when they first entered this place. This statue may have triggered some kind of barrier or mechanism. The old woman's eyes flashed with a dignified light as she opened her mouth and spat out a yellow light. This light flashed and wrapped around her body. It was unknown what kind of strange artifact this was, but it seemed to be quite sturdy. With this strange artifact protecting her, the old woman's expression relaxed slightly as she slowly said, "This old woman will lead the way, all of you follow closely." Yang Kai and the others also quickly summoned their own defensive artifacts and followed closely behind the old woman. A moment later, the old woman walked a few dozen meters in front of the round gate. During this process, she had been carefully inspecting her surroundings in case of any accidents. Most of her attention focused on the statue. But up until now, nothing unexpected had occurred, and she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After all, they hadn't encountered any danger since they entered this area, and she thought to herself that this place was probably really safe to the extreme. However, she didn't relax just because of this and instead became even more vigilant. After walking a dozen steps forward, nothing happened. The old woman sneered and was about to say something when a faint sound suddenly came from the humanoid statue standing in front of her. Hearing this sound, everyone's expression changed drastically. The old woman's reaction was even faster, her figure flickering and leaving behind only an afterimage as she quickly retreated. But what happened next terrified her. While she was in midair, a huge palm came from the side with lightning speed and grabbed her in the palm. She didn't even have the chance to dodge. "Senior!" Kai He exclaimed, his eyes trembling violently. Yang Kai also showed a look of shock as he cried out, "A puppet?" At this moment, the originally motionless human-shaped statue actually started to move. Moreover, its eyes were emitting a dark red light. It looked extremely frightening. Its seemingly clumsy and huge body was moving at a speed that caused one to be intimidated by just looking at it. "Yang Kai, who was following behind the old woman, clearly saw what had just happened. The moment the humanoid statue made that sound, it waved its big hand. Although the old woman's reaction was fast, she was still caught. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and by the time Yang Kai reflexively jumped away, the old woman had already been captured. As a cultivator of the First Order Origin Returning Realm who had been immersed in this realm for many years, the old woman's means were far superior to those of ordinary Origin Returning Realm Masters. Pushing her Saint Chi desperately, she stretched out her hand and condensed a huge blade that slashed towards the puppet's hand that was grabbing her body. The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out as sparks flew. The old woman was dumbfounded because the puppet's big hand was actually unscathed, not even leaving a mark on it. Seemingly because of this blow, the huge puppet became enraged and a red light flashed across its eyes as it tightened its grip on the old woman's body. The old woman's face went ashen as a second-order origin returning realm's strength burst forth from her withered body and she struggled violently. However, it was useless as the big hand was like an iron hoop that tightly bound her body. No matter how she pushed her Saint Chi to struggle, it was useless. Kacha. A desperate sound rang out as the yellow barrier the old woman had arranged before was unable to withstand the strength of the puppet's giant hand and began to crack at an extremely fast speed. In the next moment, it collapsed and transformed back into a bead-shaped artifact before falling to the ground and disintegrating into dust. This defensive artifact had been directly destroyed. Chapter 1351. With the artifact protecting her body destroyed, the old woman's withered body was directly exposed to the giant hand of the puppet. As the giant hand tightened, the sound of bones breaking rang out, making everyone's hair stand on end. After struggling for a moment, the old woman realized that she could not get out of the current predicament with her strength, and a trace of panic and horror flashed across the depths of her eyes. Turning her head to Yang Kai and the others, she shouted, "Save me!" As soon as her voice fell, a muffled thud rang out. The old woman suddenly exploded, blood splashing everywhere as her head fell from the sky, a look of disbelief and unwillingness still lingering in her eyes. Although she had long been on guard against this humanoid statue, she had never thought that it wasn't a mechanism to trigger the restriction, but a real puppet. It was even a puppet that could move without being controlled, which was completely illogical. If Lien Guang was here, he might be able to see some clues. However, none of the four people here knew anything about puppets. They never thought that there would be such puppets in these ancient ruins. What's more, this puppet was not an ordinary one. Being able to crush a first-order origin returning realm expert to death, its ferocity could be imagined. The moment the old woman died, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with determination. Staring at the round door under its crotch, his figure flickered and he rushed over. No matter why this puppet was standing here, Yang Kai did not want to be entangled with it any longer. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. His speed was very fast, but the puppet's reaction was also extremely fast. After crushing the old woman, its red eyes stared at Yang Kai, and an extremely dangerous aura shrouded him. Yang Kai's expression changed, and as he urged his divine sense, the purple shield he had summoned immediately surged with a large amount of sand, turning into a sandstorm that protected his body. Faintly, Yang Kai saw a flash of light in the giant puppet's hand, and immediately, a thick shadow smashed towards him. Before it really hit, Yang Kai felt that his breathing was a little irregular. It was as if the whole world was covered by this shadow, and he couldn't help but have a feeling that there was no way to avoid it. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai pushed the power of the purple shield to its maximum while at the same time pushing his Saint Chi to form a solid barrier around his body. Kong. With a loud bang, the sandstorm surrounding the purple shield collapsed under this blow and was directly broken. The purple shield itself flashed and was sent flying by the tremendous force. The next moment, Yang Kai felt his Saint Chi protection collapse and his body tremble as he was sent flying backwards uncontrollably. His chi and blood surged as he spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, which then turned into a blood mist. Rumble. Yang Kai was sent flying for over 300 meters before his body slammed into a flower bed. The flower bed was smashed into pieces, and he fell to the ground in a sorry state. Even now, Yang Kai hadn't been able to clearly see what his opponent had used to attack him. All he knew was that a thick shadow had swept towards him and all his resistance had been futile. Falling into the ruins of the flower bed, Yang Kai coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood before breathing a sigh of relief. Forcing himself to stand up, he stared towards the other side with some lingering fear. He had never suffered such a big loss before, so the depression in his heart could be imagined. If it weren't for the purple shield blocking that attack for him, his injuries would have been even more serious. Even so, his internal organs had been instantly displaced, causing him great pain all over his body, making him feel as if his bones were about to fall apart. This both shocked and angered him. Looking up, after seeing the situation in front of him, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming dumbfounded. At this moment, the puppet was still standing in place, as if it had never moved in the first place. Kai He and Du Cece, who were standing in front of it, were both pale as if they had been struck dumb. They raised their heads to look at this terrifying existence, but the puppet didn't seem to care about them at all. It didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them. In front of the puppet, however, was a huge stick, which it was currently holding in its giant palm. Calling it a stick would not be appropriate. It was more like a powerful stick-type artifact. Its entire body was pitch black, and Yang Kai did not know what material it was made of. It was more than a dozen meters long and as thick as a water barrel. It looked extremely terrifying. Yang Kai immediately understood that the shadow that had attacked him just now was this giant black stick. Where did this thing come from? A trace of surprise flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes. There was no such thing in front of the puppet before, but when he tried to rush out of the round door, Yang Kai did vaguely see a flash of light in the puppet's hand. Could it have taken it out at that time? Even from 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai could feel an oppressive aura coming from the giant stick. Moreover, there were several strange characters engraved on the giant stick. These characters were the same ones everyone had seen when they first entered this ancient ruin, but no one knew what they were. Lightly coughing a few times, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the puppet in a daze. Discovering that it had no intention of pursuing them, he couldn't help feeling relieved. It was only now that Kai He and Du Cece seemed to have recovered. Kai He looked towards Du Cece with a trembling body and whispered, "Cece, retreat." Du Cece's pretty face was completely pale, as if she had not yet recovered from the blow of the old woman's death. Hearing this, she glanced towards Kai He and 2 drops of tears fell uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. She was terrified. Although she had encountered some dangers before, it was not as shocking as this time. The moment the old woman was crushed into a bloody mist, she saw it with her own eyes. The old woman's head was still on the ground, and her eyes were wide open as she stared in her direction, as if blaming her for not saving her. Such a huge mental blow caused her to completely lose her composure. She simply didn't know what to do. Even though she heard Kai He's warning, she still couldn't take a step forward. She was afraid that if she moved, she would be killed. When Kai He saw this, he was naturally anxious. Although the puppet seemed to only be guarding the exit, who knew if it would suddenly attack? He didn't want to see the person he liked die in front of him and follow in the old woman's footsteps. In a moment of desperation, Kai He's figure flickered and he rushed over to Du Cece's side, grabbed her, and turned back without looking back. It wasn't until he returned to Yang Kai's side that Kai He's body softened and he collapsed to the ground. This short distance of 1,000 feet seemed to have exhausted all of his strength. His face was frighteningly pale and his teeth were constantly chattering, making cracking sounds. Du Cece wasn't much better off. Her fear had caused her to lose her composure, her beautiful eyes filled with panic and horror. Although this old woman was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, when she was alive, she still gave Du Cece a sense of support, but now that she was dead, there were only 3 Saint Kings left, making Du Cece feel as if she had lost someone she could rely on. Yang Kai's face was also gloomy. He had just been struck by the giant stick and had not yet recovered. Fortunately, he had his golden blood, which gave him a powerful restorative ability. If it had been someone else, they would have needed to rest for at least a few months to recover. After swallowing a few healing pills, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged to adjust his breathing. In any case, stabilizing his injuries was the most important thing. As for how to leave this place, that could only be discussed at length. Half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and silently examined his own condition. Although his injuries had not yet healed, they shouldn't affect his ability to fight. Kai He and Du Cc, after half a day of adjustment, were also in much better condition, but Du Cc's eyes were a little red and swollen, and her expression was somewhat sluggish. Although Kai He's condition was not as bad, a trace of despair and helplessness could be seen in his eyes. After all, that puppet had killed the origin-returning realm old woman with a single blow, so with it guarding the round door, Kai He did not think he and the others could pass through safely. Glancing at the two of them, Yang Kai frowned slightly but didn't say anything, simply waving his hand and summoning the purple shield that had been sent flying back to him. Yang Kai examined it for a moment and found that there was actually a dent on the purple shield and a 2-finger-wide crack on its surface, indicating that it had lost a lot of its spirituality. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some lingering fear. This purple shield was the product of Yang Yan's refinement and had reached the origin grade high rank. As a defensive artifact, its toughness could be imagined. Even so, after being hit by the giant black stick, it had actually become like this. It was easy to imagine how terrifying that blow was. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai put away the purple shield, planning to have Yang Yan repair it when he returned. Immediately after, he stood up and stared at the giant puppet 1,000 meters away, a dignified expression on his face as he walked over step by step. "Brother Yang." Seeing this, Kai He's complexion changed slightly as he hurriedly called out, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to test its abilities." Yang Kai turned around and replied, "Test?" Kai He's expression froze as he asked in amazement, "Isn't this a bit too hasty?" He had seen the old woman die tragically at the hands of this puppet, so naturally, he wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. The difference in strength between Yang Kai and the old woman was simply too great, so it was likely he wouldn't be able to return alive. "Can you stop messing around?" Du Cc, who had been staring blankly up until now, suddenly shivered and screamed, "It has finally calmed down, why are you trying to provoke it? Do you want all of us to die here?" Yang Kai glanced at her coldly. Du Cc's eyes suddenly became evasive, as if she didn't dare to look him in the eye, explaining anxiously, "That senior is already dead. If you die too, what will Kai He and I do?" Although she had a high opinion of herself and didn't put any cultivator of the same generation in her eyes, in the current situation, the more people there were, the more secure she felt. She didn't care much about Yang Kai, she just didn't want to see any more casualties on her side. If that happened, she would feel even less secure. Yang Kai said coldly, "Then in your opinion, what should we do?" Du Cc immediately nodded, not giving any good suggestions. Chapter 1352. Kai He thought about it for a moment and smiled bitterly. When the old woman was still alive, the four of them had carefully searched this place. Apart from the exit guarded by the puppet, there were no other exits. In other words, if they wanted to leave, they could only go through the round door. Unless they stayed here and waited for Fei Ji2 and the others to rescue them, no one could say for sure. Whether or not Fei Ji2 and the others could find this place was another matter. If they stayed here, they would only be waiting for death. Instead of waiting, it was better to take a risk. If they were lucky, they might be able to find a way to leave this place. Although the hope was not great, it was better than waiting forever. Thinking of this, Kai He's expression became firm and he nodded to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, I will go with you. Although this Kai is not very good at fighting, it is always better to have more people." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "No need, I just want to test its ability. For the time being, I don't need Brother Kai to take action. Once I test it out, we will find a way to leave this place together." "That's good, but Brother Yang, you must be careful," Kai He nervously exhorted. Yang Kai nodded solemnly and approached the puppet with full vigilance. Kai He and Du Cc both stood in place and watched nervously. Half an hour later, Yang Kai ran back with a gloomy face. This round of probing had forced him to use all of his means, but with his strength far exceeding that of a cultivator in the same realm, he didn't make any major mistakes and didn't suffer too much of a loss at the hands of the puppet. He had only been grazed by the puppet's giant stick, and now half of his body was still numb. Kai He and Du Cc watched Yang Kai from beginning to end. When Yang Kai returned, the two's eyes could not help but become filled with awe. This was because Yang Kai's test just now was like an experiment with his own life. Many times, the two thought that Yang Kai would definitely die, but they did not expect that he would be able to find a way to survive every time. After watching for half an hour, the two of them were even more tired than Yang Kai, feeling as if time had passed like years, their palms and backs covered in sweat. However, from this, the two of them were able to see that Yang Kai was not an ordinary Saint King realm cultivator. The various methods he displayed were incredibly powerful and unpredictable. Even an origin-returning realm master might not necessarily possess such ability. How could Kai He and Du Si dare to underestimate Yang Kai? After returning, Yang Kai did not say a word and simply took out a few healing pills before sitting cross-legged. After a full day, Yang Kai exhaled gently and opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing across them. It seemed that he had recovered. Kai He and Du Cc, who had been waiting nearby, saw this and quickly approached him, looking at him expectantly. Hearing this, Kai He and Du Cc's eyes lit up as a look of joy appeared on both of their faces. Kai He even sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai and anxiously said, "How can we get rid of this puppet? Please advise us, Brother Yang. Cc and I will cooperate fully." Get rid of it? Yang Kai showed a strange look before smiling. It's impossible to get rid of it. You saw it when I tested it before. Although it's huge, it moves like the wind and is extremely fast. If it was just me alone, I might have a chance to get rid of it, but with the two of you, it's absolutely impossible. It wasn't that Yang Kai was looking down on them, but that he was simply speaking the truth. Even if Yang Kai used his full strength and used his wind and thunder wings to increase his speed, he would only have a small chance of breaking through the puppet's blockade. Previously, when he was experimenting with this puppet's ability, he had tried to bypass it many times to reach the round door, but every time he had been forced back by it. This puppet seemed to hold great hostility towards any living creature that tried to pass through the round door, killing them without mercy. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Du Cic's pretty face changed and she immediately shouted, "You can't just leave us behind." She instinctively thought that Yang Kai wanted to leave by himself. Kai He forced a smile. "Cc, you think too much, Brother Yang won't do that." These words were not only meant to comfort Du Cc, but also himself. At the same time, he quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. He was also a little worried that Yang Kai would do this. Yang Kai did not make too many excuses. To be honest, if he could really break through the puppet's blockade before, he would have left by himself, but he had no intention of leaving them behind. If he could leave, he would have gone to find Fei Ji too and the others to rescue them. After all, it was better for him to escape alone than the three of them being trapped here without any hope of survival. Now, listening to Kai He's probing, Yang Kai had no intention of explaining and simply said, "If we want to leave now, we can only work together. If I deal with this puppet alone, I won't be able to protect myself." Kai He nodded repeatedly. "Brother Yang is right, but you just said that you can't get rid of it, so what should we do? It seems to be guarding the exit and won't go too far." Yang Kai had also probed this before. Once they were within 10 feet of the exit, the puppet would immediately move, but if they left that range, it would be as unresponsive as a dead object. Hearing Kai He's question, Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. "Naturally, we'll kill it." "Kill it?" Kai He was dumbfounded. Du Cc also spoke bluntly. "Are you stupid?" Before she could finish speaking, she saw Yang Kai looking at her coldly, causing her heart to skip a beat. She swallowed the rest of her words back into her stomach and wore an embarrassed expression, but her expression clearly indicated that she felt Yang Kai's proposal was unreliable. "Since I said so, I naturally have some confidence in it." Yang Kai knew that if he didn't explain clearly, it would be impossible for these two to cooperate with him. The giant puppet's great power and the scene of it killing the old woman had already left a shadow in their hearts, so they simply didn't have the courage to fight against it. Let's talk about its shortcomings first. This puppet is guarding the round door, and regardless of what secrets are hidden behind it, it is actually worth it to stay close to it. However, this point can be exploited. Since you two are array masters, I don't need to tell you what to do, right? Yang Kai glanced at the two. Kai He and Du Si pondered for a moment before gently nodding. This huge weakness of the puppet would give them enough time to arrange a large spirit array. With the power of the spirit array and Yang Kai's help, they might really have a chance. Arranging a spirit array shouldn't be a problem, and we can also arrange a large spirit array that can limit the puppet's speed. Although this puppet is impervious to fire and water, its speed is the most troublesome aspect. If we can really slow it down, its advantage will be greatly reduced. Kai He stroked his chin and said slowly, "You can arrange such a spirit array?" Yang Kai was overjoyed. It seemed that Kai He had the same idea as him. Puppets were different from living people. Although some spirit arrays were quite powerful, they had no effect on them. Yang Kai originally wanted Kai He and Du Si to arrange a spirit array that could limit the puppet's speed, but he hadn't expected that he would agree with Kai He on this point. This isn't difficult. I have the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array's array disc and array foundation, while CC should have the Painting Earth Prison Array, right? Kai He looked at Du Si. Du Si gently nodded, not surprised that the other party knew about her. After all, the Kai family and Du family were both spirit array masters, so it was normal for them to compete and spy on each other. How powerful are these two spirit arrays? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Kai He showed a proud look on his face. Their power is naturally not small. If we can push the full power of these spirit arrays, even a third-order origin returning realm master would be helpless against them. Quickly changing the subject, he said embarrassedly, "Unfortunately, CC and I aren't strong enough, so we can only display about half of their power." Less than half. Yang Kai frowned secretly. Kai He looked at Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "Rest assured, Brother Yang, I am very confident in these two spirit arrays. I can't guarantee anything else, but they can definitely reduce the puppet's speed by 10 to 20%. 10 to 20% is a bit too little, but that's all we can do." Yang Kai didn't care. "But Brother Yang, even if CC and I cooperate with the spirit arrays to reduce its speed, how are we supposed to destroy such a puppet? When you were probing it before, you weren't able to hurt it at all." Du Si also hurriedly asked. This was a matter of great importance, so neither of them dared to act carelessly, otherwise, if they failed to cooperate, all three of them would die here. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Although I didn't hurt it, at least I verified one thing." "What is it?" "The reason this puppet can move on its own without anyone controlling it is because there is a soul clone inside it." "A soul clone?" Kai He and Du Si called out in surprise. You can say it's a soul clone. When Lien Guang was controlling the puppet, did you observe it?" Yang Kai looked at the two of them and said with a serious expression, "Lien Guang placed a wisp of his soul clone on these puppets in order to drive them for his own use. Although these puppets look much more advanced than Lien Guang's, the principle should be similar. After all, puppets are inanimate objects. If they want to move, they must have a similar existence to a soul clone. Since no one is controlling this puppet, there should be a soul clone sealed inside it, but I don't know what kind of creature's soul clone is." Listening to Yang Kai's analysis, Kai He and Du Si suddenly felt as if the clouds had cleared and the moon was shining brightly. Previously, the two of them were shocked by the might of the puppet, so they didn't consider this issue carefully. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they felt that it made a lot of sense. "Brother Yang, you mean, I don't need to destroy this puppet, I just need to find the soul clone and kill it, then the puppet will naturally stop moving." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Kai He's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. "So that's how it is. In that case, this plan is feasible." Compared to destroying such an impregnable puppet, it was obviously much easier to destroy a single soul essence. "Then do you know where the soul clone is?" Du Si interjected. Yang Kai's face darkened as he slowly shook his head. I'm not sure yet, but there are a few suspicious places, so I need to borrow the strength of the two of you to slow it down. This way, I'll have a chance to investigate these locations and find where the soul clone is hiding. Chapter 1353. When one fell into a crisis, what one feared the most was not the slightest hope of survival. Now that they heard Yang Kai's words, both Kai He and Du Cixi were overjoyed, because if Yang Kai was right, with the strength of the three of them, it was not impossible to kill this puppet. The haze on the faces of the two immediately swept away as they exchanged a glance, both of them filled with enthusiasm. Without further ado, the three of them immediately took action. Because of Yang Kai's previous probing, everyone was well aware of the puppet's range of detection. Kai He and Du Cixi stood a few dozen meters away from it, constantly taking out spirit array tools from their space rings and injecting their Saint Qi into them, spreading them out in all directions. As soon as these tools fell to the ground, they disappeared without a trace. Even with Yang Kai's divine sense, he was unable to detect them. The two of them skillfully arranged the spirit array while Yang Kai's eyes lingered on the head, chest, and lower abdomen of the giant puppet. These were the places where he felt the soul essence that was controlling the puppet was located, but because he was facing the puppet alone just now, he was unable to examine it carefully, so he was unable to determine which part it was. If he could determine which part it was, as long as he destroyed that part, he should be able to stop this puppet from moving. Yang Kai thought about it secretly, constantly pondering over his idea and feeling that there was nothing wrong with it. After a short while, Kai He and Du Cixi both finished their preparations and exchanged a glance before pressing their palms together and shouting in unison, "Merge!" In the next moment, the Saint Qi in their bodies seemed to faintly resonate with some of the things around them. As their Saint Qi pulsed, the world energy in a radius of several dozen meters around the puppet trembled slightly before quickly returning to normal. Yang Kai looked around and didn't see any abnormalities, but that didn't mean he was surprised. Many spirit arrays, even if they were activated, couldn't be seen from the outside. Only by going inside would one be able to see what was going on. Brother Yang, Cixi and I are ready, you can start at any time. Kai He shouted. Yang Kai gently nodded and said with a serious expression, then I'll have to trouble the two of you. Brother Yang is too polite, you'll be the main force in this battle, so be careful. Cixi and I can only preside over the spirit array and use its power to coordinate with your actions. Don't take this opportunity to run away. Du Cixi's expression changed a few times as she still felt somewhat uneasy about Yang Kai's character. If Yang Kai took advantage of their spirit array to restrain the speed of the puppets to escape, then she and Kai He's efforts would be in vain. Faced with her doubts, Yang Kai didn't get angry. Yang Kai and the others were not familiar with each other, and right now, the three of them had to work of their own as they were. Any disagreements or conflicts would lead to unimaginable consequences. Hearing her words, Yang calmly replied, "Don't worry, since I've joined hands with you, of course, After getting Yang Kai's promise, Du Cixi smiled and said insincerely, "I'm just saying." Yang Kai didn't say anything more and simply took a deep breath before glancing at the giant puppet that had been standing still for a long time. His expression suddenly became dignified and serious as his figure flickered, and he rushed towards it. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had rushed into the spirit array arranged by Kai He and Du Cixi. The scenery around him suddenly changed and Yang Kai discovered that he was standing on top of a lake. The lake water under his feet was clear and sparkling, but there was an invisible suction force coming from the lake that seemed to be trying to restrain his movements. Not only that, but there was also another force pressing down on him from all directions, similarly restricting his freedom. The illusion of the lake under his feet was obviously the effect of the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon array that Kai He had mentioned before, while the invisible pressure around him should be the Painting Earth Prison array arranged by Du Cixi. Sure enough, she has some skill. Neither of these spirit arrays deliberately targeted him, but as soon as he fell into them, he was suppressed. If they had used their spirit arrays to deal with him, the suppression he would have suffered would have been even greater. Thinking so, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. For him, the stronger Kai He and Du Ci's spirit arrays were, the better. The stronger they were, the more likely they would be able to restrain the puppet's movements. When he stepped into the spirit arrays, Kai He and Du Ci, the two array masters, changed their hand seals and poured their Saint Qi into the spirit arrays under their feet. The next moment, Yang Kai felt the pressure and restraint on him disappear, allowing him to regain his freedom. With two array masters presiding over the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon array and the Painting Earth Prison array, Yang Kai would naturally not be affected. Yang Kai took another step forward and stepped onto the surface of the Mirror Lake, causing a circle of ripples to spread out from the soles of his feet. At the same time, the eyes of the giant puppet, which had not moved until now, suddenly flashed red and opened its mouth, spitting out a beam of red light that shot straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as his feet flickered and his figure disappeared. When he was testing the puppet's abilities before, he had seen it use this move many times, so it was naturally impossible for him to be hit so easily. Kong. With a loud bang, the beam of red energy hit the Mirror Lake, but it only caused a larger ripple and did not affect the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon array at all, allowing Yang Kai to relax. Go! Yang Kai shouted, and the Firebird artifact spirit immediately appeared, transforming into a strange fiery red bird several dozen meters in length that rushed straight towards the giant puppet. The puppet immediately raised the giant pitch-black stick in its hand and smashed it towards the artifact spirit. Wherever the giant stick passed, it brought with it a whimpering wind. Its power was so great that it was like a landslide or a tsunami, causing everyone to pale. With a single sweep of the stick, the artifact spirit's body immediately collapsed. But since the artifact spirit was not a physical entity, this kind of attack had no effect on it at all. The scattered flames gathered together again, wriggling and transforming into the shape of the Firebird once more. The next moment, the artifact spirit opened its mouth and spat out a series of fireballs the size of wash basins, each of which smashed towards the giant puppet with astonishing momentum. With a violent bang, the giant puppet was actually forced back by these fireballs, its huge body leaning back slightly. After suffering such a blow, the giant puppet seemed to be enraged, and the red light in its eyes became even more intense as it stared at the Firebird, waving the giant stick in its hand as it fought with the Firebird. In an instant, countless stick shadows appeared and red energy beams and scorching fireballs filled the sky. These two were both strange existences, but at this moment, they were locked in a fierce battle. The artifact spirit was not afraid of the giant black stick, but it was somewhat wary of the red energy beams. Once the puppet released such an attack, the artifact spirit had no choice but to dodge and look for an opportunity to counterattack. Yang Kai was overjoyed. When he was experimenting before, the artifact spirit had also contributed greatly, so he hadn't expected this puppet to hold a grudge. At this moment, it actually ignored him and only focused on attacking the artifact spirit, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Seizing an opportunity, Yang Kai flicked a golden thread from his hand and shot it straight towards the puppet's left eye. With a loud clang, although the invincible golden thread accurately hit the other party's left eye, it only flickered for a moment before the golden thread was bounced back. Yang Kai frowned slightly, but at that moment, a low shout reached his ears. "Brother Yang, be careful." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai saw the puppet swing its giant stick and smash it down towards him. The murderous intent from the giant stick almost froze the surrounding space. Yang Kai's eyes shrank, but just as he was about to dodge, he suddenly discovered that the mirror lake beneath his feet was emitting a strange energy fluctuation. Immediately, the clear mirror lake seemed to be stirred up by something and suddenly became turbid. In the next moment, several streams of turbid lake water rolled up and transformed into the shape of a flood dragon, which then rushed towards the giant stick. At the same time, specks of light appeared all around him. These specks of light were like fireflies dancing in the air. At first, there were only a few of them, but in the blink of an eye, they filled the sky. Like a swarm of locusts, these specks of light rushed towards the giant stick and stuck to it like maggots. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the speed at which the giant stick was swinging actually slowed down a lot. The mud dragons that rushed out of the mirror lake collided with the giant stick and were directly scattered, but this also weakened the strength of the giant stick. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. The scene just now was obviously the result of the two spirit arrays in this place. Yang Kai's evaluation of the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon array and Painting Prison array in his heart rose again, making him even more confident in killing the puppet. As long as Kai He and Du Cc sincerely cooperated with him, their chances of leaving this place would greatly increase. The giant stick was still swinging down, but with the two spirit arrays restraining it, Yang Kai had already calmly avoided it. With a single thought, the Firebird artifact spirit turned into a mass of flames, wrapping around the puppet and burning it vigorously. Yang Kai didn't expect the artifact spirit to be able to incinerate this puppet. He didn't know what kind of material this puppet was refined from, but it was impervious to fire, water, blades, and spears. Even if the artifact spirit had refined a trace of the sun's true fire's power, it wouldn't be enough to melt it. Yang Kai just wanted to rely on the artifact spirit's special form to find where the wisp of soul inside the puppet was hiding. The artifact spirit's body was burning, but the giant puppet was not affected in the slightest. Instead, without the artifact spirit to attract its attention, it immediately set its sights on Yang Kai and began walking towards Yang Kai. After taking just 2 steps, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the mirror lake and sucked in one of its big feet, causing the puppet's body to tilt, obviously about to fall. Seeing this, how could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Stretching out his hand, he pushed his Saint Chi and sent a heaven-covering hand towards the puppet's head. It had to be said that Kai He and Du Cc's 2 sets of spirit arrays were of great help to Yang Kai. Before, when he was testing the puppet's abilities, he was constantly in danger, but now, with the cooperation of the 3 of them, he was able to deal with this puppet with ease, without much burden at all. Under such circumstances, Yang Kai only needed to avoid the attacks of the puppets while diverting some of his attention to the information transmitted by the artifact spirit. As long as he could find the hiding place of the soul essence, he could attack that location recklessly and destroy it. Chapter 1354. Restrained by the vortexes in the mirror lake, the puppet was unable to move freely, allowing Yang Kai's heaven-covering hand to accurately hit the puppet's body. With a loud bang, the puppet, which was already unstable, fell directly to the ground. Yang Kai hurriedly took 2 steps back and did not attack again. For him, the most important thing right now was to deal with the puppet. Before he could find the wisp of soul that was driving the puppet, any attack would be meaningless. Kai He and Du Cc obviously understood Yang Kai's intentions and took advantage of the situation to strengthen the power of their spirit arrays. Suddenly, more vortexes appeared in the mirror lake, and the light that filled the sky became denser. Restricted by the 2 spirit arrays, the puppet was unable to get up for a while, and its crimson eyes kept flashing. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he stared at the puppet's movements while silently sensing the movements of the artifact spirit. At the same time, he also separated his divine sense to constantly investigate the puppet's body. In his opinion, since there was a wisp of soul hidden in the puppet's body, there must be some abnormalities. This kind of abnormality could only be discovered by relying on his divine sense. Just as Yang Kai was investigating, another change occurred. The entire lake suddenly became turbulent as the puppet, seeing that it could not get up immediately, waved its giant black stick in anger and smashed around aimlessly. This kind of attack could not cause any harm to Yang Kai, but Kai He's complexion changed drastically when he saw this. There was no other reason. Previously, in order to ensure the maximum power of the spirit formation, the area covered by the spirit formation set up by him was not large. If the puppet smashed around like this, it might destroy those hidden spirit formation setup. Once one of them was damaged, the entire spirit formation would collapse. Not only that, but the huge force of the puppet's ferocious attacks had also affected the formation slightly. If left alone, the formation would most likely collapse on its own in no time. In a moment of desperation, Kai He could only slow down the suppression of the puppet to ensure the operation of the spirit arrays. Du Cc's situation was the same. As a last resort, They could only weaken the power of the painting earth prison array. They had never encountered such a thing before and could not help but feel depressed. The light that filled the sky like fireflies and the whirlpool in the mirror lake immediately decreased. Without some restraining force, the puppet no longer waved the giant stick randomly. It climbed up on its hands and feet. As soon as it stood up, it stared at Xianxia and then at the mirror lake under its feet. It revealed a thoughtful expression. Soon after, it opened its mouth wide, and with a buzzing sound, it spat out wasp-like things. Those things were only the size of a fist, but there were hundreds of them. They gathered into a ball, and after circling in the air for a while, they immediately pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, revealing a surprised expression. This was the first time he knew that the puppet had such a strange ability. Previously, when he was testing it, the puppet did not release these wasps at all. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Xianxia's face sank because he discovered that these wasps were all small puppets, and each of them was exuding a strange aura. Naturally, Xianxia could not allow these wasps to get close to him. Demonic flames surged in his hand as a black sword appeared and he swung it, sending out a series of sword lights. Hong hong hong. An unexpected scene appeared. These wasps seemed to be extraordinarily powerful, but when the sword lights came into contact with them, they burst apart, as if they could not withstand a single blow. However, Xianxia's brow furrowed even more. Because these wasps did not explode because of his attack, but because of their own self-detonation. The self-destruction of each wasp created a shockwave of energy. Not only that, after the wasp exploded, a yellow mist appeared in the air. This mist connected together and quickly enveloped the entire space. Xianxia accidentally inhaled a mouthful of this mist and instantly felt dizzy. Shocked, he quickly shouted, "It's poisonous, hold your breaths." As he spoke, a pitch-black demonic flame sphere appeared in his hand and he threw it at the yellow mist. Wherever the demonic flame passed, the yellow mist was swept away. Although the yellow mist was poisonous, it was unable to resist the burning of the demonic flame. Kai He and Du Si finally felt relieved. When they heard Xianxia's shout just now, both of them had been on edge, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Seeing the yellow mist being burned away, they were naturally overjoyed and immediately focused on driving the spirit array. Xianxia, however, did not relax in the slightest. He sent out a series of sword lights, cutting down all the wasp-like puppets, and then used the demonic flame to burn away the yellow mist. Since this puppet had such a method, it was certain that it had other stronger methods. A long night was fraught with problems, so Xianxia was secretly anxious. Over 100 wasp puppets were killed in a short while, and all of them were cleaned up. But at this moment, Xianxia's complexion changed slightly, immediately revealing a look of pleasant surprise because he had received a message from the Firebird artifact spirit. It had found the hiding place of the soul essence that drove the puppets. Just as Xianxia had expected, the soul essence was in the puppet's chest. Because all of the puppet's movements were driven by this soul essence, the artifact spirit had finally found some clues under its constant investigation. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness and with a single thought, the artifact spirit, which had been wrapped around the puppet, transformed back into its firebird form and flew above the puppet's head, constantly spitting out fireballs to attack it and attract its attention. Xianxia, on the other hand, stared at the puppet's chest, and while it was busy dealing with the artifact spirit, Xianxia's figure flickered as he rushed towards the puppet, leapt high into the air, and smashed his fist towards its chest. With a bang, Xianxia was bounced back by a huge force, but the puppet's chest remained unscathed, not even leaving a mark on it. This punch was just a test and did not have any effect, but Xianxia was not surprised. Narrowing his eyes, he shouted, "You too, push the power of your spirit arrays to their maximum. Whether we succeed or fail will depend on this." Hearing this, Kai He and Du Si no longer hesitated and pushed their Saint Chi to their limits, fully activating the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array and Painting Earth Prison Array. In an instant, the light that filled the sky appeared again, and whirlpools of various sizes appeared on the surface of the Mirror Lake. Mud dragons rushed out of the mirror lake and flew to the side of the puppet, entangling its limbs and restricting its movements. Combined with the firebird's attack, the puppet immediately fell into a disadvantage, but the giant black stick in its hand once again waved around aimlessly. But this time, Kai He and Du Cece ignored it and still did not relax the power of their spirit arrays. Yang Kai saw the puppet's speed greatly reduce, and a look of joy appeared on his face as he swung the demonic flame sword in his hand forward, sending out a sword wave that struck the puppet's chest. Sparks flew and the sword wave disappeared, but the puppet's chest remained unchanged. Kai He and Du Cece both felt their hearts sink to the bottom of their chests as they witnessed this scene. Although the two of them could use the power of their spirit arrays to restrict the puppet's movements, if Yang Kai couldn't break the puppet's defenses, it would be a complete failure. The current situation did not allow them to consider too much, so they could only pin all their hopes on Yang Kai and secretly pray that he had more tricks up his sleeve. But to their disappointment, Yang Kai actually sent out another black sword wave towards the puppet's chest. In the next moment, both of them were surprised and bewildered because that attack had actually left a shallow mark on the puppet's body. Although this mark was very small, it was the first time the three of them had actually caused any real damage to the puppet. This naturally made Kai He and Du Cece overjoyed, and when they looked towards Yang Kai again, they could not help showing looks of admiration. This puppet's body was extremely sturdy. Even if they did not personally test it, they could tell from the previous attacks of Yang Kai and the artifact spirit that even an origin-returning realm master would not necessarily be able to cause any damage to it. But now Yang Kai had done just that. This meant that he had a chance to destroy the puppet's body and destroy the soul hidden inside. Feeling excited, they felt as if they had seen the light before dawn and were filled with great expectations towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at the small mark on the puppet's chest and his face sank slightly. The attack just now was a space blade condensed from Space Force, and although it looked similar to a sword wave, it was actually quite different. The space blade could be said to be Yang Kai's trump card. It was capable of swallowing everything in its path and possessed unfathomable power, but it was still only able to cause this much damage to the puppet. If he wanted to completely break through its chest, he would need to send out at least 100 space blades at the same time. Could Kai He and Du Cece restrain it for such a long time? It was not that Yang Kai did not have confidence in these two, but this puppet was simply too difficult to deal with. Its giant stick not only made it difficult for Yang Kai to get close to it, but it was also disrupting the two spirit arrays. As time passed, the spirit arrays would break and Yang Kai would not be able to accurately hit the same spot. But now, there was no point in worrying about this, so Yang Kai's face became cold and he no longer had any scruples, sending out a series of space blades towards the mark on the puppet's chest. Silently, unlike the sword wave that hit the puppet's body, the space blades did not make any noise at all. As time passed, the wound on the puppet's chest gradually grew larger, but in contrast, Kai He and Du Cece's faces were pale and their bodies were trembling slightly. In order to maintain the power of the spirit array, the two of them had exhausted all their strength and had even taken a lot of restorative pills, but their Saint Chi was still not enough to make up for their losses. What was even more anxious was that after the puppet's prolonged struggle and attacks, the stability of the two spirit arrays had been greatly affected and had become precarious. Whether it was the vortexes and turbid mud dragons produced by the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array or the firefly-like light emitted by the Painting Earth Prison Array, both were rapidly decreasing in number. As a result, the restrictions on the puppet were greatly reduced and Yang Kai's attacks often failed to hit its target, causing him to feel annoyed. Compared to the anxiety and helplessness of the three people, the puppet was displaying its might. As it waved its giant stick, even the firebird could not get close to it. It could only circle around it and attack it with pure fire spiritual energy, attracting its attention. Chapter 1355. Inside the ancient ruins, in front of the round gate, Yang Kai was constantly releasing space blades towards the puppet's chest. Under the influence of the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array and the Painting Earth Prison Array, the puppet could only swing its giant stick around aimlessly while struggling to move. As such, even though Yang Kai was often unable to hit the same spot, under this constant consumption, a crack about 3 centimeters deep appeared on the puppet's chest. Even so, the puppet was not affected in the slightest. On the other hand, Yang Kai and the other two had consumed a lot of energy. Needless to say, Kai He and Du Si had almost exhausted their Saint Chi in order to maintain the spirit array. Yang Kai's space blades also placed a great burden on his body. Once or twice wasn't a problem, but after hundreds or thousands of times, his knowledge had almost dried up. If it weren't for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, this kind of overdraft would have caused him indelible damage. Once again taking out a pill to restore his soul and stuffing it into his mouth, Yang Kai's face turned as pale as paper, but his eyes remained fixed on the crack on the puppet's chest as he sent out another wave of space blades. Kacha. A slight sound came from the side. Kai He's exclamation soon followed, "Brother Yang, we can't hold on any longer." His voice was filled with indescribable anxiety because the spirit array they had arranged was on the verge of collapse and could break at any time. Once the spirit array was broken, without the power of the spirit array to restrain the puppet's speed, the three of them would most likely fail this time. Although there was still a chance to make a comeback, with the puppet's abnormal speed, it was uncertain whether he and Du Si would be able to escape. Moreover, after working so hard for so long, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to fail. As soon as his voice fell, another slight cracking sound rang out, and immediately, the countless firefly-like lights that filled the world suddenly disappeared, as if they had never existed. On the other side, Du Si's pretty face was filled with shock as she stared at the base of the spirit array in her hand. This spirit array given to her by her family's elders had shattered at this moment and could no longer be used. The painting ground prison formation that she laid down was broken before Kai He's grand formation. Apart from feeling heartache, he was also extremely shocked. Without the assistance of the painting earth prison array, the vortexes and mud dragons produced by the mirror lake could not restrict the movements of the puppet at all. Seeing the puppet break free from the entanglement of the mud dragons and shatter the vortexes on the mirror lake before turning its red eyes towards Du Si who was still standing in place, Yang Kai steeled his heart and wiped his space ring, summoning a picturesque artifact out of thin air. As Yang Kai madly poured his Saint Chi into it, phantom mountain peaks began to appear one after another. 100 Mountains Portrait. The 100 Mountains picture was the only offensive artifact Yang Kai possessed. Because in battle, Yang Kai preferred to rely on his own strength rather than relying on the power of an artifact, so he had never possessed an offensive artifact. This 100 Mountains picture was also a unique artifact that had allowed him to refine it into his body. When facing the puppet, Yang Kai did not summon the 100 Mountains picture, but now he had no choice but to do so. In an instant, the sky was filled with phantom mountain peaks of varying sizes. This time, Yang Kai almost disregarded the stability of the artifact itself and forcibly summoned 30 to 40 of them. This was the limit of what he could control. As soon as those mountain phantoms appeared, they rumbled and smashed towards the puppet. The puppet waved its giant stick, and all the nearby mountains were blocked by its great force. Not a single mountain was able to get close to its body. Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely as he sent out his divine sense, summoning the mountain phantoms that had been sent flying back again. This time, however, these mountain phantoms didn't smash down on the puppet but instead circled around it, completely sealing it off. "Explode for me!" Yang Kai grit his teeth and shouted. As soon as these words fell, the large and small mountain phantoms suddenly released terrifying energy fluctuations and a dazzling light blossomed, illuminating the entire world as if it were daytime. Kai He and Du Si couldn't even look straight at it. Hong hong hong. An earth-shattering energy fluctuation swept out and a gust of wind swept Kai He and Du Si into the distance. Even the spirit array tools that were hidden in the surroundings were swept away by the shockwaves. After the energy fluctuations subsided, a tattered picturesque artifact fell from the sky. It was the 100 Mountains picture Yang Kai had summoned before. But at this moment, this 100 Mountains picture had lost all its spirit and the mountain peaks that originally existed on it had all disappeared. Before it could even fall to the ground, it had suddenly turned into dust and disappeared from this world. An artifact had self-destructed. Not every artifact had this kind of power, but the 100 Mountains picture Xianxia had obtained just so happened to possess it. Speaking of which, the 100 Mountains picture had really helped Xianxia a lot since he obtained it, and its grade was not low, being an origin grade artifact. However, in order to limit the puppet's movements, Xianxia could not be stingy with this artifact, so he had no choice but to self-destruct the 100 Mountains picture. Otherwise, Du Cc, who had been targeted by it, would not have been able to escape. When Xianxia fixed his eyes on the 100 Mountains picture again, he could not help gawking before a look of joy appeared on his face. Because the puppet had been knocked to the ground again by the 100 Mountains picture's self-destruction, and this time, it seemed to have suffered some damage as it lay on the ground motionless for a while. At the same time, a strange red light flashed from the crack on its chest. The power of an origin-grade artifact's self-destruction was obviously extraordinary. His expression flashing, Xianxia immediately rushed forward and arrived in front of the puppet in the blink of an eye. Leaping onto its chest, Xianxia immediately shot out a series of space blades at the 3-meter deep crack on its chest. At such a close distance, and with the puppet not having the slightest resistance or evasion, Xianxia was naturally able to hit his target. Each space blade accurately struck the same spot, causing the crack to grow deeper and wider at a rate visible to the naked eye. A hint of joy flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he felt that as long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to penetrate the puppet's chest. Xianxia did not relax his vigilance and monitoring of the puppet either, continuing to condense space blades while simultaneously probing the puppet's movements. After 20 breaths of time, the puppet's eyes suddenly flashed and a crimson light shot out from them, like the eyes of a ferocious beast, causing Xianxia to shudder. Xianxia instinctively felt a sense of danger and his hair stood on end. Noticing a gust of wind behind his head, he quickly rolled to the side, condensed another space blade, and slashed it towards the crack. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Xianxia's fist and the space blade hit the crack almost at the same time. Gotcha. The sound of something shattering rang out and Xianxia's eyes lit up as he sent a command to the Firebird artifact spirit with his divine sense. The Firebird let out a crisp cry and swooped down towards the crack. At the same time, the puppet's giant hand, which almost covered the entire sky, shot towards Xianxia. Looking at the terrifying palm, Xianxia's expression remained indifferent, not showing the slightest intention of dodging. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but that he simply could not muster the strength to do so. His head felt like it was about to split open. Using the space blade so many times had placed an unimaginable burden on his spiritual energy. Now, as far as he could barely see the world in front of him. However, there was no need to dodge. The next moment, the Firebird artifact spirit rushed through the crack Xianxia had painstakingly opened and rushed into the puppet's body, bursting out with scorching heat and burning the puppet from the inside. The red light appeared and spread all over the puppet's body like tiny snakes slithering around. But soon, the red light disappeared and the puppet's huge hands stopped in midair. A crisp bird cry rang out as the Firebird artifact spirit rushed out of the puppet's body, hovered above Xianxia's head for a moment, and then drilled into his body. Xianxia's mouth twitched and a look of exhaustion appeared on his face as he directly lay down on the ground. On the other side, Kai He and Du Cc, who had been sent flying by the explosion of the 100 Mountains picture, had not suffered too much damage. Struggling to get up, they saw the scene of the puppet's movements being frozen and couldn't help glancing at each other, wondering what was going on over there. After releasing their divine senses to investigate, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not know what had happened to Xianxia, he was still alive, which meant that the puppet could not move. Otherwise, how could Xianxia be safe and sound? Although they were excited, both of them still felt some lingering fear. Although they knew that a puppet capable of instantly killing an origin-returning realm master was definitely not easy to deal with, both of them had underestimated its sturdiness. Fortunately, Yang Kai's attack was effective, and with the cooperation of the two of them, they were able to slowly grind away at the puppet's body and finally win. After this battle, neither Kai He nor Du Si had the energy to speak anymore. Kai He just called out to Yang Kai, and after confirming that he was fine, the three of them began adjusting their breathing. Half a day later, Yang Kai was the first to stand up. It was not that he had not consumed enough energy, but that he was an alchemist and had countless restorative medicines in his space ring. His golden blood also had a powerful restorative ability, so naturally, he was able to restore himself faster than the two array masters. Glancing over at the two of them and seeing that they were still meditating, Yang Kai did not show any intention of greeting them and instead jumped onto the giant puppet, rubbing his chin and inspecting it. Such a puppet was obviously not an ordinary thing. Even the Lien family couldn't create such a tyrannical puppet. In a one-on-one fight, even a master like Fei Zhitu wouldn't be its opponent. This time, the three Saint King Realm Masters were able to defeat it mainly because of the two spirit arrays. Without these two spirit arrays, Yang Kai would not have been able to protect himself, let alone destroy it. From top to bottom, except for its chest, there were no other wounds on the puppet's body. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai released his divine sense and wrapped the puppet in an attempt to put it into his space ring, but after trying, the puppet remained motionless, surprising Yang Kai. It was not that his divine sense was not strong enough, but rather that the puppet itself was too heavy for his space ring to store. Chapter 1356. Not everything could be stored in a space ring. Sometimes, things that were too large or too heavy could not be stored in a space ring. This was also the case for some special treasures, such as the sun's true essence that Yang Kai and Yang Yen obtained in the corpse cave. It could not be stored in a space ring because the heat it emitted had far exceeded the limit of what a space ring could withstand. Once it was stored, it would inevitably destroy the space ring. It was for this reason that Yang Yen had gone to great lengths to refine this ring. Strictly speaking, the puppet in front of him was not very large, but it still could not be stored in a space ring. The only explanation was that its weight was far beyond what Yang Kai had imagined. Thinking so, a trace of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Just as he was contemplating this, Kai He and Du Si also walked over from a short distance away. Now that the battle was over, it was time to collect the spoils. Everyone could see that this puppet was extraordinary, so the two array masters naturally did not want to let Yang Kai take all the benefits, so they hurriedly finished adjusting their breathing and joined Yang Kai. Brother Yang, this puppet is probably a work from ancient times and is of extraordinary value, Kai He chuckled and said meaningfully. If we can crack the method to activate it, it will definitely be of great help to us. Du Si's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Yang Kai stroked his chin and looked at the two of them, not revealing their thoughts, instead smiling lightly and asking, "Are you too interested in it?" Kai He gave a hollow laugh, but Du Si didn't mince her words and simply said, "Of course, who would want to miss such a good thing? Even if we can't figure out a way to crack it, we might be able to learn some ancient puppet refining techniques through this puppet. I wouldn't dare say for others, but I think Lien Guang will be very interested in it." What she said was the truth. Such a puppet, regardless of its value, its research value alone was immeasurable. If the Lien family, which was famous for refining puppets, heard about it, they would definitely not miss it. Yes. Yang Kai gently nodded. Although Du Si had a bit of a young lady's temper, after the three of them joined forces, his impression of her had improved. After pondering for a moment, he said, "All three of us contributed greatly in this battle, but there is only one puppet. How should we split it?" Kai He and Du Si glanced at each other, unable to come up with any good ideas. Seeing the difficult looks on the two's faces, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "How about this? I don't want the puppet, I just want the giant black stick. The two of you can discuss among yourselves who gets the puppet. Of course, there's also the space ring left behind by that senior." After the old woman was crushed to death, her space ring fell at the puppet's feet. Yang Kai had never had a chance to collect it, but now it just so happened that the puppet, and the giant stick made up 3 space rings for the three of them to divide. No one knew what was inside her space ring, but that bottle of life-revitalizing jade cream could not be faked. You only want that stick? Du Cece glanced at the giant black stick on the puppet's body, a trace of reluctance flashing across her beautiful eyes. To be honest, she could see that the value of the giant stick was definitely not below that of the puppet itself, so giving it to Yang Kai like this made her somewhat hesitant, but thinking about the old woman's space ring, she couldn't help feeling a little tempted. Kai He, on the other hand, agreed, "Good." Brother Yang was also one of the main forces in this battle and even managed to survive several close calls. This Kai has no objection to such a distribution. Since he had said so, what else could Du Cece do? Yang Kai nodded and walked over to the giant black stick. After thinking for a moment, he reached out, placed his hand on it, and released his divine sense to examine it carefully. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression changed and he poured his Saint Qi into the giant black stick. An incredible scene appeared. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into it, the giant stick, which was several dozen meters long and as thick as a water barrel, shrank at an extremely fast speed, becoming as tall as a person in the blink of an eye. Kai He and Du Cece, who were discussing the distribution of the puppet and space ring, were dumbfounded by this scene. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. When he first saw this puppet, he didn't notice this giant stick at all, but after it crushed the old woman to death, the puppet suddenly took it out. At that time, Yang Kai had wondered whether this giant stick could change its size at will, but now that he tried it out, he found that his guess was correct. Reaching out to grab the black stick, Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Yang Kai found that he couldn't hold this stick properly. Making this choice had been the right choice as the stick was likely refined from some kind of extraordinary material. The puppet had been destroyed, so it was impossible to repair it with the methods of Shadowed Star, so it was useless. At most, he could exchange it for some saint crystals and treasures from the Lien family. As for the life-revitalizing jade cream in the old woman's space ring, it was just a diluted product, so there was no need for it. Yang Kai was quite confident that somewhere inside this rockery there was a pure life-revitalizing jade cream. Although he was overjoyed in his heart, Yang Kai maintained a calm expression on his face as he poured his Saint Qi into the stick before releasing his divine sense to wrap it up and store it in the ring Yang Yen had refined. This ring could even store the sun's true essence and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, so storing this extraordinarily heavy stick was naturally a piece of cake. After Yang Kai finished his work, Kai He and Du Cece also finished their discussion. Kai He walked over to where the puppet originally stood and picked up the old woman's space ring while Du Cece took out a bracelet-like artifact. Her pretty face filled with joy as she tossed this bracelet into the air. The bracelet immediately expanded in size and enveloped the puppet like a ring before releasing a number of willow-like energy threads from it. These energy threads attached themselves to the puppet and soon wrapped around it like a dumpling. Du Cece then shouted, "Collect!" Countless threads instantly retracted and the huge puppet was pulled into the bracelet bit by bit, disappearing in less than 10 breaths of time. The bracelet once again returned to its bracelet form and automatically flew back to Du Cece's wrist. Everyone was happy as the three of them each gained something. Yang Kai didn't intend to monopolize everything. This time, Kai He and Du Cece had indeed helped him greatly in destroying the puppet's ability to move. Yang Kai certainly wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing the river. It was just that among the three of them, which one was more important, only the heavens knew. In any case, after Kai He checked the old woman's space ring, his brow filled with joy, obviously very satisfied with his harvest. "Brother Yang, what should we do next?" It seemed that because of the previous battle, Kai He couldn't help but follow Yang Kai's lead. Hearing this, Du Cece also turned her head and looked over. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before smiling. "Waiting here isn't a solution. There is only one exit, so we have no other choice. It's just that we don't know where this exit leads or what dangers lie ahead. Judging from how tightly guarded this puppet is, there may be something good inside." Kai He and Du Cece's eyes lit up. Yang Kai quickly changed the topic and quickly said, "But where there are good things, there will definitely be dangers. The two of you should be mentally prepared." "Naturally, according to Brother Yang's meaning, should we continue to explore? No matter what, we must find a way to leave this ancient ruin. Regarding this, the two array masters naturally had no objections. The three of them rested for a while before Yang Kai led the way towards the round gate. After passing through the gate, Yang Kai discovered that there was a straight corridor in front of him. After using his divine sense to investigate and determine that there was nothing strange, Yang Kai cautiously walked forward. The corridor was not long, only about 1,000 meters in length. Soon, the three of them passed through it and stepped into another palace. As soon as they entered this palace, Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he looked towards the center of the palace, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he called out involuntarily, "Elder Qian." Kai He and Du Cc, who had just arrived, heard Yang Kai call out to them and couldn't help looking overjoyed. They hurriedly looked over, but when they saw the situation there, they couldn't help smiling bitterly as they secretly felt a headache coming on. Over there, Qian Tong was sitting cross-legged, also looking over with a bitter smile on his face. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a second-order Saint King cultivation. His face was pale, and it seemed that his mind had been injured. This person should be the artifact refiner who followed Qian Tong into this place, Yang Kai judged in his heart. After all, Fei Ji too had said that Qian Tong did not come here alone, but had instead brought a Saint-grade artifact refiner with him in the hopes that this Saint-grade artifact refiner would be able to advance to the origin grade through this exploration and replace Grandmaster Gulin who had passed away in Shadow Moon Hall. Next to the two of them was a stone tablet that was densely engraved with countless tiny characters. Even from such a distance, Yang Kai could clearly see that these small characters were all ancient characters that he did not recognize. However, this stone tablet exuded an indescribable charm, as if one sat in front of it and comprehended it, they would gain a great deal of benefits. In addition, around the two of them were more than a dozen puppets. Some of these puppets were humanoid while others were monster beast, each of them exuding a thick murderous aura. These puppets were all glaring at Qian Tong and the Saint-grade artifact refiner, but none of them showed any intention of attacking, simply surrounding the two of them in the middle. When Yang Kai sensed this situation, he complained in his heart. Even if these dozen puppets were not as good as the one they had encountered before, they were not much worse. With so many of them, it was no wonder Qian Tong could only sit there and not dare to act rashly. If he moved, he would immediately be torn to pieces by these puppets. "Why are you here?" Although Qian Tong's voice was a little weak, it was not a big deal. Looking at Yang Kai and the others who had suddenly set foot here, he asked in surprise, "Elder Qian, these puppets?" Yang Kai did not answer immediately and instead stared at the dozen puppets vigilantly. "It's fine, they are guarding this place. As long as you don't move forward, you will be fine. As for this old master, and with this stone tablet as a deterrent, they won't dare to approach, so I won't die for the time being." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed. After pondering for a moment, he explained how Fei Ji too had invited him and the others to come and save Qian Tong. Chapter 1357. Hearing that Yang Kai and the others had been called by Fei Ji too to help rescue him, Qian Tong showed a grateful expression and expressed his thanks. The three Saint King Realm Juniors naturally didn't dare, but after hearing that the group had been separated after passing through the black and white space array gate and the old woman had died tragically under the giant puppet's hand, Qian Tong's expression became gloomy and he faintly blamed himself. A short time later, Yang Kai explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly, causing Qian Tong to frown and ask, "So, you don't know where old Fei and the others are now?" Yang Kai and the others slowly shook their heads. Qian Tong smiled bitterly. "This time, this old master has implicated you. Now that there is no way out of this place, even if you go back the way you came, I'm afraid you won't be able to find your way back." "Then what should we do?" Du Cc asked anxiously. "There are only two ways now." Qian Tong sighed. "What is it?" "Do you see that space array over there?" Qian Tong pointed his finger in the direction he was pointing and Yang Kai and the others quickly discovered that at the end of this palace, there was actually a complete space array. It should lead to the outside. If you are confident you can escape from these puppets, you can give it a try, but this old master doesn't recommend it. The other puppets are easy to deal with, but this wolf puppet is extremely fast. Even this old master is not confident he can beat it in speed. Yang Kai and the others had just fought a puppet before, so how could they be in the mood to deal with this kind of thing at this moment? Even if the puppets here were not as good as the previous one, the sheer number of them was enough to make even Yang Kai's scalp tingle. What's more, although the space array over there was intact, it would still take some time to activate it. This delay was more than enough time for these puppets to attack. In such a situation, who would dare act rashly? Other than that, all we can do is wait for Old Fei and the others to come over so we can work together. Qian Tong noticed the helplessness and despair on Kai He and Du Ci's faces and couldn't help comforting them. Don't worry, if there is no other way, this old master will take action and delay these evil beasts to buy you some time to escape. Absolutely not. Kai He turned pale with fright and hurriedly said, Elder Qian, you can't do this. Now that Shadow Moon Hall is in constant internal strife, we still need you to preside over the overall situation. If you fall here because of us, then the three of us will be sinners for eternity. We can't bear such responsibility. Du Cici also nodded vigorously. Qian Tong chuckled and said in a carefree manner, There's no other way. Don't worry, this old man won't do this unless it's absolutely necessary. I also want to live for a few more years. Hearing this, Kai He felt relieved. With no way out, the three Saint King Realm Masters had no choice but to sit down and meditate, occasionally chatting with Qian Tong to pass the time. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that the stone tablet was actually engraved with exquisite artifact refining techniques. Although no one could understand these ancient characters, if an artifact refiner were to comprehend them, it would be of great help to their own artifact refining techniques. The middle-aged man had now comprehended some of these principles and was close to refining an origin-grade artifact himself. Once he succeeded, he would become a new generation origin-grade artifact refining grandmaster in Shadow Moon Hall. With the assistance of this person, coupled with Qian Tong's methods and prestige, it would be easy for Shadow Moon Hall to settle the internal strife and restore peace again. Time flew by, but such a long wait made everyone anxious. They didn't know what had happened to Fei Zhitu and the others, but for the next half a month, they had disappeared without a trace. After half a month of recuperation, Yang Kai and the other Saint King's internal injuries from the battle with the puppets were all healed. On this day, while Yang Kai was meditating, he suddenly noticed a strange energy fluctuation coming from his surroundings. Immediately opening his eyes, he began probing his surroundings in surprise. At the same time, Qian Tong also noticed it and released his divine sense. However, Kai He, Du Cici, and the others didn't respond. But in the next moment, they showed a look of horror because the palace they were in was shaking violently and dust and debris were falling from the sky, as if the entire ancient ruin had become unstable. This is... Qian Tong's eyes bulged, as if he had discovered something. Yang Kai also showed a look of surprise. He didn't know what Qian Tong had discovered, but he noticed that a terrifying space force was fluctuating in this ancient ruin. He cultivated this space force, so he was naturally very clear about this strange fluctuation. Rumble. Violent sounds came from all directions, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The middle-aged man next to Kai He, Du Cici, and Qian Tong glanced around in panic. The dozens of puppets who had been surrounding Qian Tong also moved at this moment. The eyes of each puppet flashed with a red light, and they slowly retreated in fear. The change came very quickly, and before Yang Kai could investigate anything, an unimaginable repulsive force came from the surrounding space, wrapping everyone's body, making it difficult for them to breathe. Yang Kai was not surprised but happy because he had encountered this feeling once before. The current situation was exactly the same as what Lu Yen felt a few years ago when the desert was closed. Could it be? Yang Kai's mind was spinning. Right at that moment, the world energy in the air suddenly gathered towards a single spot. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the world energy condensed into a ball. Immediately after, rays of light shot out from the ball of world energy. These rays of light instantly arrived above everyone's heads. After a series of distortions, they actually formed a huge palm. Yang Kai raised his brow and his face filled with ecstasy. Because this palm formed from world energy looked so familiar. It was the same one he had seen in Lu Yan's desert, the jade palm of a woman. It was just that this jade palm had been enlarged countless times. At that time, this jade palm wanted to throw Yang Kai out of Lu Yan's desert, but it was stopped by a Star Emperor token he had obtained by chance, allowing Yang Kai to stay in Lu Yan's desert for half a year after it closed. With his previous experience, Yang Kai was naturally unperturbed. The jade palm came down, grabbed Yang Kai, and squeezed hard. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai did not make any resistance. Seeing Kai He and Du Ci's faces turn ashen and their Saint Qi surging, seemingly wanting to resist, he quickly reminded them, "Don't panic, we can go out now." As soon as his voice fell, the jade palm burst apart and Yang Kai felt a strong rejection from the surrounding space force. His vision blurred and his figure disappeared. After receiving Yang Kai's reminder, Kai He and Du Ci were both stunned. In that instant, the two jade palms also grabbed them, and after the jade palms burst apart, the two disappeared. This scene also happened to Qian Tong and the middle-aged artifact refiner, as well as to Fei Zhitu and the others who were in a certain part of the ancient ruins. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single living person left in the entire ancient ruins. Somewhere about 10,000 kilometers away from Fallen Emperor Mountain, a figure strangely emerged and after shaking for a while, stood firm. It was naturally Yang Kai who had been expelled from the ancient ruins by the world principles. Almost at the same time as he appeared, figures appeared one after another around him. Everyone looked around, and after seeing each other's faces, Kai He shouted with joy, "Senior Fei, Senior Ning." Fei Zhitu raised his brow and showed a joyful look. "You also came out?" I don't know what happened, but we suddenly left the ancient ruins and arrived here." "Oh, where's Senior One?" Kai He suddenly discovered that the cultivator surnamed one had disappeared. Fei Zhitu and Ning Xianxia's faces both darkened as they sighed deeply. Seeing this scene, the others immediately understood that the cultivator surnamed one had probably died in the ancient ruins. "My old friend." Ning Xianxia also couldn't find any trace of the old woman and looked surprised. Kai He smiled bitterly. "That senior also fell." Ning Xianxia heard this and was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. "It's fate, it's fate." In this trip to the ancient ruins, 2 of the 4 origin returning realm masters had died, but the 4 saint kings had all safely escaped, including Lian Guang. However, after following Fei Zhitu and the others for so long, he had suffered great calamities again and again, so his expression was a bit sluggish. "Old Ghost Qian, you're quite lucky, you actually survived." Fei Zhitu looked at Qian Tong and coldly snorted. Qian Tong didn't answer, but anyone could see the self-blame in his eyes. Seeing this, Fei Zhitu no longer tried to provoke him. However, this time's escape was inexplicable. Yang Kai and the others had been staying in the palace without taking any action, so naturally it wasn't because of them. Thinking about it this way, it was obvious that Fei Zhitu and the others had triggered some kind of barrier, causing the entire ancient ruins to produce a repulsive force. Moreover, although Yang Kai was the only one present who had entered Lu Yen Sandfield, everyone had naturally heard about the situation inside Lu Yen Sandfield, including the jade hand condensed from world energy that appeared when the ancient ruins closed. The scene just now was exactly the same as when Lu Yen Sandfield closed. Was there some kind of connection between the two? Not only did Yang Kai frown, but the other origin returning realm masters also had similar thoughts. Perhaps only Kai He, Du Ci, and the others didn't understand the situation. Just as Qian Tong opened his mouth and was about to ask something, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the distance. In an instant, everyone lost their footing and their complexions changed drastically as they turned towards the source of the sound in horror. "Is that Fallen Emperor Mountain?" Du Ci called out. The source of the sound was indeed Fallen Emperor Mountain. Even from 10,000 kilometers away, everyone could vaguely see the outline of Fallen Emperor Mountain. At this moment, The rumbling sound was coming from inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, as if some kind of great change had occurred there. Being able to cause such a sound, it was easy to imagine how violent the situation was. Just a moment ago, everyone had come out of the ancient ruins, so could this sudden change be related to what had just happened? Chapter 1358. While everyone was still in shock, a violent and terrifying change occurred at Fallen Emperor Mountain 10,000 kilometers away. All the world energy within 100,000 kilometers began to madly gather towards this place. The cultivators who stayed inside Fallen Emperor Mountain to cultivate were all shocked and quickly used their movement skills to escape, but it was obviously too late to escape now. Just as these people began to move, an unimaginable emperor pressure descended from the sky. This emperor pressure was so strong that it was no worse than the one at the center of Fallen Emperor Mountain. This emperor pressure was everywhere, and everyone felt as if there was a pair of indifferent eyes staring down at them. Under the gaze of this pair of eyes, they felt as small as ants and their movements stiffened, not even having the strength to move a finger. Fortunately, this emperor pressure came and went quickly. When the cultivators discovered that they had regained their freedom and wanted to move again, they were shocked to find that the surrounding world energy had condensed into a mass of world energy that was visible to the naked eye and colorful. At this moment, the entire Fallen Emperor Mountain seemed to be filled with countless bubbles. Each of those bubbles contained energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. Violent rumbling sounds came from under their feet as the ground cracked open one after another like a spider's fangs. It was terrifying to the extreme. Many of the warriors who were caught off guard fell into these fissures and were mercilessly strangled by the strange forces. They didn't even have the chance to resist. In just a dozen breaths, the cultivators cultivating inside Fallen Emperor Mountain had been killed or injured, their cries echoing everywhere. Only those cultivators whose strength was not too high and who had stayed on the outskirts were lucky enough to escape this calamity. 10,000 kilometers away, Fei Ji2, Qian Tong, and the others were also pale. Although they were so far away that they could not see clearly, they could clearly feel the changes coming from Fallen Emperor Mountain. Exchanging a glance with each other, they could see the confusion and panic in each other's eyes. Before Qian Tong could ask what Fei Ji2 and the others had done to cause such a change to occur in Fallen Emperor Mountain, the abnormalities suddenly subsided and the continuous rumbling sound disappeared without a trace. However, the heavens and earth were filled with an extremely dangerous aura. Especially the calm before the storm, it was enough to make people panic. Spiritual chi was still silently gathering in that direction, and its speed was even faster and more terrifying than before. A moment later, a dazzling light burst out from somewhere inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, causing everyone to feel dizzy and unable to look directly at it. A heaven-destroying, earth-shattering feeling descended from the sky, causing everyone's face to go pale. When the light dissipated and everyone looked back, they could not help but be stunned. Above Fallen Emperor Mountain, a palace-like building had appeared at some unknown time. This palace-like building was simple in design and exuded a wild aura. Outside the palace-like structure, golden and silver runes flashed and flowed like fish. At this moment, this palace-like structure was slowly flying up into the sky. It did not seem to be moving very quickly, but from this palace-like structure, an unfathomable emperor pressure slowly spread out and enveloped almost all of Shadowed Star. This is... Ning Xianxia stared at the palace-like structure in a daze, suddenly seeming to think of something, his expression changing greatly as a complex mix of surprise, excitement, and uneasiness filled his face. The Emperor Garden! Fei Ji2 and Qian Tong exclaimed at the same time. When the several Saint King Realm Juniors heard them call this strange palace, their eyes couldn't help lighting up as they showed looks of disbelief. The same was true for Yang Kai. He had known for a long time that there were 3 restricted zones on Shadowed Star. The first was the Lu Yen sand field he had visited before. There was no need to mention the various dangers inside. Last time, over 10,000 elites from various great sects had entered, but less than half of them had come out alive. Almost half of them had died inside, and this was under the premise that the power of the Lu Yen Sandfield flame area had weakened. If the Lu Yen Sandfield had opened in the past, the probability of death would have been even higher. The second restricted zone was the Emperor Garden that Fei Ji2 and the others had called out. It was rumored that this was the private home of the great emperors of Star Field. This name alone was enough to scare people away. As for the third restricted zone, it was Serene Soul Island on Shadowed Star's limitless ocean. The first restricted zone had always existed on Shadowed Star and would open once every few hundred years. Every great force on Shadowed Star was quite familiar with it, and every time it opened, it would bring them countless benefits. As for the second restricted zone, the Emperor Garden, no one had ever entered it. It would occasionally appear for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. The cultivator on Shadowed Star had only heard of the existence of the Emperor Garden, and over the course of tens of thousands of years, some people had seen the Emperor Garden for a fleeting moment, but no ancient records had ever recorded anyone actually setting foot inside it. As for the third restricted zone, Serene Soul Island, no one had ever found it. It was rumored that those who had seen Serene Soul Island had all died, making it even more mysterious than the Emperor Garden. At this moment, Fei Ji2 and Qian Tong actually called out the words Emperor Garden, so how could Yang Kai not be surprised? Calming his mind, he respectfully asked, "Two seniors, is this the legendary private home of the great emperors of Star Field?" Fei Ji2's eyes narrowed into slits as they occasionally flashed, gently nodding, "It should be. Although this city lord has never seen it before, it is exactly the same as the ancient records in the palace, but what?" The several Saint King Realm juniors turned to look at him. "It's just slightly different," Qian Tong frowned. "What's the difference?" Qian Tong pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "It doesn't matter if I tell you. Since the Emperor Garden has appeared at this time, even if this old master doesn't say anything, this news will definitely spread quickly. You should also have heard some rumors about the Emperor Garden. It has always been a flash in the pan, quickly disappearing without a trace. More than 1,000 years ago, a senior of my Shadow Moon Hall was fortunate enough to witness the appearance of the Emperor Garden, which is why there are records of it in the palace. The last time the Emperor Garden appeared, it didn't cause such a commotion, appearing silently and then disappearing without alerting too many people, but now, I'm afraid half of Shadowed Star will be able to see it," Qian Tong said with a wry smile. "Not only that, the Emperor Gardens that have appeared before have always been illusory, like a mirage, visible to the naked eye but incorporeal. But this time," Fei Ji2 said, his brow furrowed in worry, as if he was worried about something. There was no need for him to remind them, as everyone could clearly see that the Emperor Garden that had appeared this time was real, not a mirage. If they could fly to the Emperor Garden, perhaps they would have a chance to enter it. Could the ancient ruins we just entered be the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai's brow flashed as he speculated. Qian Tong and Fei Ji2 did not answer, but from the looks on their faces, it was clear they were thinking the same thing. After all, just as everyone was expelled from Fallen Emperor Mountain, the Emperor Garden slowly rose from that direction, so there was definitely some kind of connection between the two. If the ancient ruins they entered before were really the Emperor Garden, it would explain why there were so many extinct ancient treasures inside. The Emperor Garden's reputation was so resounding that it would be strange if there were not some good things inside. Thinking about how they had once entered the Emperor Garden and walked out alive, Kai-he, Du-si-si, and the others could not help trembling with excitement. Now that the Emperor Garden had appeared, they might have a chance to enter it again. As these people spoke, the Emperor Garden continued to slowly rise into the sky, but strangely, no matter how high it flew or how far it flew, everyone standing in place could still clearly see it, and it didn't seem to be shrinking in size at all. It was quite strange, but as it rose higher and higher, the Emperor pressure that enveloped the area was indeed weakening. When the Emperor Garden appears, the star territory is in chaos. I wonder if the ancient records are true or false. Fei Ji2 muttered to himself blankly. In any case, old Fei, you and this Chen should go and investigate first. If the Emperor Garden is really appearing this time, it may not be a good thing for us. Qian Tong said worriedly, Good, even if you didn't say anything, this city lord was also thinking the same thing. Fei Zhitu nodded. The two Third Order Origin returning realm masters reached an agreement, so Qian Tong immediately urged his juniors to return to Heavenly Fate City as soon as possible and not rush to join in on the fun. He then spoke a few words to Ning Xianxia and asked him to take care of them along the way before he and Fei Zhitu turned into streaks of light and flew off in the direction of the Emperor Garden. After they left, Ning Xianxia stood in place with a gloomy expression on his face for a while before sighing, "Let's go back." He also wanted to go to the Emperor Garden to take a look, but after perceiving the Emperor pressure emanating from it, he had no choice but to give up. After all, his strength was still too low. Perhaps before he could even approach the Emperor Garden, he would be crushed to dust by the Emperor pressure. Immediately, Ning Xianxia led the four Saint Kings and the middle-aged artifact refiner back towards Heavenly Fate City. Along the way, Yang Kai looked towards the Emperor Garden suspiciously. The more he looked, the more confused his expression became. He had seen a flying palace before, which was one of Meng Wuya's artifacts, the Heavenly Palace. If that was the case, then this Emperor Garden might also be an artifact, but it was of a much higher grade than Meng Wuya's Heavenly Palace. The owner of this artifact was undoubtedly one of the great emperors of Star Field, as the emperor pressure it exuded could not be faked. However, what confused Yang Kai was not this, but rather the feeling that this Emperor Garden seemed to be missing something. It was just a feeling, and as for what it was, he could not say. Yang Kai kept this thought to himself and did not try to inquire about it. After all, this matter was related to the Emperor Garden, so even if he asked someone to inquire about it, they would not be able to learn much. On the way back, Kai He and Du Si asked Ning Xianxia some questions and learned that after they separated, they had fought several battles with a number of puppets. The cultivator's surnamed one had died tragically at the hands of an astonishingly powerful puppet. Chapter 1359. Hearing this, Du Si glanced at Kai He gratefully. At that time, if it weren't for Kai He's quick reflexes and pulling her back, she would have definitely passed through the white space array gate with Ning Xianxia and the others. With her cultivation, going there would have been a disaster. One shouldn't underestimate Lian Guang's ability to return safely. After all, he was proficient in controlling puppets and could summon them to protect him in times of crisis. Du Si, on the other hand, did not have such ability. Although they also encountered a puppet at the black space array gate, overall, it was more daunting than dangerous, and they only had to deal with a single battle. After a few battles, Fei Zhitu and the others entered an extremely cold secret room. Inside this secret room, they found an ice crystal jade coffin. Inside this jade coffin, they could vaguely see a person lying inside, but before they could figure out who was lying inside, they accidentally triggered some kind of barrier. What happened next was clear to Yang Kai and the others. The world principles of the Emperor Garden had acted and expelled everyone, teleporting them to a place 10,000 kilometers away from fallen Emperor Mountain. Now, it seemed that the jade coffin was the source of this anomaly. Fei Zhitu and the others had triggered a barrier near the jade coffin, causing them to be expelled, and then the Emperor Garden appeared. As for who was inside the jade coffin, Ning Xianxia could not say, only that it should be a woman. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and fell into deep thought. He had been expelled by the world principles twice, and both times he had seen a jade hand, one that obviously belonged to a woman. Inside the ice crystal jade coffin in the Emperor Garden, there was also a woman without any vitality, but whether there was a connection or not, Yang Kai had no idea. Moreover, what kind of relationship there was between the flowing flame sand field and the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai was even more confused. Unable to figure it out, Yang Kai shook his head secretly. On top of that, many things about Shadowed Star were strange. There were no origin kings here, and even the highest grade of alchemist and artifact refiner was only origin grade low rank. It was as if there was some kind of mysterious force suppressing these people who had reached a bottleneck and were unable to break through. Yang Kai faintly felt that this star was not simple. After a few days of traveling safely, the group returned to Heavenly Fate City. Kai He, Du Si, and Lian Guang all said their goodbyes while Ning Xiangchen had a few words with Yang Kai before leaving. Knowing what Ning Xiangchen was thinking, and since Ning Xiangchen had taken good care of him along the way, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't be stingy. He immediately told Ning Xiangchen to visit Dragon Cave Mountain when he had time and that if he needed to repair an artifact, Ning Xiangchen could simply ask. Receiving this promise, Ning Xiangchen was overjoyed and thanked Yang Kai profusely before hurriedly leaving to make preparations. After all, in order to repair an artifact, he needed to collect some materials, and he couldn't ask Yang Kai to provide all of them. Standing outside Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai raised his head and stared at the sky. At this moment, the Emperor Garden seemed to have stabilized and was now suspended somewhere above Shadowed Star. Its size still did not seem to have changed, but the Emperor pressure it exuded had disappeared without a trace, obviously because it was too far away from the ground. Yang Kai did not know how Fei Zhitu and Qian Tong's investigation was going, but he estimated that for a long time to come, all the great forces on Shadowed Star would be stirring up a storm. After all, the appearance of the Emperor Garden was a matter of great importance, so no great force would not be tempted. When the time came, everyone would want to get a share of the pie, so there would definitely be some friction and contradictions. After observing the Emperor Garden for a while, Yang Kai's expression suddenly sank and became extremely ugly. He had not paid much attention to it before, but now that he was observing the Emperor Garden again, he discovered that it was actually hovering above Heavenly Fate City. In other words, it was hovering above Dragon Cave Mountain. This, Yang Kai almost couldn't help cursing out loud. With the Emperor Garden here, although Dragon Cave Mountain would be close to it, it would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. Masters from all the great forces on Shadowed Star were bound to come here to investigate. They would not dare to provoke Shadow Moon Hall, but Dragon Cave Mountain was different. Even with Qian Tong's protection, it would not be safe. With a gloomy expression, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while before stomping his foot and flying back towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Worrying about such things now was meaningless as he did not have the means to expel the Emperor Garden. What he needed to consider now was strengthening the defenses of Dragon Cave Mountain, lest it be targeted by crooks and honest people. While silently cursing the great emperors of Star Field, Yang Kai quickly rushed back. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, took out the token Yang Yen had given him, and poured his Saint Qi into it. In the next moment, a stream of light shot out from the token and into the mountain defending array. Suddenly, a straight passage appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he put away the token and stepped inside. After he entered, the passage disappeared again and Dragon Cave Mountain was once again shrouded in fog. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was actually happening. As soon as Yang Kai entered, several figures flew up to him. After seeing that it was Yang Kai, these people showed happy looks and cupped their fists. Yang Kai did not remember the names of these people, only that they were originally disciples of the Haiku family who had left the family to join Dragon Cave Mountain with Wu. When they first arrived, the strength of these people was uneven and their cultivations were quite low. However, with the help of Dragon Cave Mountain's amazing financial resources, everyone's cultivation had improved tremendously. Now, the leader of this group had reached the Saint King realm while the rest were all third-order saints. This kind of cultivation was naturally nothing in the outside world, but it was not something a small force like the Haiku family could cultivate in such a short time. "Sect Master, you've returned," the Saint King leader shouted in surprise, but there was also a trace of anxiety on his face. Yang Kai frowned and asked in amazement, "What Sect Master?" The leader grinned meaningfully and said, "Young lady said to call you Sect Master when we see you in the future. She said that since you're going to establish a sect in the future, it doesn't matter if we call you that now." Yang Kai was speechless. He really did have the idea of establishing a sect, but not to develop his own force, but to pave the way for his family and friends on Tongxian realm. Once he had the opportunity to bring them to Star Field's territory, they would definitely need a place to settle down. With the number of people he had gathered, it was already enough to form a sect. Yang Kai had never mentioned any of this before, but Wu Yi had been observant enough to notice. Yang Kai didn't have any intention of delving into this matter, simply looking at the leader and asking, "What happened while I was away? Why do you look so worried? Did the Xie family do something again?" Before he left, the Xie family had been targeting Dragon Cave Mountain, so Yang Kai thought that after he left, Dragon Cave Mountain had suffered some kind of loss and immediately became angry. Hearing this question, the leader of the cultivator quickly said, No, a trivial Xie family can't pose a threat to our Dragon Cave Mountain. After you left, they tried to probe us a few times, but no matter how many people they sent, they all died without a burial. After a few times, they learned their lesson and no longer dared to break into our spirit array. Then why do you look like this? It's... The cultivator stared at Yang Kai hesitantly, as if he found it difficult to speak. If you have something to say, then say it, no need to hesitate. Yang Kai's face sank. It's young lady Yang Inflammation. The cultivator grit his teeth and shouted. Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai's face changed. What happened to Yang Inflammation? I don't know. I just heard young lady say that young lady Yang Inflammation suddenly fell into a coma a few days ago. I don't know what happened, but young lady and Lady Qianyu are trying to find a way. The leader of the cultivators was just answering Yang Kai's question when Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. Even with his first order Saint King cultivation, he didn't notice how Yang Kai had disappeared, causing his heart to tremble as a look of admiration and envy appeared on his face. Hearing that something had happened to Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai didn't have the time to listen to this man's ramblings. Since coming to Shadowed Star, the number of friends he had made could be counted on one hand, and those he could confide in were even fewer. Yang Inflammation was one of them, and her weight in Yang Kai's heart was definitely the highest. Without her, Dragon Cave Mountain wouldn't have reached its current scale, and without her, Yang Kai wouldn't have so many artifacts. Dragon Cave Mountain's current development was largely due to Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai was also able to cultivate in peace without any worries thanks to Yang Inflammation. Thinking back, this mysterious woman was still refining Saint-grade artifacts in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining hall to earn Saint crystals. If it weren't for Yang Kai accidentally bringing her back, the two of them would have missed the opportunity to meet. As time passed, Yang Kai became more and more aware of the importance of Yang Inflammation, so now that he heard that something had happened to her, he naturally became anxious. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai quickly found where Yang Inflammation was located. It was none other than the loft where she lived. At this moment, Qianyu and Wu Yi were also here. One of them was holding a bowl of unknown medicine and delivering it to Yang Inflammation's mouth while the other was sitting cross-legged on the bed, constantly pouring her Saint Qi into Yang Inflammation's body, trying to wake her up. The two women's faces were filled with worry and anxiety. While they were at a loss, a figure suddenly appeared, causing Wu and Qianyu's expressions to change. Just as they were about to attack, however, they saw that it was actually Yang Kai, causing them to immediately look towards him with joy. Yang Kai didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with these two. Glancing over at Yang Inflammation, he found that she was pale and unconscious. Even in her sleep, it was as if she was experiencing some kind of nightmare, the expression on her pretty face filled with panic. The Saint Qi in her body was also fluctuating restlessly, as if she was on the verge of suffering from cultivation deviation, causing many to worry. Yang Kai quickly came over to the bed, picked up her hand, put his finger on her wrist, and began carefully examining it with his divine sense. A moment later, his brow furrowed and he let go of Yang Inflammation's wrist before asking, "What happened? When did this happen?" Wu Yi and Qianyu glanced at each other before the former replied, "Just 4 days ago, she was fine. I was helping her refine something when her complexion suddenly changed. She muttered something under her breath and fainted on the ground. I don't know what happened, but after I brought her back, she has been unconscious ever since. Even after taking a lot of the healing pills you left behind to restore her soul, she still hasn't recovered." Chapter 1360. 4 days ago? Yang Kai raised his brow. 4 days ago, wasn't there a great change in Fallen Emperor Mountain and the Emperor Garden appearing? Why had Yang Yan suddenly fainted at that time? What was the relationship between the two? After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai shook his head, feeling that his thoughts were a bit too inexplicable. Fallen Emperor Mountain and the Emperor Garden were both related to the great emperors of Star Field, so they had nothing to do with Yang Inflammation, so how could they be related? Yang Kai, what happened to her? Wu Yi asked worriedly, her pretty face filled with concern. I don't know. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Have Foreign Elder Chang and Foreign Elder Hao come to investigate? But the two foreign elders are also helpless about this. Should we send her to Medicine Pill Sect and let the people there take a look? Wu Yi bit her thin lip lightly and proposed. Although Medicine Pill Sect was famous on Shadowed Star for its alchemy skills, their understanding of medicine was also extraordinary. If they sent Yang Inflammation to them, perhaps they would be able to find some clues. Wu Yi had this idea before, but Yang Kai hadn't returned yet, so she couldn't make a decision. There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head, not to mention the delay. Even if we sent her there, we may not be able to invite an elder to act. Then what should we do? Wu Yi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Throughout Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was always in retreat, often going out for adventures. She was the one who got along best with Yang Inflammation, so now that she saw Yang Inflammation suffer such a disaster and was helpless to do anything about it, she was naturally anxious. Don't worry, I'll try to find the cause. Yang Kai comforted her and explained casually, I just checked her knowledge C and found that there's nothing wrong with her body, but since she's unconscious, something must have happened to her knowledge C. As long as I can break into her knowledge C and take a look, I'll be able to find the cause. Then be careful, don't hurt her. I understand. You can leave now. Yang Kai waved his hand. Wu Yi and Qian Yu glanced at each other before walking out with worried expressions. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation were left in the room. Glancing at Yang Inflammation, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, Yang Kai sighed slightly. He reached out and helped her up, sitting cross-legged facing him. Then he slowly pointed a finger and touched her smooth forehead. Immediately, Yang Kai closed his eyes, and his spiritual energy burst out, pouring into Yang Yan. At this moment, Yang Inflammation was in a comatose state, so her knowledge C was automatically sealed off. If he wanted to break into her knowledge C, he would have to break through her knowledge C's defenses. Doing so might cause some damage to Yang Inflammation, but Yang Kai was confident in his own methods, so he wasn't worried about this. After all, under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years, Yang Kai's soul cultivation had far surpassed his cultivation realm. In the next moment, Yang Kai's soul avatar broke free and directly arrived in front of a barrier. This barrier was Yang Inflammation's knowledge C's defenses. At a glance, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that Yang Inflammation's defenses would be so strong even in a coma. It was like the thick walls of an impregnable city, blocking in front of him and preventing him from taking a single step forward. Not only that, but the runes on the wall also flowed, making it look extremely difficult to deal with. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He found that he had underestimated Yang Inflammation's ability. Since meeting this woman, Yang Kai had never been able to guess her true cultivation and had never taken the initiative to ask. Previously, Yang Kai thought that she carried some kind of special artifact on her that prevented others from prying, but now it seemed that her cultivation realm was much higher than he had expected. Sure enough, she was an enigmatic woman. Yang Kai was not surprised and instead rejoiced. Looking at the thick barrier, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and in the next moment his divine sense burst out, forming a powerful soul attack that struck the barrier. The runes on the wall flickered, and Yang Kai's attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression became solemn and he couldn't help increasing the intensity of his attacks, bombarding the barrier. Throughout the process, Yang Kai was extremely careful. Not only did he have to ensure that his attacks were effective, but he also had to control his strength so that after breaking the barrier, Yang Inflammation would not be harmed. The difficulty of the process was not worth mentioning to outsiders. The runes on the wall constantly flickered, and strange runes flew out from the wall to meet Yang Kai's divine sense attacks and offset them. However, Yang Inflammation was in a comatose state after all, so even though this autonomously formed knowledge C defense was not weak, it could not withstand Yang Kai's continuous attacks. After an hour, Yang Kai finally tore a hole in the wall-like barrier. Seeing this, Yang Kai smiled happily and was about to rush into Yang Inflammation's knowledge C when suddenly 3 rays of light flew out from the hole. One was purple, one was white and flawless, and the last was as blue as the sky. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he instinctively perceived a great danger approaching. It seemed that if he did not withdraw his soul avatar, he would encounter a disaster in the next moment, so he hurriedly retreated. Fixing his eyes again, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little dumbfounded. The 3 rays of light turned out to be 3 artifacts of different shapes. The purple one was a dagger-like artifact that twisted and transformed into the shape of a fanged snake, constantly flicking its forked tongue at Yang Kai, giving it a ferocious appearance. The pure white item was a circle that seemed to be made of white jade. It was sometimes big and sometimes small, and there was a frightening restrictive force coming from it. The last one was a blue light, which was emitted by a seal-like artifact. This blue light swept over Yang Kai's soul avatar, giving him the illusion that he was a snowflake exposed to the scorching sun, as if he was about to melt. His spiritual energy was rapidly being melted away. Yang Kai's face paled. Although he had long known that Yang Yen was an artifact refiner and was extremely wealthy, he had not expected her knowledge C to also contain 3 powerful soul-type artifacts. Moreover, judging from the function of these 3 artifacts, they were obviously self-defensive. This was troublesome. Yang Kai's face became ugly. Although he had already torn apart Yang Yan's knowledge C defense, if he did not block the attack of these 3 soul-type artifacts, he would not be able to directly enter Yang Yan's knowledge C to see what was going on. Judging from the power of these 3 soul-type artifacts, it was not going to be easy to block them. If he really had to fight with these 3 artifacts, either he or Yang Yan would be injured. No matter what the result was, Yang Kai did not want to see it happen. His face sank as his soul avatar stopped in front of Yang Yan's knowledge C defense, not daring to act rashly. During this short delay, the hole in Yang Yan's knowledge C defense that had just been torn began to repair itself, and it would not take long for it to fully recover. At that time, all of Yang Kai's previous efforts would be in vain. Seeing the hole closing at an extremely fast speed, and the 3 soul-type artifacts glaring at him from the side, as if they would attack Yang Kai if he dared to move forward, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up and he suddenly thought of a way. A burst of spiritual energy burst out, mixed with Yang Kai's call, and quietly rushed into Yang Yan's knowledge C through the hole. Immediately, Yang Kai watched nervously. However, to his disappointment, Yang Yan's knowledge C defense was still repairing itself, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely restored. Yang Yan did not seem to hear the call at all. Just as Yang Kai let out a long sigh and was about to give up on this operation, a crack suddenly appeared in the knowledge C's defensive wall and the 3 artifacts flew back through it with a swish. Yang Kai stood in place and watched for a while, but was surprised to find that the crack did not seem to be closing again. Immediately overjoyed, his figure flickered and he rushed into Yang Yan's knowledge C through the crack. Yang Yan had really heard his call. That was why he had voluntarily opened his knowledge C defense and let Yang Kai in. Just now, Yang Kai had just given it a try and hadn't expected it to really succeed. It seemed that Yang Yan wasn't completely unconscious at the moment. It was just that her soul was immersed in her knowledge C and had no reaction to the outside world. After entering Yang Yan's knowledge C, Yang Kai stood midair and looked around, a trace of surprise appearing on his face. Because he found that the situation in Yang Yan's knowledge C was very similar to his own. The tumbling seawater below was also like a flame, extremely hot, and even the sky was red. Standing here, it was as if he was in a land of fire. Conflagrated knowledge C. Last time, Yang Kai brought back 9 Lu Yen flying fires from the Lu Yen desert and gave a few to Yang Yan. Lu Yen flying fires were good things that could mutate a cultivator's knowledge C. At that time, after Yang Kai gave her some, He did not ask whether she had succeeded or not. Now, it seemed that Yang Yan had succeeded. Not only that, her conflagrated knowledge was not far from his own. Even if its power was slightly lacking, it was only a matter of time. After all, Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge was born much earlier than Yang Yan's. In the tumbling flame-like knowledge there were bubbles floating peacefully above it. These bubbles contained some inexplicable things. These things were Yang Yan's life experiences, memories, and things she had learned. Yang Kai naturally would not be bored enough to pry into Yang Yan's memories, but many of these bubbles exuded a special charm that surprised him greatly. His own sea of consciousness didn't have such an unfathomable charm. Shaking his head, Yang Kai suppressed this suspicion in his heart and looked up at a certain place in the sky. Immediately, his expression changed and he quickly approached that place. Somewhere above his knowledge a figure was curled up into a ball, arms wrapped around her knees, long hair reaching her hips, and wrapped in a layer of inexplicable transparent energy. Yang Yan's soul avatar. At this moment, she was like a baby in her mother's belly, looking a little fragile. Her eyes were closed, and her eyelashes were trembling. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai inexplicably felt a trace of pity, causing him to frown. Although Yang Yan's soul avatar was completely naked at this moment, and every part of her body was exposed to Yang Kai's eyes, he could not produce any evil thoughts. There was only one thought in his mind: to get her out of here and wake her up. Chapter 1361. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Yan slowly opened her beautiful eyes and glanced at him through the transparent energy barrier. As their four eyes met, Yang Kai's face filled with surprise. Because at this moment he was shocked to discover that the look in Yang Yan's eyes was somewhat unfamiliar, causing him to involuntarily feel a sense of inferiority, as if he was nothing more than an ant in front of her. But when he looked at her carefully, Yang Yan returned to normal, as if everything just now was just an illusion. After Yang Yan glanced at him, she closed her beautiful eyes again, as if she was distracted. Yang Kai tried to call out to her several times but got no response. At this moment, the knowledge below began to tumble and an orange bubble suddenly emerged from it. The bubble slowly rose and arrived in front of Yang Yan before bursting. As the bubble burst, a kind of energy that Yang Kai could barely detect poured into Yang Yan's soul avatar. The next moment, Yang Yan's expression became extremely painful, as if she was experiencing some kind of ordeal. Her brow furrowed as her tender body trembled and her arms hugged her body tighter. Yang Kai's heart clenched as his expression became gloomy. He didn't understand what was happening to Yang Yan, but at this moment he finally understood that the reason why Yang Yan was like this was completely related to the bubbles in her knowledge sea. Weren't these bubbles wrapped in Yang Yan's life experiences and memories? How could they make her feel so uncomfortable? Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered something. Yang Yan had once told him about her knowledge of artifact refining and spirit arrays. There was no one to teach her, so she had inexplicably comprehended everything on her own. Moreover, as she studied spirit arrays and artifact refining, her understanding of them would become more and more profound. Could it be that what was sealed in these bubbles was the knowledge that Yang Yan hadn't mastered yet? But where did these things come from? Why were they stored in her knowledge sea? Why did she have to comprehend them at this critical moment? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Yang Inflammation's current situation was like a person receiving too much unknown information. He couldn't digest it immediately. He could only accept it passively and seal his soul avatar in his knowledge sea to protect himself. Although these were just Yang Kai's guesses, they were not far from the truth. That was the case. Yang Kai couldn't help, unless he took away the knowledge sealed in those bubbles, to share some of the burden with Yang Inflammation. However, this was Yang Inflammation's wealth after all. Without her permission, Yang Kai could not do this. He was really going to do that. That would be seizing by force. Although the Yang Inflammation was a little painful now, as long as she could endure this period of time, her gains would be unimaginable. After understanding this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had found the root of the problem and it was not what Yang Kai had imagined, he was naturally no longer worried. However, he was not in a hurry to go out for the time being. He could stay here to protect Yang Inflammation, in case something unexpected happened and he couldn't rescue her in time. After making up his mind, Yang Kai whispered a few words to Yang Inflammation, telling her his plan. Immediately, his figure flashed and he hid in the distance, sitting cross-legged in midair, staring at Yang Inflammation's movements. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but it seemed that because he stayed here, Yang Inflammation was encouraged. In the following time, the bubbles in her knowledge sea emerged one after another, constantly rising to Yang Inflammation's side and bursting, pouring all kinds of sealed information into her body. Although Yang Inflammation's expression was still painful, her reaction was much better than before. As time passed and the bubbles decreased, Yang Inflammation's expression gradually calmed down. In the blink of an eye, about half a month had passed. During this period, Yang Kai did not leave, not even closing his eyes, paying attention to Yang Inflammation's movements all the time. Finally, the last bubble in her knowledge sea rose and burst, and the sealed information was quickly absorbed by Yang Inflammation. At this time, the layer of energy membrane outside Yang Inflammation's body also burst, and Yang Inflammation, with her eyes closed, slowly straightened her delicate body, one hand around her chest, the other between her beautiful legs, her body slightly leaned back, and her long hair fluttered in the wind, exaggeratedly spreading out. The whole knowledge sea at this moment suddenly returned to calm. Yang Kai stared at this beautiful scene, making him feel that Yang Inflammation was like a goddess, awe-inspiring and inviolable. For a long time, Yang Inflammation's head and face had been wrapped in a black robe, and even if Yang Kai wanted to see her true appearance, it was not easy, but he had not expected this woman to be so charming. If she dressed better, it was likely countless men would go crazy for her. Just as Yang Kai was staring at her, Yang Inflammation's soul avatar suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Not only that, but there was also an aura that caused Yang Kai to pale. This aura caused him to tremble uncontrollably. Emperor pressure. Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant. He had felt this aura in Fallen Emperor Mountain before, so it was naturally impossible for him to be mistaken. This emperor pressure appeared strangely and disappeared quickly. When the light dissipated and Yang Kai looked around again, Yang Inflammation's soul avatar had transformed into a black robe that covered her head and face. Her beautiful eyes glanced towards Yang Kai, a look of embarrassment appearing on her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned slightly, stood up, and quickly flew over to her. When he arrived, he looked her up and down a few times, a strange look appearing on his face. Yang Inflammation was still the same Yang Inflammation, and it seemed that she had not changed much, but everything he saw just now made Yang Kai suspicious. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai was silent for a long time before asking. I'm fine." Yang Inflammation brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled at Yang Kai. This smile was full of confidence. This was a smile Yang Kai had never seen before. In the past, Yang Inflammation was as timid as a mouse, only showing this kind of confidence when it came to artifact refining or arranging spirit arrays. "I've made you worry this time," Yang Inflammation whispered gratefully. "It's good that you're fine. Wu Yi and Qian Yu were both very worried about you, but since you're fine now, you can leave. You go out first, I want to stay here for a while. There are some things I need to sort out." Yang Inflammation bit her red lips lightly. Yang Kai looked at her and nodded. "Very well, once you've sorted out everything, come out." After saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from Yang Inflammation's knowledge sea. After seeing Yang Kai, a complicated look suddenly appeared on Yang Yan's face. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking as her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. After a while, she sighed softly, sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began feeling the endless information in her mind. Inside the loft, Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced at Yang Inflammation sitting cross-legged in front of him. He found that her complexion had indeed become much rosier and her breathing had become much more stable. Immediately, he understood that she was indeed fine, but her soul avatar was still immersed in her knowledge sea and was unwilling to wake up for the time being. No matter what happened to her or what she obtained, Yang Kai was too lazy to ask. For him, yang inflammation was yang inflammation, so long as she was willing to tell him, he would certainly not hide anything. Carefully placing her on the bed and tucking in the bedding, Yang Kai walked out. Outside the door, Wu Yi and Qian Yu were still waiting anxiously. Yang Kai had been away for half a month now, during which there had been no news at all, so they were naturally anxious. Neither of them dared to disturb him at will, so their anxiety was palpable. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two women were overjoyed, and after seeing Yang Kai, Wu Yi hurriedly asked, "How is she?" "She's fine, don't worry, she'll probably wake up in a few days." Hearing Yang Kai say this, Wu Yi and Qian Yu couldn't help looking happy, patting their chests as they breathed a sigh of relief. Let's not talk about yang inflammation for now. Has Dragon Cave Mountain been affected in any way by the appearance of the Emperor Garden? You also know about the Emperor Garden? Wu Yi showed a hint of surprise. After all, the Emperor Garden had only appeared recently, and during this time, Yang Kai had been accompanying yang inflammation, so it was reasonable for him to learn about it so quickly. The reason Wu Yi knew about the Emperor Garden was because news had come from Shadow Moon Hall. But soon, Wu Yi sorted out her thoughts and replied, "There are more unfamiliar faces appearing nearby, and the number of cultivators in Heavenly Fate City has also skyrocketed, but for now, it doesn't have much of an impact on Dragon Cave Mountain, but if this continues, it's hard to say." Yang Kai nodded lightly. What Wu Yi said was exactly what he was worried about. As luck would have it, the Emperor Garden had been floating above Dragon Cave Mountain since its appearance, and after only 10 days or so, it had already attracted so many foreign cultivators to observe and inquire about it. As time passed, more and more masters would definitely come, and when that time came, all kinds of fish and dragons would mix together, making it impossible to say what would happen. Elder Qian sent you a message a few days ago. Do you want to take a look? Wu Yi suddenly remembered something. Where is it? Yang Kai looked at her. Wu Yi immediately took out a letter from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai accepted it, but after opening it, he found that there was nothing written on it. However, he wasn't surprised and simply released his divine sense to scan it. A short time later, Yang Kai finished reading the letter. The news from Qian Tong was very simple. There were only two things. The first was that the internal strife in Shadow Moon Hall had been quelled. This wasn't difficult to imagine. Since the other party had chosen to take action after Qian Tong had disappeared for half a year, it was obvious they were afraid of him. Now that Qian Tong had returned safely and brought back an artifact refiner who was very likely to break through to the origin grade, it was only natural that Shadow Moon Hall had taken the initiative to nip the internal strife in the bud. What's more, now that the Emperor Garden had appeared, the people in Shadow Moon Hall didn't want to continue fighting, so with the Hall Master's words, this struggle had come to an end. At that time, it was inevitable that some people would be punished as an example to others. With the internal strife coming to an end, Qian Tong finally told Yang Kai that Shadow Moon Hall would no longer intervene in the grievances between Dragon Cave Mountain and the Xie family. Qian Tong also restored the trade relationship between Dragon Cave Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall and took the initiative to lower the price of materials by 10%. Chapter 1362. Seeing this, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Qian Tong really knew how to conduct himself. Yang Kai had risked his life to rescue him and had finally reaped some rewards. Without even mentioning the grievances with the Xie family, Shadow Moon Hall had already given up a significant portion of the 10% price of the materials they had obtained. Judging from the speed at which Dragon Cave Mountain purchased these materials and the huge demand for them, Yang Kai would be able to save a lot of Saint Crystals over the next year. The second matter was related to the Emperor Garden. On that day, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too teamed up to investigate the Emperor Garden, and although they were forced back by the Emperor pressure before they could even approach it, they were able to confirm one thing. The Emperor Garden had truly reappeared, unlike before when it had only appeared once before. This time, It had truly appeared in front of all the cultivators on Shadowed Star in a shocking manner. Moreover, after so many days, many Origin returning realm masters had gone to investigate the situation, but none of them had been able to approach the Emperor Garden. As for how to enter it, no one knew. As the host of this event, Shadow Moon Hall had sent out invitations to all the leaders of the various great forces on Shadowed Star to come to its headquarters to discuss how to enter the Emperor Garden. Qian Tong told Yang Kai that in the near future, many masters from all over the world would be rushing to Heavenly Fate City, many of whom were Third-Order Origin returning realm masters. Although this was just a piece of news, Qian Tong's meaning was obvious. He wanted Yang Kai to remain calm during this time and not cause any trouble. The implication was that even his grievances with the Xie family should be put aside for the time being lest he accidentally provoke someone. Seeing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a faint smile. In fact, even without Qian Tong's reminder, Yang Kai would have behaved himself. This period of time was not suitable for him to take any action, and Yang Kai still had many things to deal with, so he could take this opportunity to completely seal off Dragon Cave Mountain and cultivate for a while. It wouldn't be too late to make other plans after the matter of the Emperor Garden was resolved. At that time, if the other masters found a way to enter the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would naturally take a share of the loot. Without mentioning anything else, Yang Kai was determined to obtain the life-revitalizing jade cream that he didn't know where it was hidden. There was also the ice attribute world spirit. If the Phoenix Empress inheritance could swallow it, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul would definitely grow stronger. Once he found Su Yan and passed this inheritance to her, Su Yan would obtain even greater benefits. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai used his demonic flame to burn the letter sent by Qian Tong before immediately exhorting Wu and Qian Yu to take good care of Yang Inflammation and handing over his damaged purple shield to the two women so they could tell Yang Inflammation had been repaired before returning to his cave mansion alone. Yang Kai first went to take a look at the red candle fruit he had been cultivating in his cave mansion and found that over the past few years, under the nourishment of the red candle stalk and the rich world energy aura, the piece of red candle fruit did not show any signs of withering, nor did it show any signs of losing its medicinal efficacies. At that time, in Lu Yan's desert, choosing to snatch back this red candle stalk had been the right choice. Yang Kai did not know how the other great forces had preserved the red candle fruit, but even if they had done so, the medicinal efficacies had likely already begun to fade, unlike his own. This was a good thing. If refined into a pill, it could help a cultivator break through the third-order origin returning realm bottleneck and break through to the origin king realm. Although Yang Kai had no use for it now, there would be a day when it would be useful. The 10,000-year incense drifting in the cave mansion was extremely light, but it had the miraculous effect of refreshing one's mind and calming one's qi, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree was constantly emitting an indescribable charm that helped one comprehend the mysteries of secret skills and secret skills. This small cave mansion contained countless treasures that would make one's eyes go red with envy. After inspecting these supreme treasures, Yang Kai returned to his usual retreat and sat down cross-legged to organize his thoughts. No matter what, improving his strength was the most important thing right now. If those masters had really figured out a way to enter the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would need to have a strong enough backing to enter and compete with the various masters of Shadowed Star. There was no hope for him to break through to the origin returning realm in a short period of time, but there were many other ways to improve his strength. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression became firm as he waved his hand and collected all the treasures he had collected during this trip. Yang Kai's harvest this time was not many, but each of them was of immeasurable value. Not to mention the long-extinct life-revitalizing jade cream, the spectral cloud array's array plate alone was a powerful weapon. Yang Kai originally had 2 artifacts, but during this trip, one had self-destructed and the other had been damaged, so he was currently lacking some replacements, so this array plate had appeared at just the right time. As long as Yang Kai refined this array plate, it would not take long for him to greatly increase his strength. There was also that incredibly heavy black stick. Yang Kai had never been able to figure out what material it was made of, but its weight was simply unimaginable. It did not need to possess any kind of power, Just its unimaginable weight alone was enough to make it unstoppable as long as someone could wield it. This was what it meant to be strong enough to defeat 10. However, Yang Kai helplessly discovered that even with his own strength, he could not use this stick as a weapon, causing him to sigh helplessly. 3 things, no more no less. However, Yang Kai had more than just these 3 things to deal with. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned the Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace. Immediately, the artifact spirit's cry rang out and a strange 10-meter-long bird appeared in the cave mansion. The artifact spirit's figure flickered and landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, where it began combing its feathers with its long beak. Yang Kai glanced at it and smiled before immediately communicating with it with his divine sense. A moment later, the firebird tilted its head and looked at the special ring on Yang Kai's hand, a dignified and excited look flashing across its eyes. There was also some hesitation and fear. It was extremely human-like. If you don't want it, then go back and continue to help me refine the dragon bone and dragon bead. Yang Kai smiled slightly. As soon as these words fell, the artifact spirit transformed into a mass of flames and rushed directly towards the ring. Yang Kai raised his brow and under his divine sense, a suction force emerged from the ring and sucked in the artifact spirit. Sure enough, the artifact spirit could not resist the temptation of Yang Kai's proposal. Seeing this, Yang Kai was very satisfied. A moment later, the ring flashed and Yang Kai released the artifact spirit again. However, at this moment, the artifact spirit's body was slightly different from before, because inside its fiery red body, there was a crimson light that slithered about like a spirit snake. The artifact spirit let out a sharp cry as its body burned fiercely, seemingly struggling to assimilate this crimson light. Sun's true fire. Yang Kai's ring only contained 2 things. One was the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal and the other was the sun's true essence. Last time, the artifact spirit had swallowed and refined a trace of the sun's true fire and obtained great benefits and growth, but when it fought with the ice attribute world spirit in the Emperor Garden, it was still not its opponent, showing just how ferocious and difficult this ice attribute world spirit was. Since Yang Kai wanted to obtain this ice attribute world spirit, naturally he intended to improve the strength and power of the artifact spirit, and swallowing and refining the sun's true fire was the most effective and fastest way to do so. Of course, there was also a certain amount of danger involved, so Yang Kai had to consult the artifact spirit first. The artifact spirit did not fail to live up to his expectations. Its desire for the sun's true fire exceeded its fear of it, and it took the initiative to dive into the ring and absorb a trace of the sun's true fire. After all, having experienced this before, the artifact spirit's performance this time was much better than last time in the corpse cave. Although it seemed that under the impact of the sun's true fire, its form had become somewhat unstable and its fire attribute aura fluctuations were somewhat chaotic, it did not fall unconscious directly. Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand towards the artifact refining furnace, summoning the artifact spirit back into it and beginning to assimilate the sun's true fire. Yang Kai believed that it would not be long before the artifact spirit reappeared and became even stronger than before. After dealing with the artifact spirit, Yang Kai put away the artifact refining furnace before reaching out and picking up the spectral cloud array plate and examining it carefully. When Yang Kai obtained this array plate, he didn't have time to examine it carefully. He only learned from Kai He and Du Cc that this thing was extremely valuable and had long been lost. Now that he observed it carefully, Yang Kai found that this array plate was made of neither metal nor wood. It looked like a wooden plate, but it was actually quite heavy. It was about the size of a palm and had many patterns of white clouds on its back. If one stared at it carefully, they would feel as if they had fallen into a sea of clouds and were unable to escape. Yang Kai's heart clenched and he quickly withdrew his gaze, held it in his palm, closed his eyes, and began refining it with his Saint Chi and divine sense. This array plate was refined by an artifact array master and was similar to an artifact, so refining it was naturally the same as refining an artifact. What's more, it didn't take much effort to completely refine it, making it extremely convenient. Time passed by and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Yang Kai had been refining this array plate, and now that he had finally succeeded and absorbed it into his body, as long as he could comprehend the mysteries of the spectral cloud array, he would be able to arrange a large spirit array at any time. Having obtained this unique treasure, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had finally made up for the shortcomings of the 100 Mountains picture's self-destruction. On top of that, the power this array plate could display was definitely much greater than the 100 Mountains pictures. At that moment, Yang Kai opened his eyes and found that Yang Yen had at some unknown time been sitting in front of him, staring blankly at the pitch-black stick that was only about a foot long on the ground. Although she was still shrouded in her black robe, Yang Kai noticed that her expression was a bit strange, as if she was thinking about something. "When did you get here?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Although Yang Yen also had the restriction token of the cave mansion, he hadn't noticed her arrival at all, which was somewhat inconceivable. "A few days ago. Seeing that you were refining this array plate, I didn't want to disturb you." Yang Yen replied casually, a pleasant expression on her face as she pointed to the black stick on the ground and asked, "Did you bring this heaven-shaking pillar back from the Emperor Garden?" "Heaven-shaking pillar?" Yang Kai raised his brow, immediately seeming to remember something as he stared at her in surprise. "Do you recognize the text on it?" Chapter 1363. There were 3 ancient characters on this black stick that Yang Kai didn't recognize at all, but now that he heard Yang Yen mention the heaven-shaking pillar, he immediately made the connection. Yang Yen glanced over at him and lightly snorted, saying nonchalantly, "What's so strange about you recognizing it? Does that mean the array plate you refined before was also taken from the Emperor Garden?" Yang Kai nodded subconsciously as he stared towards Yang Yen. Noticing the change in his gaze, Yang Yen chuckled lightly. "What's wrong? Did you think I would change?" "That's not it. It's just that although I knew you were knowledgeable and knew a lot, I didn't expect you to know these ancient characters as well. These aren't really ancient characters, they're from tens of thousands of years ago. It's just that Shadowed Star experienced a great change that caused these characters to be lost. This heaven-shaking pillar is a precious treasure. It's actually made entirely out of heavenly crystal profound iron." "Heavenly crystal profound iron?" Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although he was not proficient in artifact refining, he had still heard about precious artifact refining materials. Heavenly crystal profound iron was one of the most precious materials available, a top-grade Origin King-grade material. It was rumored that the weight of this material itself was immeasurable. A single piece the size of a palm could weigh 10,000 kilograms and was extremely sturdy. It was difficult for anything in the world to destroy it. When refining an artifact, adding a small amount of this material could increase the strength of an artifact, giving it a great advantage in a fight. However, Yang Yen actually said that this heaven-shaking pillar was made entirely out of heavenly crystal profound iron. This was simply too incredible. But if that was the case, it would explain why it had such a bizarre weight. It must have been very dangerous to obtain it, right? Yang Yen asked with concern. Yang Kai chuckled and briefly explained his battle with the puppet. After listening, Yang Yen gently nodded. "You made a good choice. Although that puppet was precious, it was still far inferior to this heaven-shaking pillar. Only that kind of puppet could wield such an artifact. Do you want it? I'll give it to you. It's useless to me. If you melt it down, you should be able to refine many artifacts." Yang Kai's brow twitched. Originally, he had chosen this giant black stick because of its material. "Melt it down?" Yang Yen spat disdainfully. "Why should I melt it down? I can't even refine such an artifact. There are many amazing spirit arrays engraved inside. It would be a waste to melt it down. If I can find the right person to use it, then..." "Who would be able to use it?" Yang Kai laughed. "Unless you can also refine a puppet like that one. Someone can afford it." Yang Yen smiled mysteriously. Yang Yan's not Yang Yen's est have etistis have the abilities as simply wasn't human have esestis. Yang's right, tis est, tis s Yang's. S Yang. There it is. Yang Yen pointed. Yang Kai looked in the direction she was pointing and saw the stone mongoose staring towards them. Seeing both Yang Kai and Yang Yen Yen staring at it, the stone mongoose no longer hid itself and used its hands and feet to rush over like a stone monkey, directly arriving in front of Yang Kai, its two eyes staring towards Yang Kai. Can the stone mongoose do it? Yang Kai frowned. You'll know once you try. Yang Yen Yen pursed her lips and smiled before pointing to the heaven-shaking pillar and calling out, "Xiao Xiao." Hearing the call, the stone mongoose glanced at Yang Yen Yen, then at Yang Kai, and after getting his permission, walked over to the foot-long heaven-shaking pillar and began walking around it. After a while, a look of joy and excitement flashed across the stone mongoose's eyes as it straightened its hunched back and patted its chest a few times before reaching out to grab the heaven-shaking pillar. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared unblinkingly. He clearly saw that the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar, which even he was helpless against, seemed to have become weightless. The stone mongoose, on the other hand, seemed to have obtained a novel toy as its eyes filled with joy and its big mouth split open. Holding the heaven-shaking pillar with both hands, it swung it about, creating a curtain of light. Asterisk hoo-hoo. Asterisk a fierce wind whistled and the world energy in the cave mansion instantly became chaotic. In the blink of an eye, a tornado formed where the stone mongoose was standing. In the next moment, the barriers in all directions flickered as if they were blocking an invisible attack. At the same time, Kai Yang also felt an invisible wind blade cutting into his body, emitting a chi-chi sound. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Back in the Emperor Garden, when the puppet swung its giant stick, it wasn't as smooth as the stone mongoose's. It was hard to believe that the tiny stone mongoose's body contained so much power. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that the stone puppet was not as simple as he had thought. It seemed that it could only be used as an artifact refiner to refine materials. It seemed that there was more to it than meets the eye. Last time in the corpse cave, the stone mongoose suddenly grew a lot bigger and swallowed the sun's true essence in one gulp, preserving it in its body for a long time. If it weren't for the stone mongoose, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to take the sun's true essence away. This little guy is really full of surprises. Alright. Yang Kai's eyes were full of smiles as he waved his hand at the stone mongoose. Go play outside. If you keep doing this, the barriers here will be destroyed and I'll have to repair them. It'll be very troublesome. The stone mongoose immediately stopped what it was doing and the tornado it had just formed suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, the stone mongoose opened its mouth and swallowed the heaven-shaking pillar into its stomach. Its figure flickered and disappeared into the ground. When Yang Kai sensed it again, it was already more than a dozen kilometers away. Perceiving the potential of the stone mongoose, Yang Kai was extremely excited. There was no other reason than the stone mongoose embryo in his black book space. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find a blood essence stone, otherwise, it would have been born. Over the years, this stone mongoose embryo had maintained its vitality and showed no signs of dying. This is your shield, be careful next time. Although I can repair it once or twice, if it's damaged so badly every time, I'm afraid it won't be able to repair itself after a few uses, Yang Kai said as he handed over a purple shield. Yang Kai wasn't worried about the shield, but seeing how even an origin-grade high-rank shield was so damaged, it was easy to imagine what kind of danger Yang Kai had encountered. What she was worried about was Yang Kai himself. Yang Kai knew this in his heart but didn't say anything, simply nodding his head and accepting the shield. Silently inspecting it, he found that it had become the same as before, flawless, so he happily put it away. Let me see your array plate again. Yang Kai stretched out her jade hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and took out the array plate and handed it to her. Yang Kai stared at the array plate for a while before tossing it back to Yang Kai. This is the Spectral Cloud Array's array plate. Its power isn't small. I'll tell you how to use this array plate so you can comprehend it yourself. That way, when you face an enemy in the future, you'll be able to maximize the power of this array plate. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Yang Kai was worthy of being called a spirit array master. With just a glance, She knew this was the spectral cloud array's array plate. If it were any other array master, it would have been impossible for them to recognize it so easily. Even if her tone was arrogant, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest doubt. Saying so, Yang Yen stretched out her finger, a white light swirling around her fingertip, and tapped it towards Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai didn't move and simply let her do as she pleased. A moment later, Yang Kai's body shook as he inexplicably felt a stream of information pour into his mind. After a brief examination, he found that it was indeed a description of the spectral cloud array, causing him to be overjoyed. Originally, he had been preparing to ask Yang Yen about this spirit array, but Yang Yen had taken the initiative to tell him, saving him a lot of effort. However, after using such a method, Yang Yan's face became slightly pale, seemingly having consumed a lot of energy. Good, take your time to comprehend it. Right now, the outside world is a mess with countless cultivators coming and going, and there is no lack of masters. Our Dragon Cave Mountain has also been closed according to your wishes, so you can take advantage of this time to attend to your own affairs. Right, I'll bring some things over in a few days, you can help me refine them. Got it. Yang Kai nodded gently. Seeing her turn to leave, he hesitated for a moment before suddenly shouting, Yang Yen. What's wrong? Don't you have something to tell me? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Not now, I'll tell you when the time is right. Yang Yen glared at him, her expression neither happy nor angry, twisted her waist, opened the barrier, and left. Looking in the direction she disappeared, Yang Kai smiled lightly. No matter what kind of changes had occurred to Yang Yen, she had no malicious intentions towards him. Just like before, she still treated him as a friend, which was something Yang Kai hoped to see. As for her secrets, Yang Kai didn't feel compelled to inquire about them. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it and began to comprehend the various mysteries of the spectral cloud array. In less than 2 hours, Yang Kai had already grasped the changes of this spirit array. All that was left was to improvise during battle. It was only at this moment that a trace of fear appeared in his heart. This spectral cloud array was one of the ancient spirit arrays. Just arranging it was extremely difficult and required one to refine the clouds in the sky. As an ancient spirit array, of course, it had more power than what Yang Kai had seen before. It was just that back in the Emperor Garden, no one was controlling the spirit array, so it could only display a tiny fraction of its power, allowing Yang Kai and the others to break it, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of it. Although with Yang Kai's spirit array attainments and strength, he couldn't display the full power of this spirit array, but it was enough to display 30% to 40% of its power. With the help of this spirit array, his strength would soar. As long as he didn't face masters like Qian Tong or Fei Jitu, Yang Kai estimated that he would have no problem dealing with them. Of course, if he wanted to kill his enemy, it would depend on their strength and means. Under normal circumstances, even a second-order origin returning realm master would die if they fell into this spirit array. Chapter 1364. After dealing with the matter of the array plate, Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle in front of him. The thing inside this jade bottle was none other than the life-revitalizing jade cream he had obtained in the Emperor Garden. However, Yang Kai guessed that this was diluted life-revitalizing jade cream. In order to verify his guess, Yang Kai opened the jade bottle and took a sip without hesitation. If anyone else saw Yang Kai doing this, they would likely curse him for being such a wastrel. Life-revitalizing jade cream could extend a cultivator's lifespan and enhance their vitality. It had the magical effect of rejuvenating withered trees and was extremely attractive to origin-returning realm masters who did not have much longer to live. With just a small sip, they could extend their lifespan by 100 years. Yang Kai's single sip was equivalent to 100 years of someone else's lifespan, a complete waste of heaven's gift. The moment this life-revitalizing jade cream entered Yang Kai's mouth, there was even a hint of sweetness, like a mountain stream. After this life-revitalizing jade cream entered Yang Kai's stomach, it immediately transformed into a pure energy that flowed through his limbs and bones. Yang Kai silently felt the changes in his body and a look of joy appeared on his face. He found that his vitality was increasing at a crazy rate and the blood in his body was showing signs of boiling. Soon, this massive amount of vitality reached a limit and there was no place for the excess to be released, causing Yang Kai's face to flush red, as if he would explode at any moment. However, Yang Kai did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he silently circulated his secret art and Saint Qi, guiding the seemingly exploding vitality to a certain point in his body. As his vitality gathered, the blood flowing through his body also seemed to be drawn in, and all kinds of essences began to separate from his blood and converge to this place. Time passed slowly, and after half an hour or so, Yang Kai suddenly heard a soft ticking sound from the depths of his soul. Raising his brow, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate and his expression immediately changed to one of pleasant surprise. He found that there was an extra drop of golden blood in his body. It wasn't blood that flowed through his body, but pure golden blood, blood that could be refined into golden blood threads. There wasn't much of this golden blood left in Yang Kai's body. When he first arrived on Shadowed Star, he had more than 90 drops of it, but over the years, after using it in battle and distributing it to the divine tree, the amount of golden blood he had decreased by about half. Since Yang Kai learned that his golden blood was of great use to the divine tree, he had been giving it a drop every few months. The long-term consumption of golden blood was not small. Now that he had cultivated the golden blood thread secret technique, each drop of golden blood could only produce a single golden thread. Even if Yang Kai refined all of his golden blood into golden threads, he would only be able to produce a few dozen, a far cry from his grand plan. Although Yang Kai's golden blood could be replenished through hard work, the birth of each drop of golden blood took him 3 months of hard work. This was something he had verified a long time ago. Yang Kai had never imagined that this life-revitalizing jade cream could actually allow him to produce new golden blood. This wasn't difficult to understand. After all, life-revitalizing jade cream, one of the 3 great divine waters, was used to enhance a cultivator's vitality, and this was the most important element for the birth of golden blood. Putting this pleasant surprise aside, Yang Kai continued to circulate his secret art and refine the effects of the life-revitalizing jade cream. After another half an hour, a second drop of golden blood appeared in his body. It wasn't until the 3rd drop of golden blood was formed that the effects of the life-revitalizing jade cream disappeared completely. A small sip of life-revitalizing jade cream could allow him to produce 3 drops of golden blood, so this bottle should be enough for him to accumulate at least 30 drops, right? This should be enough to make up for the consumption he had consumed over the years. Yang Kai was overjoyed and cheered himself up, drinking mouthful after mouthful of life-revitalizing jade cream, constantly refining its effects into his own golden blood. Yang Kai didn't feel that it was a pity at all. Life-revitalizing jade cream may be a life-saving medicine for masters who didn't have much time left, but for him, as long as it could promote the birth of his golden blood, it was of great use. Even so, Yang Kai was certain that the life-revitalizing jade cream he obtained was indeed a diluted product. The real life-revitalizing jade cream must have a more powerful effect, and it must be hidden somewhere in the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart began to heat up. If he could really enter the Emperor Garden and obtain this life-revitalizing jade cream, he wouldn't have to worry about the quantity of golden blood at all. At that time, replacing all the blood in his body with this pure golden blood would not be a dream. With the powerful vitality and restorative ability contained in this golden blood, even if he was injured, he would be able to recover at an extremely fast speed. In less than 2 days, the bottle of life-revitalizing jade cream was completely consumed. Yang Kai still wanted more, but he didn't insist, instead closing his eyes, holding the space spirit crystal in his hand, and beginning to absorb the energy contained within. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. During this half a year, Yang Kai had not taken a single step out of his cave mansion and had only done 3 things. The first was to cultivate the mysteries of Space Force by absorbing the energy contained within the Space Spirit Crystal, and the second was to refine the golden blood threads in his body. Now, he had several golden blood threads, and with his previous experience, Yang Kai was able to refine them much faster than before. The number of golden blood threads had increased, but their power hadn't, mainly because Yang Kai had only obtained the first half of Demon Blood Temple's secret techniques. As for how to combine more golden blood threads, it should be hidden in the second half. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though. As long as Demon Blood Temple still existed, he would always have a chance to deal with them. For now, he was refining more golden blood threads ahead of time just in case. The third was to speed up the fusion between the colored glass bead and the demon eye of annihilation. After Yang Kai refined the colored glass bead last time, it had transformed into a haze that wrapped around the demon eye of annihilation. Although the two had similar effects, the fusion process was quite slow. Now that he had some free time, Yang Kai naturally wanted to speed up this process. In addition to this, Yang Yen would occasionally bring him some strange things and have him pour his space force into them. These things came in all shapes and sizes, and Yang Kai didn't know what they were. Yang Kai had asked once, but Yang Yen just smiled and didn't answer, only telling him not to worry too much and to just pour his space force into them. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that no wonder Yang Yen had called him before and said he had something he needed his help with. Besides himself, no one else could help with this kind of thing. Occasionally, in his spare time, Yang Kai would refine some pills. After all, there were so many people on Dragon Cave Mountain and many of them needed pills to cultivate. If he only bought them from the outside, the price would be too expensive, so Yang Kai asked Wu to purchase some herbs for him to refine. This way, he could save some money and also improve his alchemy skills. Over the past 6 months, Yang Kai had refined a lot of pills, but none of them were too shocking. Basically, he had only refined ordinary pills. Occasionally, when he was in the mood, he would refine 1 or 2 spirit pills with pill veins. Yang Kai found that as his strength improved, his alchemy skills seemed to have improved as well. Now, refining origin grade mid-rank pills didn't seem difficult at all. Once he broke through to the origin returning realm, he would likely be able to try refining origin grade high-rank pills. The artifact spirit had also awakened a long time ago, and this was the second time it had awakened. After the first time, Yang Kai had it swallow a wisp of Sun's true fire. Counting the previous time, the artifact spirit had swallowed a total of 3 wisps of Sun's true fire. Now, the burning aura of the artifact spirit was more than twice as strong as when Yang Kai first obtained it. While Yang Kai was busy with his own matters, the artifact spirit would stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead for him, so there was no need for Yang Kai to waste any time. On this day, Yang Yen brought over a bunch of random things and asked Yang Kai to pour his space force into them one by one. Yang Kai had no complaints and did as she asked. During this time, Yang Yen told Yang Kai about the movements of the various great forces outside. Because Qian Tong would send people here from time to time to deliver news, Dragon Cave Mountain was well aware of the changes in the outside world. Shadow Moon Hall sent out invitations to the masters of the various great forces to discuss the Emperor Garden. After some discussion, a total of 53rd Order Origin returning realm masters were gathered to attempt to break into the Emperor Garden and find a way to enter. 50 people had gone, but by the time they returned, only half remained. The remaining half had all died. This happened 4 months ago, and when Yang Kai heard about it, he almost bit his tongue off. After some questioning, he learned that these 50 people had somehow triggered some kind of barrier and were unable to resist the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden. All of them were crushed to pieces by the jade hands formed from world energy. The remaining half who survived all relied on their own secret techniques or self-detonated artifacts to escape, otherwise, they would have all been wiped out. From then on, no one dared to approach the Emperor Garden without permission. Even a grand lineup of 53rd Order Origin returning realm masters was unable to do anything to the Emperor Garden, let alone others. However, none of the great forces left immediately and instead left behind some people to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements. Everyone speculated that perhaps the Emperor Garden had not yet opened. This speculation was not without reason, because the Lu Yen sand field was extremely dangerous before it opened. Anyone who entered it would die without a doubt, but after it opened, a Saint King Realm cultivator could enter it for life experience. It was impossible to verify who made this speculation, but most people agreed with it. These masters naturally did not have the time to stay here and wait for the Emperor Garden to open, as they all had their own matters to attend to, so how could they have so much free time? Naturally, they could only leave behind a group of people. And after that incident, the Shadow Moon Palace was in a terrible fix. They had invited the various great forces to investigate the Emperor Garden together out of good intentions, but more than 23rd Order Origin Realm Masters had died in the process. Almost every great force had suffered some losses, so naturally, Shadow Moon Hall was the one to blame. Shadow Moon Hall's good intentions had not been rewarded this time. If it was just one or two great forces blaming them, Shadow Moon Hall might not have cared, but if more than 20 great forces were involved, Shadow Moon Hall could only carefully deal with them. Chapter 1365. In fact, this kind of accusation was completely unreasonable. The people of Shadow Moon Hall knew this, and so did the people of the other great forces. But who told the Emperor Garden to be suspended above Shadow Moon Hall's territory? Everyone was afraid that Shadow Moon Hall was close to the Emperor Garden, but they couldn't say it out loud, so now that such a thing had happened, they naturally had to make a big deal out of it. After some bargaining and even quarreling, the great forces on Shadowed Star reached a consensus that even if the Emperor Garden opened, the masters of Shadow Moon Hall could not enter in advance. They had to wait for the other great forces to converge before making any plans, otherwise they would become public enemies. Although Shadow Moon Hall's current situation could not be described as treading on thin ice, it was not good either. After all, they had just experienced an internal crisis and were in urgent need of recuperation. Faced with such an unfair proposal, they could only agree. Today, Heavenly Fate City was almost overcrowded. The number of people left behind by the various great forces was huge, so the inns and hotels in Heavenly Fate City were full of people and business was booming. Even some of the surrounding small families had to be responsible for providing accommodations for these forces. The more people there were, the more conflicts there would be. After all, the great forces on Shadowed Star weren't very harmonious, and there was a lot of competition and grievances between them. Once they met, it was common for a few words to lead to a fight. Almost every day, a cultivator died. Shadow Moon Hall, as the host, naturally would not intervene in the grievances of these foreign forces. As long as they did not hinder their own interests, they would maintain a neutral stance. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai was injecting his space force into the strange objects as requested by Yang Yen while listening to her talk, interjecting from time to time to ask a few questions. Yang Yen also answered them one by one. While busy, Yang Yan's expression suddenly changed and she took out a communication artifact from her space ring. Releasing her divine sense, she immediately shot a strange look towards Yang Kai with an ambiguous expression. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Someone is looking for you." Yang Yen smiled and said meaningfully, "An old acquaintance of yours." "An old acquaintance?" Yang Kai's face went black. He didn't know many people on Shadowed Star, and there were even fewer who he could make friends with. Yang Yen calling him an old acquaintance had stumped him, and for a while, he couldn't remember who it was that had come looking for him. Moreover, when she said, "old acquaintance," there was obviously a strange meaning to it. "Who?" Yang Kai's Yang. "Dai Yuan." Yang Yan's Yang Yen replied. "She." Yang Kai frowned. If it had been someone else, he could have simply declared that he wasn't on Dragon Cave Mountain and refused to meet them, but since it was Dai Yuan, doing so would be somewhat inappropriate. In any case, she had given him a colored glass bead and he had obtained a lot of benefits from it. Moreover, the stone puppet had dug out a passage into the 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain last time. Yang Kai didn't know if Colored Glass Sect had discovered this after the incident, but perhaps he could ask her about it. Considering all this, Yang Kai stood up and said, "I'll go take a look." Saying so, Yang Kai walked out. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, took out his token, and poured his Saint Chi into it. A beam of light shot out from the token, and the spirit array that sealed Dragon Cave Mountain immediately opened a path to the outside. Before Yang Kai could even take a step though, he heard a burst of noise coming from outside and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Could it be that Dai Yuan had more than one person within Xiang? But when he heard what the people outside were saying, Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking as he quickened his pace. At this moment, outside Dragon Cave Mountain Spirit Array, Dai Yuan was standing there. If one only looked at her back, they would think she was a peerless beauty. Her graceful figure seemed to exude a kind of magical power that could pull one's soul deeper and deeper, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves. But if one were to look at her from the front, no one would be able to associate her with the word beauty. Dai Yuan was still the same as before. Her face was black and yellow, and her face was filled with wrinkles. Her appearance was ugly, but she didn't bother to cover it up. Instead, she openly showed her face without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Next to her, a group of more than a dozen uniformed cultivators with varying cultivation realms were staring at her. Many of them unscrupulously showed looks of disgust as they pointed at her and whispered amongst themselves. Among the crowd, several women raised their chins slightly, putting on an air of superiority. None of them were particularly beautiful, but when compared to Dai Yuan's face, all of them immediately became beauties, giving them a sense of superiority. "Hey, this young master is talking to you. Are you a mute or something?" The leader of the group shouted at Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan turned her head and glanced at him faintly, not showing any intention of answering. This blatant disregard immediately annoyed the leader of the cultivator, and he sneered, "Smelly woman, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Don't think that because you're a woman this young master won't dare to act against you. Although you're a bit ugly, you're still a woman, so this young master will give you some face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Dai Yuan frowned as a look of disgust flashed across her face, but she quickly returned to normal. In the past, if she had heard these words, she would definitely have been unable to restrain herself and attacked. In the past, her appearance was her reverse scale. But now, after being detoxified by Yang Kai, her appearance had been restored to normal. Her current appearance was just a disguise, so even if the other party's words were unpleasant to hear, she didn't take them to heart. "Brother Hai, why waste time talking nonsense with her? Just capture her." Seeing that she came here looking for someone, she must have some kind of relationship with the people inside. "We've been waiting here for so many days, yet the owner of this place still hasn't shown himself. He really doesn't put us in his eyes." Another person in the crowd shouted impatiently, a look of eagerness on his face. "Oh, who should I put in my eyes?" A slightly sarcastic voice suddenly called out from inside Dragon Cave Mountain. As these words were spoken, a crack suddenly appeared in the barrier-like spirit array in front of them, revealing the figure of a young man. "Yang Kai." Dai Yuan smiled happily and quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Sister Dai Yuan." Yang Kai gently nodded to her before glancing around at the group of people standing outside and asking lightly, "Are these people with you?" Dai Yuan slowly shook her head and whispered, "They are from Sea Heart Sect." "Sea Heart Sect? Never heard of it." Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. Although Yang Kai still didn't know much about the distribution and strength of the great forces on Shadowed Star, he had at least heard of the major ones. This Sea Heart Sect, however, was something Yang Kai had never heard of, so it was obvious this force wasn't anything special. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, was much more knowledgeable, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to tell the origins of these people from their clothes, whispering, "It's a force from the limitless ocean, it's normal you haven't heard of it." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai understood. The limitless ocean was very far from here, and if it weren't for the Emperor Garden appearing, these people would definitely not have come here. "Are you the master of this place?" Over on the Sea Heart Sect's side, the leading cultivator looked Yang Kai up and down and asked in surprise. I am the master of this place." Yang Kai grinned. "Good, since you are the master of this place, you can speak freely." The cultivator saw that Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high, only a third-order Saint King, so he couldn't help feeling a little contemptuous, a trace of arrogance flashing across his face as he declared, "We are disciples of the Limitless Ocean Sea Heart sect. This mountain range is now under the command of our Sea Heart sect. Go back and tell the people inside to clean up and make some accommodations." He spoke with a careless look, as if he was ordering his subordinates around without any trace of politeness. When Dai Yuan heard this, a strange look appeared on her face as she turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering if these people thought of Yang Kai as the patriarch of a small family attached to Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai also had this guess. Although he didn't understand what was going on when he first came out, after thinking about it for a while, he roughly guessed what was going on. Now that Heavenly Fate City was overcrowded, many foreign cultivators couldn't find a place to stay, so some of the nearby small families had become their targets. In order to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, it was naturally necessary to find a good location. Dragon Cave Mountain was located almost directly below the Emperor Garden, making it an excellent location, so it was only natural that many people wanted it. Speaking of which, over the past few days, many cultivators belonging to various great forces had taken a fancy to Dragon Cave Mountain and wanted to enter it to stay for a while, but Dragon Cave Mountain Spirit Array was extremely exquisite, so some people could tell it was extraordinary and didn't dare disturb it rashly. There were also some people who knew that the owner of Dragon Cave Mountain was a young man who could kill origin-returning realm masters and had a good relationship with Qian Tong, so of course, they wouldn't intrude, but Sea Heart Sect was from the Limitless Ocean and knew nothing about Dragon Cave Mountain and Yang Kai, so it was inevitable that they would act rashly. There were many secrets inside Dragon Cave Mountain and it was covered in various layers of spirit arrays. Let alone Sea Heart Sect, even if someone from Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon Sect came here, Yang Kai wouldn't let them pass. What's more, these people were speaking as if letting them live in Dragon Cave Mountain was an honor, a fact that made Yang Kai both angry and amused. Wanting him to give up Dragon Cave Mountain with a single sentence, this Sea Heart Sect's tone was bigger than the heavens. Thinking so, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and chuckled, cupping his fists and greeting, "So it is friends from Sea Heart Sect, it is an honor to meet you all." His expression made it seem as if he had been admiring them for a long time, causing the people from Sea Heart Sect to feel even more comfortable. Everyone was thinking that their sect's reputation had actually spread to Shadow Moon Hall, causing them to feel a sense of pride. The leader of this group glanced back at his junior brothers and junior sisters triumphantly before turning back to Yang Kai and saying with a smile, "There's no need for such polite words. Since you know we are from Sea Heart Sect, you should quickly prepare. The dozen of us don't mind, but when my martial uncle arrives, you'll have to serve him well. My martial uncle's temper isn't very good, so if you make him dissatisfied, you know the consequences." When he said this cultivator's threat was obvious, as if a single mistake would bring disaster to Dragon Cave Mountain. Chapter 1366. Oh, is there a senior from your sect who hasn't arrived yet? Yang Kai raised his brow. Naturally, Martial Uncle is currently resting in Heavenly Fate City and ordered us to find a good place first. Since we've found a place to settle down, I'll send him a message. With that said, the leading cultivator took out his sect's communication artifact, probed it with his divine sense, and began to communicate with someone. Yang Kai didn't try to stop him and simply watched with a smile. After the leading cultivator put away the communication artifact again, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked, "Naturally, there's no problem with finding a place to live. Dragon Cave Mountain has many lofts, beautiful scenery, and rich world energy, so it should meet your requirements." Haha, I took a fancy to your mountain because the world energy here is good, otherwise, why do you think I've been waiting here for a few days? The leading cultivator shook his head and said matter-of-factly, "With the strength of our Sea Heart Sect, we can easily look for a nearby small family. I'm sure they will definitely welcome us with open arms. Little brat, your luck has come. Although my martial uncle's temper isn't very good, he is still very generous. This time, as long as you can make him happy, there will be plenty of benefits for you." "Is that so?" Yang Kai was overjoyed and even became a little excited, asking, "Since all of you have come from so far away, should little brother prepare a banquet to welcome you all?" "Good, you're quite considerate. We aren't greedy for food, so it doesn't matter if there's a banquet or not. However, martial uncle is quite good at this, so let's do as he pleases, but don't bring out any food, martial uncle won't be interested in it." Seeing that his martial uncle's name was so useful, the leading cultivator immediately put on a show, calling him martial uncle, as if he had already become a worm in this martial uncle's stomach. "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Right, dare I ask this friend, does your sex senior have any other hobbies besides this?" "Other hobbies?" The Sea Heart sect cultivator raised his brow and smiled knowingly. "You mean, ha." Yang Kai snickered as he and the other cultivator put on an embarrassed look. Dai Yuan saw this from the side and was speechless. She had never known that Yang Kai had such a side to him, but she knew that Yang Kai was obviously toying with the other party. Unfortunately, the other party didn't know about it and thought that Yang Kai was really afraid of power. It was funny to see him flattering others. Good. You really do know how to handle things." The cultivator laughed and moved closer to Yang Kai's ear, whispering a few words with a wretched expression. Yang Kai raised his brow and said happily, "Is that so? Our Dragon Cave Mountain may not have many things, but there are many beautiful women." As soon as these words came out, many of the male disciples of Sea Heart sect showed looks of joy, the leader of the group even saying, "That's good, but before that, I want to take a look first, lest a little brat like you make up the numbers and spoil martial uncle's mood." "No problem." Yang Kai patted his chest, pulled Dai Yuan in front of him, pointed to her, and said to the cultivator, "Friend, take a look, what do you think of this girl?" Dai Yuan was both ashamed and angry as she glared at Yang Kai fiercely. Although she didn't hear what Yang Kai and the other party said just now, seeing the wretched looks on both of their faces, how could she not guess that it was related to beauty? Although she had restored her stunning appearance, being called out by Yang Kai like this still made her a little annoyed. The Sea Heart sect cultivator was startled and glanced over at Dai Yuan, the smile on his face quickly converging as a cold light flashed across his eyes. "Little brat, are you joking? You call this a woman?" Dai Yuan's pretty face became even colder. "I'm not joking." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "This girl is peerless and beautiful, can't you see?" Hearing him say this, Dai Yuan couldn't help glaring at him, the annoyance in her heart fading away. Others may not know the true face behind this ugly face, but Kai Yang was very clear about it. So when he said these words, he didn't have the slightest bit of dishonesty. He was extremely calm, and the smile on his face was also incomparably sincere. "Do you have any other girls here?" The Sea Heart sect cultivator asked, unwilling to give up. "There are, but none of them seem to be as beautiful as this one." Yang Kai shook his head. The Sea Heart sect group froze for a moment, and the leader of the cultivators also faintly felt that something was wrong, his face becoming gloomy as he put on a fake smile and asked, "Little brat, are you serious? Do you think I'm joking?" Yang Kai's lips curled up slightly as he narrowed his eyes at him. Only now did the man realize that Yang Kai was just toying with him and that all the previous worship and flattery was just a disguise. Furious, he roared, "Little brat, you court death." Saying so, without any explanation, he reached out to grab Kai Yang. This cultivator was also a third-order Saint King and was an elite disciple of Sea Heart sect, so he felt that dealing with someone like Yang Kai would be a piece of cake, so he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. As the giant hand reached out, Saint Chi surged from this palm, causing the surrounding world energy to twist and condense into a giant blue palm that slammed down towards Yang Kai. Sea Heart sect had been based on the limitless ocean for a long time, so most of its disciples cultivated water attribute secret arts and martial skills. With the help of its geographical location, it was quite easy to cultivate. The giant blue palm instantly enveloped Yang Kai and Dai Yuan, its aura ready to be unleashed at any moment. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed, and the sky seemed to be filled with golden light. In the blink of an eye, the watery blue giant palm suddenly burst open, like a bubble that could not withstand a single blow. The Sea Heart sect cultivator was shocked and shouted, Not good, as he urged his divine sense to activate his artifact. As soon as he began fighting, he discovered that Yang Kai was different from the Saint King Realm cultivator he had dealt with before, so he didn't dare to neglect and immediately used his artifact. But in the next moment, the golden light suddenly shrank and transformed into a golden thread that shot towards him. This person's reaction wasn't slow either. He flicked his fingers and sent several bursts of energy towards the golden thread. However, the golden thread seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted and evaded all the attacks. In the blink of an eye, the golden thread had wrapped around him. Feeling the deadly threat coming from the golden silk, the cultivator's forehead was instantly covered in sweat, not daring to move as he shouted, "All of you, stop." The Sea Heart sect disciples behind him were about to launch an attack, but when they heard this shout, they hurriedly withdrew their Saint Chi and stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. Brother Hai was the strongest Saint King in Sea Heart sect. Usually, when he sparred with his brothers and sisters in the sect, no one was his opponent. The sect master and elders all praised him greatly, and at the same time, his junior brother and junior sister worshipped him. But such a person had actually been subdued by a cultivator in the same realm from a small mountain, unable to resist at all. Several disciples of the Sea Heart sect rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They discovered that they weren't mistaken. That mighty and awe-inspiring senior apprentice Brother Hai was indeed entangled by a golden thread, his life hanging by a thread. With Yang Kai's current means, dealing with a cultivator in the same realm was a piece of cake. He didn't need to spend much effort at all. Snorting lightly, Yang Kai waved his hand and pulled the cultivator surnamed Hai in front of him, raising his hand and slapping him. Pa. With a crisp sound, the cultivator surnamed Hai's head was slapped to the side and a mouthful of blood mixed with a broken tooth flew out. His cheek immediately swelled up. He seemed to have been stunned by this slap and was unable to recover for a long time. Yang Kai waved his hand, as if he was trying to get rid of something unclean, looking at him faintly and asking, "Do you know why I hit you?" The cultivator surnamed Hai shook his head subconsciously. Pa. Another crisp sound rang out, and the other side of his cheek also swelled up. Yang Kai sniffed and said lightly, "Because you have eyes but fail to see." The cultivator surnamed Hai suddenly recovered and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes, this Hai has eyes but failed to see and has offended your excellency. Please show mercy." Heh. Yang Kai chuckled indifferently and raised his large palm, waving it in front of the cultivator surnamed Hai's cheek before slapping him again, saying, "Not this, think carefully." After being slapped 3 times in a row, even if Yang Kai didn't kill him, the cultivator surnamed Hai still felt dizzy, seeing stars in front of his eyes. His mouth and nose were full of the smell of blood, and he repeatedly said, "This Hai doesn't know what's good for him and actually wants to expropriate your land." "Not this either." Kai Yang once again sent out a slap. The dozen or so cultivators from Sea Heart sect were all dumbfounded, and the cultivator surnamed Hai felt like dying. Yang Kai said he had eyes but failed to see, and he could only think of these 2 reasons, but no matter what he said, they were both wrong. Under the control of the golden silk, he didn't dare to resist. This shameful scene had been witnessed by all his junior brothers and junior sisters, so how could he still have any prestige in Sea Heart sect in the future? As his thoughts raced, Haijin's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Dai Yuan and muttered, "It was this Hai who was unable to discern the true beauty of this young lady's appearance, enough to turn all living things upside down." Dai Yuan heard this and her face blushed slightly. Although the other party had hit the nail on the head, such unintentional flattery still made her feel a little embarrassed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, raised his brow and smiled, Good, at least you didn't grow 2 eyes in vain. If you say anything wrong again, I'll have to dig them out." The cultivator surnamed Hai broke out in a cold sweat. Although he was disgusted to death, he still couldn't help but praise Dai Yuan for her beauty. It was really difficult for him to face Dai Yuan's ugly face and still praise her like a pearl. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Yang Kai felt goosebumps rise all over his body as he listened. "Yang Kai, Dai Yuan stomped her feet, unable to bear it any longer. Although she knew that Yang Kai was just looking for an excuse to teach this person a lesson, these words of praise were really uncomfortable to listen to. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded, but just as he was about to release the cultivator surnamed Hai, he suddenly frowned and looked up towards the sky. In the distance, a streak of light was quickly approaching. Before this person arrived, their divine sense had already spread out, and after investigating the situation, they couldn't help shouting, "Who dares insult my disciple?" Chapter 1367. This voice was filled with extreme anger and even contained a trace of inexplicable force that rushed straight towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai coldly snorted and pushed his spiritual energy to offset this impact. Hearing this voice though, the cultivator surnamed Hai, who was still wrapped in golden threads, was overjoyed and shouted, "Martial uncle, save me!" Hearing his shout, Yang Kai immediately understood that this person must be the origin-returning realm cultivator from Sea Heart's sect. After all, Heavenly Fate City was only a few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, so it wouldn't take long for this person to arrive. However, Yang Kai was not afraid. He had been waiting here for this origin-returning realm master to arrive, and now that the other party had arrived, it was exactly what he had hoped for. Staring in the direction the man had come from, Yang Kai revealed a strange smile as his spiritual energy burst out from his knowledge sea, forming an invisible blade that shot out in that direction. The other party wanted to use a divine sense attack to attack him, so Yang Kai naturally had to reciprocate politely. The rapidly approaching streak of light suddenly stagnated, followed by a low shout of surprise. Immediately after, the streak of light shook again, as if it was about to fall. Although this person was a master from the First Order origin-returning realm, under Yang Kai's divine sense attack, he still suffered a small loss, causing his expression to become somewhat suspicious. After stabilizing his figure, he no longer had the same arrogance as before and instead approached Dragon Cave Mountain vigilantly. He had just received a message from his sect's disciple saying that there was a good place to rest here and that the owner of this place was very tactful and was willing to respectfully greet him. Thinking it was just some small family, he had rushed over with great interest, never having expected to encounter such a situation. In the blink of an eye, this origin-returning realm master from Sea Heart's sect arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain and revealed himself. Kai Yang glanced at him and found that this person was quite bold and powerful. He wasn't too tall, but his shoulders were big and his waist was round. His red hair was messy like a chicken's nest, his nose was flat, his eyes were sunken, and his face was fierce. He looked like a fiend with an imposing aura. Sweeping his eyes over the situation in front of him, this man's eyes narrowed as he became extremely angry. Although a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake, his Sea Heart sect was still a powerful force. It was just that they were quite far away from this place. Seeing his disciples suffer such a disaster, this man immediately shouted, "Boy, was it you who beat him up?" When he said this, he stared straight at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he sent an invisible pressure towards Yang Kai. Although he had just suffered a small loss, when he investigated Kai Yang's true cultivation, he wasn't afraid. Subconsciously, he believed that Kai Yang's ability to display such a skill was due to the power of an artifact. With an origin-returning realm cultivation, when dealing with a Saint King, it was natural for Yang Kai to have the upper hand. Yang, with this man's Yang Kai of this man's with him with a calm and indifference of the wind of this man. "Why did you hit him?" the red-haired martial artist asked sternly. "Why?" Yang Kai smiled faintly, glancing at the bruised and swollen face of the cultivator surnamed Hai. "Your Excellency might as well ask your disciple what happened?" The red-haired cultivator frowned and glared fiercely at his sect's disciple before quickly saying, "Tell me, what happened? If you were the one who made a mistake first, don't blame this old master for standing idly by, but if someone tries to bully others, although my Sea Heart sect has lived in the limitless ocean for a long time, we are not soft persimmons that anyone can pinch." Hearing this, The cultivator surnamed Hai's eyes lit up and he immediately put on an extremely sorrowful expression as he wept and complained, "Martial uncle, please understand. We came here under your orders to find a place to stay, and after much difficulty, we finally found a good place. We wanted to negotiate with the owner of this place and pay him some spirit stones to free up some of his disciples for us to live in, but who would have thought that this person would be so unreasonable and would attack us without even asking for a reason? This disciple is ashamed because his skills were lacking and he was captured. Not only did this person not give up, but he also humiliated this disciple and forced this disciple to say things against his will. This disciple is so ashamed that he wishes he could die. Martial uncle, please uphold justice." Yang Kai stared at this cultivator surnamed Hai in amazement and found that he didn't show the slightest sign of shame. Instead, he spoke in a dignified manner, as if he really had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai was angry in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm and just sneered. Hearing this, the red-haired old man's eyes became even colder as he shouted, "Did you tell him that you are disciples of Sea Heart sect?" This disciple did, but it was useless. He simply doesn't put our Sea Heart sect in his eyes. The cultivator surnamed Hai replied with a sad face, continuing to add oil to the fire, thinking that since his master had arrived, he could sit back and relax. "Good, good, good." The red-haired old man took a deep breath and turned his head to Yang Kai, shouting out, "Boy, do you have anything else to say?" "I have nothing to say." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a strange expression on his face. "Your Sea Heart sect's cultivation methods and martial skills don't seem to be anything special, but your ability to invert black and white is first class, admirable, admirable. Boy, you dare insult my Sea Heart sect." The red-haired old man flew into a rage and almost immediately attacked. Although he understood that the great forces living near Heavenly Fate City must have some relationship with Shadow Moon Hall, Shadow Moon Hall was currently being forced by various great forces and could barely fend for itself. If he just wanted to teach this boy a lesson, it would not be a big problem. Shadow Moon Hall would not make things difficult for Sea Heart sect for these people. When the time came, he could use this opportunity to force the other party to hand over Dragon Cave Mountain. Presumably, Shadow Moon Hall would have nothing to say. "You brought shame upon yourself, how can you blame others?" Yang Kai coldly snorted as he stared at the cultivator surnamed Hai and said, "Do you think I don't dare kill you?" The cultivator surnamed Hai noticed the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes and his expression changed slightly. "Boy, you dare." The red-haired old man also noticed that something was wrong and roared as he released his shirt towards Yang Kai, trying to restrict his movements first before trying to save him. Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously before flicking his fingertips slightly, sending out a faint sizzling sound as his golden thread flickered, completely unaffected by the red-haired old man's shirt. Demon Blood Temple's secret technique was a secret technique that could break through shirt. The golden blood Yang Kai used to cultivate was far more powerful than the vitality used by the elders of Demon Blood Temple, so how could the red-haired old man's shirt block it? The golden thread cut through the cultivator's surnamed Hai's body, shuttling back and forth a dozen times in the blink of an eye. After Yang Kai took back the golden thread, the cultivator surnamed Hai was still standing in place, seemingly unable to figure out what had just happened. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He lowered his head to look at his body and was shocked to discover that fine streams of blood were flowing out of his body. The blood did not stop flowing and soon surged ferociously, shooting out like a fountain. With a crash, like a broken mirror, the cultivator's surnamed Hai collapsed to the ground and turned into a pile of minced meat. The smell of blood filled the air, and this horrifying scene caused the other dozen or so Sea Heart sect disciples to pale. A few of the more timid women even turned pale and began retching. The red-haired old man's eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. He had never expected this little brat to be so ruthless as to kill him without any hesitation. For Yang Kai, at first, he had no intention of taking this man's life, only intending to teach him a lesson as an example to others so that others who had ideas about Dragon Cave Mountain would retreat. However, as the situation developed, The cultivator surnamed Hai's irresponsible words and the red-haired old man's attitude had caused Yang Kai to want to kill him. As such, Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with the other party. A trivial force on the limitless ocean was nothing in his eyes. After the tragic death of the cultivator surnamed Hai, the red-haired old man was naturally enraged. His red hair fluttering in the wind as his aura soared wildly. Gritting his teeth, he spat, "Little brat, this old master will make you pay with your blood." The one who had died was the most elite disciple of Seaheart sect, so this loss was not small. This time, he had been ordered to stay near Heavenly Fate City to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements and had deliberately brought the cultivator surnamed Hai with him in order to hone his skills. How could he have imagined that this man would die so tragically? Once he returned, he would likely be punished. The cultivator surnamed Hai was a direct descendant of the sect's great elder. Daring to act presumptuously on my Dragon Cave Mountain, none of you should even think about leaving alive. Yang Kai's expression became fierce. Killing one was killing a group was also killing, it made no difference to him. On the other hand, the more people he killed, the better the deterrent effect would be, lest some ignorant fools try to expropriate Dragon Cave Mountain from time to time. "Oh, it's so lively here." Just as Yang Kai and the red-haired old man were about to go all out, a surprised voice called out from the distance. Immediately after, two streams of light flew over while two powerful divine senses belonging to origin-returning realm masters swept over. Perceiving the strength of these newcomers, the red-haired old man's expression became solemn as he hurriedly looked over. On the other hand, Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise and understanding. Brother Yang seems to be about to fight with someone." Immediately after the first person's voice, a gentle female voice called out. Brother saw it, but I wonder which blind fool actually dared to provoke Dragon Cave Mountain. How interesting." The male voice that spoke before seemed to be taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. When the red-haired old man heard this, his heart couldn't help jumping, wondering if Dragon Cave Mountain could not be provoked. Wasn't it just a small force attached to Shadow Moon Hall? The red-haired old man frowned, but he wasn't stupid, immediately restraining his murderous intent and putting on a dignified expression. In the blink of an eye, the two streams of light arrived in front of them and converged to reveal the true faces of these two people. One of them had a tall and imposing figure and an extraordinary aura, his eyes shining brightly. Being stared at by this man, the red-haired old man felt a prickling sensation in his heart, causing the uneasiness in his heart to grow stronger. The other was a graceful woman with a gentle demeanor, nestling up to the man like a little bird. The two of them looked extremely intimate, obviously having an extraordinary relationship. After the woman landed on the ground, her beautiful eyes looked around curiously. After seeing Dai Yuan standing behind Yang Kai, the woman called out in surprise, "Elder sister Dai Yuan, you're also here." Dai Yuan smiled. Chapter 1368. Brother Wei. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists to the man. The two newcomers were one of his few friends, Shadow Moon Hall's disciples, Wei Guchang and Dong Xian. "Brother Yang, long time no see." Wei Guchang responded happily. It's been a few years since we last met. I didn't expect Brother Wei and Sister Dong to have both broken through to the origin returning realm. Congratulations, Yang Kai said sincerely. After returning from the Lu Yen Desert last time, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer entered retreat to prepare to break through to the origin returning realm. Now that they had met again, the two of them had succeeded and reached this realm one after the other. Moreover, from the auras and Saint Chi fluctuations emanating from their bodies, Yang Kai could tell that their cultivations had already stabilized, otherwise, they would not have run out of Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters. On the other hand, Dai Yuan had also said last time that she wanted to enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm, but for some reason she had not done so. Considering all this, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced over at Dai Yuan and found that she was holding hands with Dong Xianer, whispering intimately to each other. Dai Yuan blushed and spat while Dong Xianer smiled, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing over towards Yang Kai. No matter who it was, both of them seemed to treat the red-haired old man and the Sea Heart sect disciples as air, ignoring them completely. The red-haired old man was naturally angry, but after taking a closer look at Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer and remembering how Yang Kai had addressed them, his expression changed slightly and he cupped his fists solemnly. "May I ask if your excellency is Wei Guchang from Shadow Moon Hall?" Hearing this, Wei Guchang nodded lightly. It is this way. What advice does senior have for me?" Although his seniority and age were much lower than the red-haired old man's, with his current cultivation, there was no need for Wei Guchang to be too polite, so his tone was neither salty nor light. I don't dare. The red-haired old man was shocked. Although Wei Guchang had only just broken through to the origin returning realm, his name had already spread across Shadowed Star. In terms of aptitude and cultivation speed, the red-haired old man could not catch up to him. These famous young talents were all future rulers of Shadowed Star. If he offended him now, he would definitely suffer in the future. After knowing that the other party was Wei Guchang, how could the red-haired old man dare to be impudent? From the close relationship between Dragon Cave Mountain's master and Wei Guchang, it was impossible for him to avenge his sect's disciple, but swallowing such a grievance would only hurt the dignity of Sea Heart sect. For a moment he hesitated, not knowing what to do. At the same time, he was cursing endlessly in his heart. If the cultivator surnamed Hai had not been blind enough to provoke such a person, how could he have been so restrained? If it had been a cultivator from a small clan or faction, the other party would have killed first, and he would have taken revenge later. There was no problem at all. But now, there was no hope for revenge, so whether he could escape unscathed was up to the other party. "Brother Yang, what's going on here? Why are there so many people gathered here?" Wei Guchang suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Are there people here to fight?" This Wei has only just broken through and has been worrying about not having a chance to test out what he has learned. If there really is such an opportunity, why don't you give it to this Wei? Yang Kai's confident look made the red-haired old man's face become even uglier. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled. "It's not a big deal, it's just that someone has taken a fancy to my Dragon Cave Mountain and wants to expropriate this place." Expropriate? Wei Guchang raised his brow and sneered. Such bold words, this Wei doesn't mind explaining who wants to expropriate this precious land. That being said, Wei Guchang still glared at the red-haired old man with an unfriendly expression. The red-haired old man was secretly shocked, but he quickly understood the situation and quickly cupped his fists. "Nephew Wei misunderstands, this is just this sect's inner disciple speaking recklessly. It's not a big deal, just a misunderstanding." This old man was also a flexible character. When he said these words, his expression was indifferent, without the slightest trace of resentment, as if he didn't even care about the death of an elite disciple just now. A misunderstanding? Wei Guchang had no intention of letting this matter go, pointing to the broken body on the ground and saying, "This misunderstanding is a bit too big, how could there be someone who died here?" The red-haired old man's eyes narrowed as his face twitched slightly. "Nephew Wei can rest assured, this blind thing's death is not to be regretted. This old master will order people to clean up this place so this precious land won't be sullied." Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and stared at the red-haired old man for a long time before chuckling and turning to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, what do you think? Since it's a misunderstanding, there's nothing to say. However, this kind of misunderstanding shouldn't happen again, so as to avoid provoking a bloody disaster." Yang Kai looked at the red-haired old man with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "This old master will remember your excellency's words and will definitely restrain this disciple in the future." The red-haired old man nodded lightly, but seeing that neither Wei Guchang nor Yang Kai had any intention of speaking again, he ordered his sect's inner disciple to clean up the broken body and blood in front of him before cupping his fists and leading the dozen Sea Heart sect disciples away. Looking at this man's disappearing back, Wei Guchang's brow furrowed as he warned, "Brother Yang, be careful of this person. This person is capable of enduring humiliation and will definitely not give up." "I know, counter-soldiers with arms," water with an earthweir, Yang Kai grinned, not caring at all. This way will have to apologize to Brother Yang. It is not that I am deliberately trying to obstruct you, but you should also be aware of the current situation in Shadow Moon Hall. If a conflict really breaks out here and causes conflict between Shadow Moon Hall and the forces behind this person, giving other forces an excuse, my Shadow Moon Hall, I know, Brother Wei doesn't need to worry about it. Yang Kai certainly understood what he meant. In fact, if Wei Guchang hadn't come just now, he would have already started a massacre, which was bound to lead to a series of conflicts. Shadow Moon Hall would not ignore this, and with the current chaotic situation, any conflict could lead to a major dispute. However, since Wei Guchang had stepped in, Yang Kai had no choice but to give him some face. Let's not talk about this for now, please come in. Yang Kai chuckled, waved his hand, opened the barrier around Dragon Cave Mountain, and led Wei Guchang and the others inside. As soon as he set foot in this place, the rich world energy aura rushed towards him from all directions. Wei Guchang took a deep breath and couldn't help praising, Brother Yang, your Dragon Cave Mountain is truly amazing. Now, it has actually gathered such rich world energy. It's not much worse than the earth veins of my Shadow Moon Hall. Brother Wei is too kind, Dragon Cave Mountain is sparsely populated, how could it compare to Shadow Moon Hall? However, the world energy aura here is more than enough for a few dozen people to cultivate. The scenery here is also quite good. I've been telling Brother that if there is a chance, you should come here for a few days to relax. I'm just worried that Brother Yang would not welcome us. Dong Xianer pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Kai laughed. Sister Xian also knows how to say such probing words? If the few of you want to come, how could I not welcome you? The doors of Dragon Cave Mountain are always open to you. When Dong Xianer heard this, her pretty face blushed and she stuck out her tongue, looking quite embarrassed. Just as she was feeling embarrassed though, she suddenly saw something and couldn't help calling out. Wei Guchang also raised his brow and looked over in surprise. Brother Yang, you actually have a sentient wood here? What they were looking at was none other than the Yang attribute divine tree. Since it was released from the Black Book space by Yang Kai, the divine tree had been living on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it did not have 4 limbs, making it difficult for it to move about, sometimes when it was in the mood, it would move its nest. At this moment, the divine tree was moving its nest, its roots twirling around like oars as it moved forward bit by bit. On the thick trunk of the divine tree, there was a withered face, and although it looked like an old man, its facial features were clearly defined. This was clearly a sign that the divine tree had gained sentience. Seemingly hearing these voices, the divine tree paused and looked over, its leaves rustling, and a moment later, 2 rope-like branches stretched down from the tree and reached out to Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan. At the front of each branch was a golden fruit that exuded a fragrant aroma, and the withered face on the divine tree's trunk seemed to be smiling amiably. This. Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan looked at each other, both showing looks of surprise before immediately reaching out and accepting the fruit while thanking the tree profusely. Yang Kai was also extremely surprised. This was the first time he had seen the divine tree do such a thing, so while he was secretly surprised, he was also overjoyed. It seemed that the divine tree's sentience had become more comprehensive than before. Releasing it would be of great benefit to its evolution. After the tree of God sent out the 2 fruits, it continued to move its roots and moved forward. Wei Guchang couldn't help laughing. This sentient wood actually has a male and female gift? Why do my 2 little sisters get one while I don't? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was overjoyed. This was just a small interlude. Although the divine tree's fruit wasn't anything special, it was the first time Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan had received such a special gift, so they naturally treasured it. Yang Kai led the group forward. At the same time, outside Dragon Cave Mountain, the group from Sea Heart sect, led by the red-haired old man, were all grieving and wearing ugly expressions. They had thought that their martial uncle had arrived and would definitely be able to avenge the cultivator surnamed Hai, but in the end, he had to leave in such a dejected manner. Naturally, everyone was feeling quite uncomfortable and the atmosphere was heavy. At this moment, There was actually another origin-returning realm cultivator blocking their path, causing the red-haired old man to fly into a rage. He had just feigned civility and didn't dare act too presumptuously in front of Wei Guchang, but what was the origin of this person in front of him? How could he block their path without saying a word? If it weren't for the fact that the other party didn't have any malicious intent, the red-haired old man would have attacked directly. What business does this friend have with us? Why are you blocking our path? The red-haired old man held his breath as he stared at the other party coldly. Brother Cui doesn't need to be nervous. This one is a friend, not an enemy, the man smiled lightly. You know my origins? The red-haired old man heard this man call out his surname and couldn't help showing a cold expression as he showed a look of vigilance. Chapter 1369. Although Sea Heart Sect is located far away in the limitless ocean, far from here, its influence is not weak. This one has heard a lot about it, and in Sea Heart Sect, only Brother Cui has such red hair. The cultivator standing in front of the group from Sea Heart Sect explained with a calm expression. After listening to this compliment, the red-haired old man's expression relaxed slightly, but he did not relax his vigilance and asked, "Who are you?" "My surname is Xie." The man showed an unfathomable smile. "Xie? What does that have to do with me?" The red-haired old man frowned. The cultivator surnamed Xie frowned, looking a little surprised, but after thinking about it he asked tentatively, "How long has it been since Brother Cui arrived here?" "Only 3 days, but what does that have to do with you?" The red-haired old man was a little confused by the other party's words. Not only did this person not state his purpose for coming here, but he also did not reveal his identity, which was very suspicious. On top of that, he even asked these mindless questions, which made the red-haired old man impatient. So that's how it is. Presumably, Brother Cui has not carefully inquired about the situation around Heavenly Fate City, right? The cultivator surnamed Xie seemed to understand and smiled slightly. The red-haired old man coldly snorted, "So what? If you have something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush." The cultivator surnamed Xie chuckled, "Brother Cui, please don't take offense. If that is the case, it is not difficult to explain why your sect's disciples went to Dragon Cave Mountain to stroke the tiger's whiskers." "Stroke the tiger's whiskers?" The red-haired old man narrowed his eyes. "That small mountain? Are they even worthy?" The cultivator surnamed Xie said lightly, "If this Xie told Brother Cui that the owner of that small mountain has a good relationship with Qian Tong's elder, and there are even rumors that he has some relationship with City Lord Fei Ji too, and that a first-order origin returning realm cultivator died at his hands, would Brother Cui still look down on him?" "What?" The red-haired old man's face paled, his expression becoming gloomy as he shouted, "Is this true? This Xie has no reason to lie to you. Even if that's the case, so what? He killed my elite disciple, so he must pay with his blood." The red-haired old man shouted fiercely. Although the information that this cultivator surnamed Xie told him made him somewhat afraid, today's matter was of great importance. He had no choice but to think of a way to take revenge. If he didn't act, he wouldn't even be able to return to the Sea Heart Sect. That's exactly what Brother Cui said. The cultivator surnamed Xie laughed loudly when he heard this. His eyes flashed fiercely as he said in a low voice, "I'll be honest with you, Brother Cui. The origin-returning realm master who died at the hands of that mountain's owner is an elder of my Xie family. My Xie family is absolutely irreconcilable with that little brat." The red-haired old man seemed a little surprised. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He looked up and down at the cultivator in front of him and said hesitantly, "There is a deacon named Xieli in the Shadow Moon Hall, and you, Xieli, is this humble one's cousin." The cultivator surnamed Xie smiled slightly. Hearing this, the red-haired old man was overjoyed. He didn't dare to be arrogant anymore and cupped his fists politely, "So it's Brother Xie. This Cui has been neglectful." It's fine. The cultivator surnamed Xie waved his hand indifferently and said affectionately, "It's not your fault that you didn't know." Brother Chui is stationed nearby with your disciples to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, right? If you don't mind, why don't you stay in the Xie family for a while? Although my Xie clan isn't considered to be a very large clan, we can still spare a few rooms in a good-sized courtyard. That's great. I wonder if I'll be disturbing your family. The red-haired old man was overjoyed. He was just worried about not being able to find a good place to stay, but he didn't expect someone to invite him here. Moreover, from what this person said just now, it seemed that he had a deep grudge with the owner of the small mountain. Suddenly, he felt a sense of camaraderie with him and agreed without hesitation. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Although the red-haired old man knew that the other party seemed to have the intention of borrowing his strength, he didn't care. Brother Chui is too polite. It's an honor for your sect to be able to stay in the Xie family. This way, please. Let's have a good chat as we walk. This humble one is looking forward to the limitless ocean, but has never had a chance to go. The cultivator surnamed Xie invited. Please. The red-haired old man said politely. Then, the two of them led a dozen or so Sea Heart sect disciples to the Xie family's headquarters. The cultivator surnamed Xie was very talkative, and along the way, he kept talking with the red-haired old man about strange people and strange things. He also expressed his yearning for the limitless ocean, allowing the red-haired old man to immediately feel what it meant to be at home. After chatting for a while, the red-haired old man began to inquire about Yang Kai's situation. After learning that his backer was actually the Qian Tong, the red-haired old man's expression couldn't help changing slightly. If this was the case, the difficulty of revenge would not be small. Moreover, the Xie family could be considered to be within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Hall, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to openly oppose Dragon Cave Mountain, right? As if knowing what the red-haired old man was worried about, the cultivator surnamed Xie immediately told him that Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the grievances between the Xie family and Dragon Cave Mountain. This news made the red-haired old man overjoyed, and he felt more and more that his decision to go to the Xie family was the right one. As long as Shadow Moon Hall did not interfere, with the strength of the Xie family and his own forces, wouldn't destroying a small mountain be a simple matter? Thinking so, the red-haired old man's expression became fierce, as if he could already see Yang Kai being torn to pieces. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, inside a relatively large loft, Yang Kai welcomed Wei Guchang and the others in. After the hosts and guests were seated, Wu Yi personally served up a few plates of spirit fruits and ordered some fragrant tea before withdrawing. Brother Yang, please accept this Wei and Xian Er's salute. To Yang Kai's surprise, Wei Guchang suddenly stood up again and bowed sincerely to him along with Dong Xian. What is Brother Wei doing? Yang Kai was stunned and quickly got up to help the two of them up. Wei Guchang grinned. This Wei has lived for many years but has never admired anyone. Even Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianshen are not worthy of this Wei, lowering his head. Brother Yang, you are the first and only one. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and understood why Wei Guchang was acting so solemnly, waving his hand and saying, Brother Wei is too serious. Elder Qian being able to escape last time had little to do with me. You must have heard the specific details from Elder Qian. I only followed City Lord Fei into the Emperor Garden for a walk. If not for City Lord Fei triggering the spirit array, I'm afraid I would have been trapped inside as well. But I know that if it weren't for you, Brother Yang, Kai He and Du Si would have died. If the two of them had fallen inside the Emperor Garden, their two families would have inevitably resented my Shadow Moon Hall. So in any case, Xian and I should thank you. Listening to him say this, Yang Kai didn't try to explain himself. The more he said, the more hypocritical he would sound. On the other hand, Dai Yuan, who was listening nearby, stared at Yang Kai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to have actually entered the Emperor Garden. Unfortunately, Xian and I were in the middle of consolidating our cultivations at that time, so we didn't know anything about the outside world. If we hadn't heard about it by chance after coming out of seclusion, I'm afraid we would still be in the dark. A trace of sadness flashed across Wei Guchang's face. Although he was not a disciple of Qian Tong and had instead been cultivating with the chief hall master, After so many years, Qian Tong had treated him like one of his own. When Qian Tong was in trouble, Wei Guchang couldn't help blaming himself every time he thought about it. The seniors of Shadow Moon Hall were only thinking about the two of you. You two have just broken through to the origin returning realm and need to consolidate your cultivation, so how could they tell you such things and disturb your state of mind? Let's not talk about this for now. Brother Wei, why have you come here today? Yang Kai saw Wei Guchang's sullen appearance and quickly changed the subject. Nothing important, I just came here to deliver an invitation. Wei Guchang chuckled and gestured to Dong Xian. The latter understood and took out a golden invitation from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Whose invitation is this? Could it be that Brother Wei and Sister Xian are going to have a good time together? Yang Kai chuckled and asked meaningfully. Dong Xianer immediately blushed and spat before running over to Dai Yuan's side, somewhat embarrassed to see anyone. Wei Guchang, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. That's not the case, but there will always be an opportunity. When that day comes, I will definitely not forget to send an invitation to Brother Yang. However, this invitation is not something that ordinary people can obtain. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked down, stunned. Treasure Trove Pavilion? Treasure Trove Pavilion. Wei Guchang returned to his seat, picked up his cup of tea, and took a sip before slowly saying, an invitation to Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. Is Brother Yang interested in attending? Yang Kai did not answer immediately. Speaking of which, he had participated in a previous auction hosted by Treasure Trove Pavilion and gained quite a bit, so he was somewhat interested in this kind of thing. However, it wasn't as if he had to attend. Moreover, with the current situation, Treasure Trove Pavilion suddenly wanting to hold an auction was a mystery. Oh, it's still in Heavenly Fate City? Yang Kai was even more surprised now. From what he knew about Treasure Trove Pavilion, this great force was the largest merchant union on Shadowed Star and focused on earning Saint Crystals. Their auction would be held every few years or so, but the location of each auction was not fixed. Each time, it would be held in one of the cities belonging to the various great forces. Now, only a few years had passed since the last auction, but it was actually being held in Heavenly Fate City again. Obviously, this was a break from the past because, strictly speaking, the next auction in Heavenly Fate City should be held in 100 years. Naturally, it will be held in Heavenly Fate City. Now that all the great forces have gathered here and the Emperor Garden has appeared, even if Treasure Trove Pavilion didn't hold the auction in Heavenly Fate City, I'm afraid no one would agree, Wei Guchang chuckled. Listening to his explanation, Yang Kai understood. Now, there were countless cultivator groups gathered in Heavenly Fate City, large and small, so taking advantage of this opportunity to hold an auction was a win-win situation. Moreover, although the Emperor Garden had appeared, and although it was temporarily impossible to enter, no one could say when it would open. Many cultivator groups were already preparing ahead of time, trying to enhance their strength so they could rush in and get a share of the profits once the Emperor Garden opened. Under such circumstances, once the auction was held, there would definitely be a flood of guests. After all, last time, Treasure Trove Pavilion had taken advantage of the opening of the Lu Yen sand field to hold an auction, resulting in a huge harvest. This time, Treasure Trove Pavilion obviously intended to repeat the same trick. Chapter 1370. As for why Treasure Trove Pavilion had specifically sent him an invitation, it wasn't difficult to explain. After all, at the auction a few years ago, the final auction items had all been delivered by Yang Kai. Others might not know this information, but Treasure Trove Pavilion should know. What's more, with the financial resources Dragon Cave Mountain had shown so far, they were fully qualified to participate in this auction. This invitation was specially given to Elder Qian by old Sir Yen Pei. He ordered this way to deliver it to you. If Brother Yang has time, you might as well take a look, Wei Guchang chuckled. Hearing him mention Yen Pei, Yang Kai immediately thought of that old charcoal-like face and thought about it for a moment before asking. Senior Yen specifically asked you to deliver this invitation. It wasn't just an invitation, right? What else is there? Wei Guchang rubbed his nose and shook his head with a wry smile. I told you, Brother Yang is extremely shrewd. Even if we didn't mention it, he would definitely realize it. Dong Xianer also smiled bitterly to the side. Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchang and said, Brother Wei, please speak frankly, you and I are not outsiders. Wei Guchang hesitated for a moment before nodding. Senior Yen did have something he wanted me to convey, but I didn't want to mention it. But since Brother Yang has said so, I won't beat around the bush. Senior Yen hopes you can provide him with a few more final auction items. Final auction items? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this and curled his lips. What does he think this place is? An endless treasure trove? How could there be so many final auction items? Wei Guchang shrugged helplessly. These were indeed Yen Pei's original words. If it weren't for Elder Qian having a good relationship with Yen Pei, Wei Guchang wouldn't have acted as a messenger. Hearing this, Wei Guchang nodded. Then I'll go back and tell Elder Qian that there are no more treasures here. Yang Kai nodded. Speaking of which, he really did have a lot of treasures in his hands. If he took them out to auction, he would definitely be able to attract a lot of attention. Even if he didn't, it wasn't too late to ask Yang Yen to refine a few origin-grade high-rank artifacts. The Emperor Garden had suddenly appeared, so presumably, origin-grade high-rank artifacts would be in high demand. However, Yang Kai was well aware that a tall tree attracts the wind. Last time, he had accidentally taken out a few items that had caused many great conflicts on Shadowed Star, so if he took them out this time, he would definitely attract some people. Yang Kai couldn't help but worry. He couldn't say he wouldn't do something so stupid as showing off his wealth. Yang is to say is, Wei Guchang said, Yang's for you is, S for you. Wei Guchang chuckled. On the back of the invitation in your hand, there are some items that will be auctioned in this auction. Yang Kai heard this and suddenly became interested. Flipping to the back of the invitation, he quickly found that what Wei Guchang said was true. There were some exquisite patterns printed on these pages as well as some simple descriptions of the items that would be auctioned at this time's auction. There were top-grade artifacts, pills that could increase one's cultivation, powerful secret techniques, and rare and hard-to-find materials. Yang Kai browsed through them one by one and was secretly shocked by Treasure Trove Pavilion's wealth. This great force really had its own uniqueness. The last auction they held was only a few years ago, yet now they had collected so many good things. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of connections they had. However, although these things were good, they didn't enter Yang Kai's eyes. It wasn't a matter of grade, but rather that Yang Kai had no use for them even if he bought them. Whether it was artifacts, pills, or secret techniques, Yang Kai had plenty of them, so he naturally wasn't interested in this auction. However, when he flipped to the last page, his expression suddenly froze as he stared at a pattern on the page. A trace of surprise flashed across the depths of his eyes before they were immediately replaced by ecstasy. Although this change in expression was extremely quick, it still couldn't escape the observation of everyone present. Seeing this, Wei Guchang chuckled. It seems that Brother Yang has really found something he needs. He has indeed found something, but I didn't expect Treasure Trove Pavilion to be able to take out such a thing. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. In front of these people, there was no need for him to hide anything, so he solemnly put away the invitation and asked, "When will this auction begin?" 1 month from now. The location will be the same as last time. Has Brother Yang decided to go? Such a grand event, naturally I can't miss it. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Then this Wei will be waiting for you. Wei Guchang also showed a look of joy. He was also going to attend the auction, and being able to go with a like-minded friend naturally wouldn't be too boring. Next, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer chatted with Yang Kai for a long time. After all, the group hadn't seen each other for several years since their last retreat, and Yang Kai had now broken through to the Third Order Saint King realm. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the Origin Returning realm. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had both just experienced this process, so they didn't hold back and shared their experiences with each other, allowing Yang Kai and Dai Yuan to benefit greatly. In particular, Dai Yuan listened attentively, occasionally asking a few questions when she didn't understand. Wei Guchang and Dai Yuan naturally patiently explained everything to her without showing any signs of impatience. After a full half a day, the two of them bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Dong Xian invited Dai Yuan to Shadow Moon Hall, to which the latter readily agreed. After the two from the Shadow Moon Hall left, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Dai Yuan with a smile. The latter shot him a disdainful look before her ugly face suddenly distorted, and in the next moment, her original appearance appeared in front of Yang Kai. Skin like jade, eyebrows like the moon, eyes like stars, a jade nose and red lips. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that her appearance was enough to turn all living things upside down. This sudden change in appearance stunned Yang Kai. Dai Yuan brushed her hair behind her ear and chuckled lightly. "Junior brother Yang, do you think this appearance is more pleasing to the eye?" Yang Kai's expression became serious as he shook his head and said, "Appearance is nothing more than a person's outer appearance. Whether or not they are ugly or beautiful, whether or not they are bestowed by their parents is not important. The most important thing about a person is their innermost being." Dai Yuan nodded in agreement, but just as she was about to nod, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject. "But this appearance is indeed much more pleasing to the eye. After all, everyone has a desire to be beautiful." Dai Yuan was extremely annoyed and glared at him fiercely, her peerless face disappearing in an instant and being replaced by a yellowish, black, and pockmarked face. Just now, she had almost naively believed Yang Kai's words and felt quite moved, but how could she have known that this feeling would be instantly destroyed by Yang Kai? Yang Kai lightly coughed, knowing that he had annoyed her, quickly changing the subject. "By the way, what does Sister Dai Yuan need my help with this visit?" "What? Do you think I came here to ask for your help? Can't I just take a look? Am I not welcome here?" Dai Yuan snorted, clearly not liking Yang Kai. "That's not it." Yang Kai knew that he had misspoken again and didn't know what to do for a while. Dai Yuan pursed her lips and smiled. "Only you can lie to me, but I can't joke around? I won't hide it from you. This time, I really do need your help." Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he quickly said, "If there's anything I can help with, Sister Dai Yuan, please don't hesitate to ask." Dai Yuan lightly opened her lips and said bluntly, "An origin condensing pill." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Dai Yuan explained, "Originally, I was preparing to break through to the origin returning realm after a while, but now that the Emperor Garden has appeared, time will not wait for me, so I need an origin condensing pill to assist me. This shouldn't be difficult for Brother Yang, right?" "Not at all." Yang Kai smiled confidently. Besides Wu Yi and Yang Yun, Dai Yuan also knew that he was an alchemist. After all, he had used his alchemy skills to help her expel the poison last time. A trivial origin condensing pill with Yang Kai's current methods naturally wouldn't take much effort to refine. Dai Yuan smiled happily and said, "I've already prepared the materials, so I'll have to trouble junior brother Yang." Saying so, she took out a few sets of herbs to refine the origin condensing pill from her space ring. Yang Kai didn't act polite with her, accepting them and saying, "You can stay here for a while, I'll bring you the origin condensing pill tomorrow." Dai Yuan nodded happily. Refining the origin condensing pill was indeed a simple task for Yang Kai, taking only a stick of incense worth of time to complete, but he still waited until the next day to personally hand this pill over to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan accepted it and naturally thanked him profusely. Immediately after, she told Yang Kai that Colored Glass Sect had also sent a number of people to Heavenly Fate City to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements, including her junior sister Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai, like Wei Guchang, had also broken through to the origin returning realm, but it had only been a short time and she was still consolidating her cultivation. She also seemed to have some malicious intentions towards Yang Kai, so Dai Yuan warned Yang Kai to be careful. Hearing this, Yang Kai showed a strange look on his face. After asking a few questions, he immediately concluded that after leaving Colored Glass Sect last time, his conflict with Yin Su Dai and even his killing of a Colored Glass Sect disciple had not been exposed. It seemed that Yin Su Dai had not reported it to the sect and had used some kind of method to cover up the death of her fellow disciple. However, this was good news for Yang Kai. In Su Dai being willing to cover up this matter was something he was more than happy to accept. Next, Dai Yuan intentionally or unintentionally talked about the changes in Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain, causing Yang Kai to break out in a cold sweat. When this woman talked about this, she shot him a meaningful look. Fortunately, she had no intention of continuing the conversation and only mentioned it briefly before moving on. After finally sending Dai Yuan off, Yang Kai stood in front of his cave mansion with a contemplative look on his face. Yang Inflammation appeared beside him like a ghost and frowned. Listening to that woman's tone, she seems to know something. Others may not know, but that doesn't mean she doesn't. After all, the stone mongoose entered Colored Glass Mountain from her Thousand Illusion Peak. Although I covered up my tracks, if she investigated carefully, she may have discovered something. On top of that, she also cultivates the Thousand Illusion colored glass art, so she may have some kind of connection with Colored Glass Mountain, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Although he didn't know the truth of the matter, his guess wasn't far off. The reason why Dai Yuan knew something was wrong with Colored Glass Mountain was largely because she cultivated the colored glass secret art. Chapter 1371. Then what should we do? Yang Inflammation asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. She specifically mentioned this place because she wanted to tell me not to worry. Most people in Colored Glass sect are unaware of this, otherwise, she wouldn't have come here to ask me to refine an origin condensing pill. That being said, it's still best to be careful. After all, Colored Glass Mountain is Colored Glass sect's most precious treasure. Once news of this matter leaks out, Colored Glass sect will definitely not let this matter rest. I know what's important, Yang Kai gently nodded, right? Qianyu isn't in retreat right now, right? Yang Inflammation shook his head. Tell her to come to me, I have something I need to see her about. Yang Kai said before turning around and walking towards the cave mansion. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with an indifferent expression, seemingly contemplating something. Noticing that someone was approaching from outside, Yang Kai immediately opened the barrier and let this person in. Sure enough, it was Qianyu. Yang Kai, are you looking for me? Qianyu asked. And come and sit. Yang Kai gestured to her, and although Qianyu didn't understand why, she still came over and sat down cross-legged on one of the praying mats, looking around curiously, a look of interest appearing on her face. Speaking of which, besides Yang Kai himself, Yang Inflammation was the one who came and went the most frequently in this cave mansion. Only when a cultivator of Dragon Cave Mountain was about to break through a bottleneck would they enter retreat in a specially prepared room outside the cave mansion to cultivate. This was because one could feel a trace of the aura of the 9-branched jade crystal tree there, and with the assistance of the 10,000-year incense, it was of great benefit to a cultivator's breakthrough. This was the first time Qianyu had come here, so she was naturally curious. This was one of the most secret places on Dragon Cave Mountain. Why are you looking for me? Qianyu looked around for a while before asking with a solemn expression. She and Yang Kai were both from Tongxian realm, and although her strength was enough to overlook Yang Kai many years ago, the fact that she had such a good cultivation environment and a large number of cultivation resources was all thanks to Yang Kai, not to mention that Yang Kai's strength had long surpassed hers. As such, Qianyu could only treat Yang Kai as an equal, and even felt a faint trace of awe in her heart. I'll need your help. Qianyu smiled faintly. All right, I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to do anything here. Just tell me what you need help with. Qianyu, Qianyu's soul. Qianyu's name, Yu. Qianyu, what? Yang Yu, estes was distut, este ask Yang Yu she. Letting someone else's soul avatar enter one's knowledge was not a trivial matter. Generally speaking, only those who were most trusted or close to one's heart would do such a thing. After all, a person's knowledge contained too many secrets, and no one would want outsiders to know about them. The last time Yang Kai entered Yang Yun's knowledge it was because Yang Yun had taken the initiative to release his divine sense defenses. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have been able to break into it. Now, hearing Yang Kai say this, Qian Yu was naturally surprised, but at the same time also felt a trace of gratitude. Regardless of what Yang Kai's original intention was for making such a request, since he had said so, he obviously did not consider her an outsider. I can enter, but what do you want me to do? Do you need me to cultivate some kind of secret technique? Qian Yu guessed casually. No, you don't need to think too much about it, I just want you to find a place, Yang Kai explained. Find a place? Qian Yu frowned, becoming even more confused. Why would she need to enter Yang Kai's knowledge sea to find a place? Find the place where you separated from Su Yen. Yang Kai's face became solemn as he shouted in a low voice, not waiting for Qian Yu to ask, You'll understand when you come in, it's too troublesome to explain. Although Qian Yu was still confused, she no longer hesitated and nodded lightly, Then release your knowledge sea defenses. Yang Kai nodded lightly, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. The next moment, his soul avatar appeared and hovered above his knowledge sea. Not long after, Yang Kai felt another wave of spiritual energy rush into his knowledge sea. Frowning, he did not resist and allowed it to enter. A moment later, a light flashed in front of him and Qian Yu's soul avatar appeared. As soon as she appeared, she could not help crying out as she hurriedly pushed her spiritual energy to resist the scorching heat coming from all directions. The situation of Yang Kai's knowledge sea was similar to the Yang inflammation, but it was much more powerful. The seawater below was like a raging inferno, so Qian Yu, who was only a first-order Saint King, was naturally affected. Seeing this, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a burst of spiritual energy that wrapped around Qian Yu, isolating her from the impact of the conflagrated knowledge sea. Your knowledge sea, it's really dangerous, Qian Yu muttered as she looked around. Qian Yu wore a look of lingering fear as she swept her eyes around. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that Yang Kai's divine sense had mutated and was now extremely powerful. If it weren't for Yang Kai deliberately shielding her, she wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Let's go! Yang Kai beckoned to her and took the lead to fly up into the sky, at the same time pushing his divine sense. In the next moment, an incredible scene appeared. Above Qian Yu's knowledge sea, a sky full of twinkling stars, like a dense cluster of fireflies. Immediately, these stars spread out in all directions, rapidly expanding. Qian Yu felt her vision blur and involuntarily had the illusion that she was in a starry sky. This is... Qian Yu's face filled with shock. Looking around, she quickly discovered that the scene around her had changed drastically. If not for her consciousness being clear enough to know that this was Yang Kai's knowledge sea, she would definitely have mistakenly thought she had arrived in a star field again. Looking at this seemingly familiar scene, Qian Yu could not help recalling the various hardships she had experienced when she, Ice Master Xianxia, and the others passed through the star field gate above Ice Sect and entered star territory. Those stars were so huge and dazzling that it was daunting to look at. They couldn't help but feel how small they were. The despair-inducing starry sky storm and the boundless sea of asteroids appeared before their eyes one by one. Thinking back to the tragic deaths of the several Ice Sect elders, Qian Yu's expression became gloomy. All of these scenes from the past were now vivid in her mind, as if they were just yesterday. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. It was Yang Kai. Qian Yu turned her head and looked at him, a trace of loneliness flashing across her beautiful eyes. Now, to her, Yang Kai was probably the only person she was familiar with. She didn't have the slightest sense of belonging to the star field. Involuntarily, Qian Yu whispered, Yang Kai, I want to go back to Tongxian realm, I want to go back to Ice Sect. The soft spot in her heart seemed to have been completely exposed because of this scene, making her look extremely delicate and fragile. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a strange light as he said lightly, such a day will come, but before that, you need to improve your strength first. Yang Kai's voice seemed to contain some kind of magical power, causing Qian Yu's beautiful eyes to become a little confused. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned and shouted. This shout exploded in Qian Yu's ears like spring thunder, causing her tender body to tremble involuntarily. The weakness in her eyes suddenly disappeared and she regained her usual vigor. After understanding what had happened, she couldn't help showing a trace of fear and gratitude. When she saw this strange star field just now, a huge flaw had appeared in her heart. This flaw might seem insignificant now, but if left alone, it would definitely become a heart demon that would become a huge hidden danger when she attempted to break through. Once this heart demon broke out at the critical juncture of a breakthrough, it would cause her to fail her breakthrough and suffer a backlash. In the worst-case scenario, her soul would be destroyed on the spot. Although Xianxia's words were light, he had faintly used the power of his soul attack to awaken her from her weakness and memories. After understanding this, how could Xianyu not be grateful? At the same time, she also felt a little relieved, secretly feeling that compared to Xianxia's tenacity, she was indeed a little overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, Xianyu calmed her chaotic mood and asked, "What is this? Why are there these things in your knowledge sea?" Star. Xianxia stood next to her and stared at the stars that were exuding strong and weak light. This star was something Xianxia obtained from a chart master who belonged to Purple Star when he first entered star territory. Xianxia didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter this chart master named Wuxia had, but after his Purple Star starship exploded, he died tragically on the spot and his soul was swallowed by Xianxia. After Xianxia purified his soul with his demon eye of annihilation, this star was left behind. Xianxia had also explored this star before, but he hadn't put too much effort into it, and after arriving on Shadowed Star, he had no opportunity to use this star, so he hadn't studied it. However, since finding Qianyu and learning that she had been separated from Su Yan and the others in the star field, Xianxia began to use this star in his knowledge sea to search. He had carefully asked Qianyu about the location where she had been separated from Su Yan and the others, and now he had found several similar locations, but he couldn't be certain, so he had asked Qianyu to enter his knowledge sea so she could identify them. Xianxia had no way to find Su Yan right now, but if he could determine her approximate location, Xianxia would have a direction to work towards. After briefly explaining the mysteries of this star to Qianyu, the latter's eyes flashed brilliantly, as if she had never imagined there would be such a magical thing in the territory of star. The profession of chart master was almost non-existent on Shadowed Star. After all, Shadowed Star was extremely isolated and had no way to communicate with the outside world. Occasionally, some people would venture deep into the star field, but they would only search for ores and Saint crystals nearby, so chart masters had no future on this star. You mean, this star contains all the stars in Star's territory? Qianyu asked with surprise and joy. And even if it isn't all of them, it shouldn't be far off, Xianxia nodded. What about Tongxian realm? Qianyu turned to look at him. Do you want to see? Xianxia grinned. Qianyu nodded repeatedly, an eager expression on her face. I'll take you there. Xianxia waved his hand and wrapped Qianyu in his spiritual energy, quickly leading her through the territory of this star. Chapter 1372. As the bright stars passed by, Qianyu felt like she could reach out and touch them, but she knew that these seemingly real stars were actually just reflections of the star, not real. Shuttling through the star field, Qianyu felt like she was in a dream. Here, not only was there a dazzling sun star, but there was also a moon star that exuded a faint light, countless lifeless dead stars, and an asteroid sea that caused Qianyu's complexion to pale. It was as if the entire star territory had been shrunk countless times and placed here. She flew forward silently with Xianxia, and after what seemed like an eternity, Xianxia suddenly came to a stop, a complex look on his face as he stared forward silently. Following his gaze, Qianyu saw a faint blue stars. These stars weren't very eye-catching in the entire star territory as there were countless stars more dazzling than them, but at this moment, these stars had become all that Qianyu could see. Staring at these stars in a daze, she felt as if she had seen her home, her heart filled with warmth. Tongxian Realm. These stars were the hometown she yearned for day and night, Tongxian Realm where she had been born and raised. After entering the star field from Ice Sect, Xianyu had once looked back and seen the exact same scene she was seeing now. The faint blue stars were like brilliant blue roses, infatuating her and making her reluctant to part with them, but at that time, she had no choice but to follow Ice Master Xianxia and leave her homeland. Xianyu burst into tears. Even if she was a Saint King Realm cultivator, even if she had cultivated for several dozen years. But at this moment, she was still unable to control her emotions, like a wanderer far away from home, the deep longing in her heart bursting forth at this moment. Yang Kai didn't say anything. When he explored the star field alone and found the stars where Tong Xian realm was, his emotions were no better than Qian Yu's, but he was a man, so his way of expressing his emotions was different. After a long time, Qian Yu gradually stopped sobbing, turned her head to Yang Kai, and asked softly, "Yang Kai, can we still go back there?" Yang Kai nodded. Resolutely and decisively. Qian Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. Although Yang Kai's answer was groundless and she couldn't see any hope now, hearing this answer, the emptiness in her heart was instantly filled with joy. "Thank you. Thank you." Qian Yu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He really shouldn't have lost his composure in front of a junior. However, when he saw his homeland, he didn't care. She couldn't control her emotions, and all the grievances she had suffered in Joyous Union Pavilion over the years began to surge like a tide. Fortunately, now she was Yang Yu's star and she was Yang Qianyu. Yang Kai smiled lightly, his spiritual energy bursting out and wrapping Qianyu in his spiritual energy again, gradually pulling her away from the blue star. Qianyu was Xian Shue Xian Zhen Xian and Yang, Xian and Xian star Shue, Xian star Xian and Xian. Qianyu looked around for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "It's not here. I remember the asteroid sea there was larger than this one." Yang Kai nodded and once again wrapped Qianyu up and flew away. Half a day later, the barrier around the cave mansion opened and Qianyu walked out. Yang Kai sat alone in the cave mansion with a smile on his face. Finally, through Qianyu's identification, Yang Kai had found the location where she had separated from Su Yan and the others. Although Su Yan and the others had also passed through the Void Corridor at that time and Yang Kai didn't know where they had gone, this was still an extremely precious clue. At that time, as long as he was strong enough, he could directly go to that place and find the Void Corridor. Yang Kai could follow the vine to find the melon and there was a chance he could meet Su Yan again. Of course, all of this would be based on a strong foundation of strength. It was still too early to consider such things. Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai took out his alchemy furnace and a number of herbs before beginning to use alchemy to calm his mood. Time flew by and soon, a month had passed. On this day, the barrier around Dragon Cave Mountain opened and two figures slowly walked out. Naturally, it was Yang Kai and Yang Yan. The two of them were naturally going to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. In fact, Kai Yang's original attitude towards this auction was whether or not he wanted to go, but after seeing a certain item printed on the invitation, he immediately changed his mind. That item was of great use to him, and he had to obtain it no matter what. For this reason, he had taken all the Saint Crystals he had from Wu Yi and prepared to go all out. Currently, Dragon Cave Mountain didn't have a lot of Saint Crystals, but it definitely wasn't a small amount either, a total of 70 million. According to the estimates of Yang Kai and Yang Yan, this amount of Saint Crystals was enough to win that item. After all, although that thing was precious, it was still just a material. Besides someone like Yang Kai who had other uses for it, no one should be willing to spend such a high price to bid for it. Yang Kai still had some confidence in this matter. A trivial 50-kilometer journey, the two of them arrived at Heavenly Fate City on their star shuttles. Currently, Heavenly Fate City was filled with crooks and honest folk. In order to maintain order in the city, City Lord Fei Ji II was under great pressure. He was a person who didn't want to provoke trouble, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the old temple master to place him in Heavenly Fate City as the city lord. But now, the Emperor Garden had appeared and floated above Heavenly Fate City, leading to so many cultivators' arrival. The city's spirit array had been fully activated and no one was allowed to act at will inside the city, otherwise they would be severely punished. Moreover, upon entering the city, there was a powerful barrier that prohibited flying. This was different from the previous rules. In the past, when Yang Kai came to Heavenly Fate City, he had to fly directly in and out. But now, in front of Heavenly Fate City, he had no choice but to land on the ground and enter through the city gate with Yang Yan. The city gate was also crowded with people. Yang Yan shrank under Yang Kai's wings and tried his best to pass through safely. After entering the city, looking at the bustling scene, whether it was Yang Kai or Yang Yan, both of them felt a headache coming on. The population of Heavenly Fate City was now more than 10 times larger than before. Fortunately, the auction had started today, so there were people in charge of clearing the roads and maintaining order at all the major city gates leading directly to Treasure Trove Pavilion, saving them the trouble of jostling with people and losing their status as elders. Finding the reception area, Yang Kai took out the golden invitation and showed it to the cultivator in charge of receiving them. The cultivator immediately showed a flattering look and respectfully said, "Welcome to my humble tower's auction, please come this way." Saying so, he turned to a young woman next to him and said, "Qing, show these 2 honored guests to their private room." Although Yang Kai and Yang Yan's cultivations weren't high, there weren't many golden invitations. Yen Pei was well aware of the amazing financial resources of Dragon Cave Mountain and hoped that Yang Kai could bring a few more items for the finale of the auction, so the grade of the invitations Dragon Cave Mountain sent out was extremely high. Even if it wasn't as good as those from first-tier sects, it wasn't far off. When the cultivator in charge of receiving guests near the city gate saw this invitation, how could he not be respectful? Hearing his instructions, the young woman who appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old immediately stepped forward and said, "2 honored guests, please come with me." Although this young woman wasn't a stunning beauty, she was still quite attractive. Her strength wasn't high, only reaching the immortal ascension boundary, but her voice was extremely pleasant, like the chirping of a lark. Every frown and smile she made was filled with charm, as if she had cultivated some kind of seductive technique. Seeing this, Yang Kai gently nodded, knowing that Treasure Trove Pavilion had put in a lot of effort for this auction. Every great force that came to participate in this auction would have a special young woman to receive them. Treasure Trove Pavilion had countless disciples with such high cultivation, so it wasn't difficult to train them, but this arrangement was likely to win the favor of some cultivator who was fond of feminine charms. Perhaps this cultivator would be so happy that he would spend money like water. The young woman named Qing walked in front, leading Yang Kai and Yang Yan towards Treasure Trove Pavilion, explaining as she walked, "Qing will be responsible for all the auction matters for 2 seniors this time. If 2 seniors win something, Qing will pay the Saint Crystals on behalf of 2 seniors and retrieve the auction item. If 2 seniors have any other instructions, please don't hesitate. Our pavilion master has issued an order that Qing must satisfy all the requirements of 2 seniors." "All the requirements?" Yang Yan raised his brow, revealing a faint smile. The young woman named Qing gently nodded, her delicate earlobes revealing a touch of seductive pink. Yang Yan chuckled and shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai before immediately whispering something in Qing's ear. The other party's face turned even redder, but she still nodded. Yang Kai sniffed. Although he didn't deliberately eavesdrop on the conversation between Yang Yan and this young woman, he knew what Yang Yan had asked. This girl's personality seems to have changed since she fell into a coma. Yang Kai thought about it thoughtfully. She wasn't so bold before, but this wasn't a big deal. He had always felt that Yang Yan's personality was too introverted, so this kind of change was something he was happy to see. Along the way, the streets were filled with people, but with the passage deliberately opened by Treasure Trove Pavilion, the 3 of them were able to walk through it without any obstructions. A short time later, the trio arrived in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion. There weren't many people in front of this building, only 2, but when Yang Kai saw them, his eyes shrank. Because these 2 were both third-order origin returning realm masters. One of them was the city lord of this city, Fei Ji Tu, who was standing there with an unhappy look on his face. Originally, he wanted to be free and unfettered, but how could he have known that he would end up in such a mess? As a result, he had no choice but to stand here and deter all the guests. It would be strange if his complexion was good, only slightly better than the person next to him. The one with an even darker face was naturally Yen Pei. Not only was old Blackface's face dark, but his heart was even darker. All the things he auctioned were sold for sky-high prices. The last time he auctioned off an origin condensing pill with pill veins, the price had broken through the hundreds of millions mark, creating a miracle. Chapter 1373. The Masters of Shadowed Star's great forces had a love-hate relationship with old Blackface Yen Pei. They loved him because whenever he took part in an auction, the items he obtained would definitely be of great value, but they hated him because of the ridiculously high prices he charged. Even the great forces couldn't stand his exploitation. With two Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters standing here, it was obvious how much importance Treasure Trove Pavilion attached to this auction. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, whether it was Fei Zhitu or Yen Pei, both showed a smile. When Qing, who was leading the way, saw this, she couldn't help feeling stunned. She hadn't expected that the identity of this young man she was receiving would be so extraordinary that even Great Elder Kuang Lao showed a rare smile, causing her to feel even happier. For Qing, the more distinguished Yang Kai's identity was, the more rewards she could receive. If her luck was good and she was chosen by Yang Kai, she wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. After all, those who came with golden invitations certainly wouldn't lack Saint Crystals. Greetings, seniors. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he had no choice but to step forward and salute. This was the disadvantage of having low seniority. No matter where one went, they would always be dwarfed. No need to be so polite. Fei Zhitu smiled lightly, stretched out his hand, and an invisible force lifted Yang Kai up, his expression amiable. Since seeing the Ice Phoenix remnant soul appear in the Emperor Garden last time, Fei Zhitu no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Even if it was just a remnant soul, it was still a legendary ancient divine spirit. It could be said that as long as Yang Kai didn't die, as his strength increased, he would be able to exert more and more power from this ancient divine spirit remnant soul. Due to the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, Yang Kai may not have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm, but in the Origin Returning realm, with the help of the Ice Phoenix remnant soul, he was absolutely invincible. If Yang Kai didn't take advantage of this opportunity to curry favor with him while he was still weak, once he was strong enough, it would not be so easy to form a friendship. I heard you got into trouble some time ago, boy? Fei Zhitu grinned meaningfully. May I know what senior is referring to? Yang Kai asked doubtfully. Stop playing dumb. Did you kill the people from the Sea Heart sect? Fei Zhitu glared at him. So it's the Sea Heart sect. That's right, I killed them. But did senior hear some kind of rumor? Yang Kai raised his brow. That's not true. Fei Zhitu slowly shook his head. However, although Sea Heart sect is located far away in the limitless ocean, it is still a second-tier sect and its strength cannot be underestimated. For you to act so recklessly, have you ever considered the consequences? Yang Kai chuckled. Senior, do you expect me to endure being bullied? Seeing this sharp look on his face, Fei Zhitu couldn't help laughing. If you could endure, you wouldn't be you. Last time, Yang Kai had wreaked havoc in Heavenly Fate City, dealing with 7 or 8 Origin returning Realm Masters and even killing a master from the Xie family. Fei Zhitu had long known that Yang Kai was not a law-abiding person, so he simply reminded him lightly, however, I heard that the people from Sea Heart sect are now residing in the Xie family. The relationship between the two seems to be quite good. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and cupped his fists. Many thanks for senior's reminder. And in addition, it seems that a force called Flowing Cloud Valley has also settled in the Xie family. In any case, you should be careful. Flowing Cloud Valley? Yang Kai frowned, his expression changing slightly. What's wrong? Do you also have a grudge with this flowing cloud valley? Fei Ji too was stunned. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Seeing Yang Kai's tacit admission, Fei Ji too was speechless and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, young people are full of energy. Just don't cause trouble in my heavenly fate city. In any case, flowing cloud valley isn't worth mentioning. Junior will remember, Yang Kai gently nodded. Fei Ji too thought that flowing cloud valley was just an insignificant force, but Yang Kai was faintly afraid of it. The reason was simple, flowing cloud valley had Lu Yi. Yang Kai didn't know how he had provoked this Lu Yi, but this person had tried to kill him in the desert with Lu Yen, and although Yang Kai had successfully cut off one of Lu Ye's arms, Lu Yi had still managed to escape. At that time, Yang Kai felt that this Lu Yi was not ordinary. Even an elite like Wei Guchang would not be his opponent. Facing this Lu Yi, Yang Kai faintly felt like he was facing the young man named Lung Qing from Star Emperor Mountain. Both of them gave him a great sense of threat, a feeling Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong didn't possess. A trivial flowing cloud valley being able to cultivate such a disciple, even if it was insignificant, Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate it, so he had deliberately collected information about flowing cloud valley. Now that he heard Fei Ji to mention it, he naturally thought of Lu Yi. Now that several years had passed, Yang Kai didn't know to what extent Lu Ye's cultivation had progressed. If they were to meet again, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. After all, his strength had improved greatly over the past few years and he now had countless means to deal with his enemies. After the conversation between Yang Kai and Fei Ji Tu ended, Yan Pei couldn't wait to continue. Little friend Yang's participation in this auction really brings light to my humble abode. Senior is too polite. It is Junior's honor to be able to participate in this auction, Yang Kai said modestly. Yan Pei remained amiable and lowered his voice. Does little friend Yang intend to auction some more things? Although the auction items have already been determined, if little friend Yang wishes to auction them, this old master can open the door for you. This is not a difficult matter for this old master. Senior must be joking. The good things my master has accumulated over the years have all been taken out for auction last time, so there really isn't much left to sell now, Yang Kai casually said. Yang Kai casually spouted some nonsense. In any case, he had been using his non-existent master's name as a cover for himself, and no one could be certain that such a master existed on Dragon Cave Mountain, so Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest psychological burden when he told such a blatant lie. So that's how it is. Yan Pei showed a look of disappointment before suddenly whispering, how about this old master give you a 50% commission? I really don't have anything else. Yang Kai said bitterly. It seems this old master has forced you into a difficult position. Good, since little friend Yang has come, there's no need to stand outside. Go in and rest for a while, the auction will begin in an hour. Yan Pei no longer insisted and generously allowed Yang Kai to enter. Yang Kai excused himself and together with Yang Inflammation, walked directly into Treasure Trove Pavilion under the lead of the young girl, Qing. Just like the last time Yang Kai saw it, the hall was already filled with cultivators who had come to participate in the auction. Even if there were a few empty seats, there were not many of them. In the middle of the hall, there was a round platform, the place where Treasure Trove Pavilion hosted the auction. The surrounding walls were inlaid with strange stones that emitted beams of light, illuminating the high platform. Two seniors, please wait a moment. The young girl, Xing, entered the hall and said softly before walking to the side and talking with the Treasure Trove Pavilion cultivator. A moment later, she returned with a smile and respectfully handed a wooden token to Yang Kai. This is the restriction token for your room, please accept it, senior. Yang Kai took it and glanced over it, quickly discovering that the words B13 were engraved on it. After all, he had participated in such an auction before, so Yang Kai was quite familiar with it and knew that his room number was B13. However, it was quite a coincidence that the last time he participated in this auction, the room number he obtained was C13, but today it was B13. Although the number hadn't changed, the level of his room had obviously risen. Last time, it was because of the Qian Tong, But this time, it wasn't because of anyone's prestige, but rather because of Dragon Cave Mountain's own reputation. Considering all this, Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he put away the token and motioned to the young girl to lead the way. A moment later, in room B13, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had taken their seats while Qing served them tea. Besides her, there was no one else in the room. Pointing to the spirit fruits on the table, the young girl slowly said, "These are sparrow spirit fruits that Lu specially collected for this auction. They taste very sweet and have some effects on purifying one's Saint Qi. The two of you should try them." Yang Kai nodded lightly, picked up a fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth, nodding with satisfaction. Seeing his satisfied expression, the young girl boldly asked, "The auction won't begin for an hour. If two seniors don't mind, you can call some people to dance to relieve your boredom." "Is your treasure trove pavilion's hospitality so considerate?" Yang Inflammation asked in surprise. The young girl pursed her lips and smiled. "Not every guest has this right. Only those who are in Class B and above are allowed to do so." Yang Yen swept her eyes over her for a moment before smiling charmingly. "There's no need to call someone over. Seeing how soft your waist is and how light your steps are, you should be quite proficient in this field. How about you dance a song?" "Junior?" The young girl blushed as she looked at Yang Kai timidly. Although her cultivation wasn't high, she could tell that the two guests here were led by Yang Kai, so naturally, she had to obtain his approval first. "Don't make trouble." Yang Kai glared at Yang Inflammation, then looked at the young girl and said, "She's just joking with you, you don't have to take it seriously." "Yes," the young girl replied softly, a trace of relief and disappointment flashing through her eyes. Fortunately, the two guests she served seemed to be good, and although the woman liked to tease her, she wasn't a bad person, and this man was obviously an upright person. She was disappointed that she didn't have a chance to perform. Yang Kai observed her expression and could more or less guess what she was thinking, so he immediately said, "The two of us don't have any other requests, just do your own thing, and when the auction is over, there will be no shortage of benefits for you." The young girl was happy to hear this and said, "Thank you, senior." As if she had already understood the temperament of the two guests, the young girl was quite good at serving them. Unless Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had something to ask, she never took the initiative to speak, just quietly waiting on the side. During this time, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer came once and chatted with Yang Kai for a long time. It wasn't strange that the two of them could find this place, as they only needed to ask Yen Pei a little to find out where Yang Kai was. Chapter 1374. In the auction hall, a middle-aged man dressed as a Confucian scholar slowly walked up to the high platform, the light from the strange stones used for illumination illuminating his body, accentuating his unparalleled temperament. In particular, this person was holding a paper fan in his hand, making him look even more handsome and elegant. This middle-aged Confucian scholar was born with red lips and white teeth, and there were some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that not only did not make him look old, but instead added a sense of maturity and steadiness to him. At this moment, he gave off a dreamlike feeling. At the very least, many young girls and young women in the hall who were participating in the auction could not help showing an infatuated look, as if they were attracted to him. Many of the cultivator who recognized the identity of this middle-aged man had ugly expressions on their faces. Many whispers and discussions could be heard in hushed voices. "Damn, it's actually Little Black Face presiding over this auction. What the hell is Treasure Trove Pavilion doing? It's over, it's over. This time we've fallen into the pit again. I knew Treasure Trove Pavilion was up to no good, but I didn't expect this guy to actually come out. He hasn't made a move for more than 10 years. There were all kinds of discussions, and although these voices were not loud, the cultivation of the cultivator participating in the auction was not low, so naturally they could hear these words clearly. However, the middle-aged Confucian scholar called Little Black Face not only did not get angry, but instead showed a warm smile, as if he did not care about the criticism of these people. On the contrary, The young girls and young women who were infatuated with him swept their beautiful eyes around fiercely, feeling injustice for him. Little black face? In private room B13, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. What does this person have to do with Senior Yen? Since Yen Pei is old blackface, then this person must have some relationship with Yen Pei to be called Little Blackface. But Yang Kai did not understand why the cultivator below treated this person like a tiger or leopard, with a look of dread. Yang Yen also looked at the girl next to him, expecting her to give an explanation. Qing pursed her lips, seemingly wanting to laugh, but not daring to lose her composure. She finally managed to hold back her laughter and whispered, replying to the two seniors, "This is Ren Tianrui, an auctioneer of the pavilion, and old Mr. Yen is his master, so everyone calls him Qing," didn't dare to say anything else. It didn't matter if others called them Little Blackface or Old Blackface. Although it was just a nickname, it was still a reputation that Yen Pei and Ren Tianrui had created for themselves. However, as a member of Endless Treasures Pavilion, Qing naturally didn't dare to criticize the seniors behind their backs. Otherwise, if others found out, she would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily and nodded. "I see, I understand." It seemed that this auctioneer named Ren Tianrui was a true disciple of Yen Pei, otherwise, he wouldn't have been called such. When the time came, Yang Kai would have to be careful when participating in the auction. On the high platform, Ren Tianrui smiled warmly as he cupped his fists and said loudly, "Everyone has come from afar and spared no effort to participate in my Endless Treasures Pavilion's auction. My Endless Treasures Pavilion is deeply grateful. This auction will be hosted by this Ren, so if there is any impropriety, I hope everyone can understand." These words were spoken in an extremely appropriate manner, making it impossible for anyone to find fault with them. No matter how he acted when hosting the auction, at the very least, these words had won the favor of countless people present. Ren Tianrui continued, "Speaking of which, this auction was originally hosted by my master." As soon as the statement came out, many people's expressions changed slightly as they subconsciously covered their space rings and stared vigilantly towards the high platform, their expressions becoming ugly, as if they were afraid that Yen Pei would suddenly jump out from some corner. Fortunately, Ren Tianrui smiled slightly and said, "However, this junior thinks that my master is already very old and should remain behind the scenes. This kind of limelight opportunity should be left to young people like me." Cheers rang out from below. "Brother Ren is bold and bold. Let old Mr. Yen remain behind the scenes forever." A burst of laughter rang out. Ren Tianrui also smiled as he looked towards a certain spot in the hall and nodded. "This Ren also has the same opinion. After this auction is over, I will definitely persuade my master to retire and not work so hard anymore." Although these words were somewhat disgraceful, it was undeniable that it quickly aroused the good feelings and resonance of many people. All of a sudden, the vigilance that everyone had towards him disappeared without a trace. Instead, they felt that it was simply a blessing that he could stand here and host the auction. Not simple. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Ren Tianrui faintly. With just a few words, this Ren Tianrui had integrated himself into the crowd. Although it was only a simple opening speech, it had already established enough capital for this auction. When the auction began, even if he asked for a higher price, there wouldn't be many people who would reject him. This Ren Tianrui had a deep understanding of the ways of the world. No wonder he was called Little Blackface. It was just that his hosting style was completely different from Yen Pei's, which was quite interesting. "Good, let's not talk too much. I'm afraid many friends are already waiting anxiously, so let's start the auction now." Ren Tianrui patted the folding fan in his hand and turned around, gesturing to someone behind him. Over there, a woman in a palace dress walked up to the high platform with a smile on her face, carrying a jade plate on her arm as she stood in front of Ren Tianrui. Although the woman in the palace dress was an extraordinary beauty with a hint of spring in her eyes, at this moment, not many people were looking at her. Since she was here to participate in the auction, everyone's attention was naturally attracted by the jade plate she was holding. Needless to say, the thing on the jade plate was the first item to be auctioned, but unfortunately, it was covered by a red cloth, making it impossible to see what it was. Many of the cultivators participating in the auction eagerly craned their necks to look at it. Ren Tianrui carefully observed everyone's expressions and said, "According to the rules of every auction, although the first item is not as good as the final item, it is still no trivial matter. If you are interested, you must obtain it, otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Saying so, Ren Tianrui reached out and lifted the red cloth, revealing a colorless bead the size of a goose egg. This bead looked transparent, but there were inexplicable threads swimming inside it like fish. What was even stranger was that this bead didn't give off the slightest energy fluctuation, as if it was just an ornamental item with no real value. What is this? I've never seen it before. Since Treasure Trove Pavilion dares to take out the first item for auction, it must have its own uniqueness. Let Mr. Ren explain it to us. Spirit Storage Bead? Inside Private Room B13, Yang Yan's eyes lit up as she called out the name of the first item. Yang Kai glanced over at her, no longer surprised. He suspected that there was nothing in this world that Yang Yan didn't recognize, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Yang Yan to this auction alone. Yang Kai didn't ask what this spirit storage bead was for because he knew Ren Tianrui would definitely explain it in detail. Atop the high platform, Ren Tianrui reached out and picked up the spirit storage bead, holding it up high for everyone to see, not saying a word, instead just madly pouring his Saint Qi into it. In front of everyone's eyes, the colorless bead was like a bottomless pit, absorbing all of the Saint Qi he poured into it. As time passed, the bead began to emit a faint glow and a Saint Qi fluctuation identical to Ren Tianrui's began to spread from it. A moment later, Ren Tianrui stopped what he was doing, smiled strangely again, and silently urged the bead again. What happened next was that the Saint Qi that had been swallowed by this spirit storage bead before actually returned to Ren Tianrui's body, and from his expression, there wasn't the slightest hint of discomfort. In a flash, the spirit storage bead returned to its original transparent appearance, but there were no longer any energy fluctuations inside it. The entire process was clearly witnessed by everyone present. At this point, 90% of the cultivators participating in the auction had a vague idea of what this spirit storage bead could do, and all of them immediately turned to look at the stage with excited expressions. Ren Tianrui chuckled and said loudly, "I believe everyone already knows the purpose of this spirit storage bead. It can store Saint Qi in a cultivator's body and, when needed, feed it back to the cultivator's body, providing the cultivator with the power to fight. Friends who have come here must have fought before and know that during a fight, the only way to replenish one's Saint Qi is to take pills or absorb the energy from Saint crystals, but no matter which method it uses, the effect is very slow. However, this spirit storage bead is different. It can restore a cultivator's Saint Qi to its peak in a very short time. The premise is that there is enough energy stored in this bead." As soon as these words came out, the hall immediately exploded. Although everyone had some speculations just now, after Ren Tianrui explained it in detail, everyone realized that they had underestimated the value of this spirit storage bead. If this was the case, then this spirit storage bead was equivalent to a second life. The reason many cultivators fell was because their Saint Qi was insufficient when fighting. If they could replenish their Saint Qi with this spirit storage bead, they could turn defeat into victory. For a time, countless burning eyes stared towards the high platform, filled with greed and greed. If not for the fact that this was Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction and there were countless masters inside and outside, many people would have desperately tried to snatch this spirit storage bead. Even Kai Yang, who was in room B13, revealed a look of interest. Such a treasure could be said to be a heaven-defying existence. Even with his wealth, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it, let alone others. However, this thing was useless to him because Yang Kai never lacked Saint Qi, so this thought only flashed across his mind for a moment before he calmly observed it. After all, such a good thing would definitely fetch a high price when auctioned. Although Yang Kai had brought 70 million Saint crystals with him, he wasn't sure if he could obtain the item he wanted. If he used up his saint crystals now and ran out of funds, the gains would not make up for the losses. Chapter 1375. The change in Ren Kai's expression didn't escape Yang Inflammation's observation. Seeing that Ren Kai seemed to have lost interest in the spirit storage bead, Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "Although this thing is good, there are restrictions on how it can be used. You don't need to feel pity about it." "What kind of restrictions?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Although this thing is good, nephew Ren doesn't need to boast so much. What are the restrictions on how this bead can be used? You might as well tell me all about them." Before Yang Inflammation could answer though, Yang Kai heard a majestic voice from one of the rooms. It seems that Yang Inflammation isn't the only one who knows about this spirit storage bead, Yang Kai thought to himself. Ren Tianrui looked over and smiled lightly, cupping his fists and saying, "So it is Thunder Typhoon Sects, Senior Cheng. Senior's insight is quite profound. Although this spirit storage bead is convenient to use, it does have some restrictions." Even if Senior didn't ask, Junior was prepared to explain them in detail so as not to allow the friends who came to participate in the auction to buy it. "My treasure trove pavilion still has that much credibility." Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Cheng snorted lightly, declining to comment. As for whether he believed the other party's words or not, only the heavens knew. Many people secretly estimated that if no one questioned him, Ren Tianrui would definitely not explain the restrictions. At most, he would send someone to quietly inform the owner of the spirit storage bead after the auction was over. That would be the best he could do. This wasn't the first time Treasure Trove Pavilion had done such a thing. "Who is that?" Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and asked the girl. Although Qing Er's cultivation wasn't high, she was still a native of Shadowed Star. Naturally, she had some guesses about the identity of the speaker, so when she heard Yang Kai's question, a trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes, seemingly wondering why Yang Kai would ask such a question, quickly replying, "If Junior's guess is correct, it should be Senior Cheng Peng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect. After all, he is the only master with this surname in Thunder Typhoon Sect." Yang Kai gently nodded, satisfied with her answer. At the same time, Ren Tianrui explained the limitations of the spirit storage bead. However, this spirit storage bead was something that the Endless Treasures Pavilion had unintentionally purchased from a small, rundown family clan. According to the person who sold this item, the amount of Saint Qi stored in this spirit storage bead was limited to a certain extent, roughly equivalent to the total amount of Saint Qi in the body of a third-order Saint King cultivator. In other words, it was unable to accept Saint Qi beyond that of a third-order Saint King cultivator. It would immediately escape. This kind of restriction was not a big problem. For a cultivator at the Saint King realm, this restriction made no difference. For an origin-returning realm cultivator, all they had to do was pay attention to it. As long as he didn't store too much Saint Qi in the spirit storage bead, he could still use it. It was just that in a moment of crisis, the Saint Qi he received back was unable to restore him to his peak state. Overall, this restriction was not a big deal. However, the second restriction greatly reduced the value of the spirit storage bead. This was an artifact, one that should have been refined by an ancient cultivator. This bead had been used many times, but according to the appraisal of the Treasure Trove Pavilion's artifact masters, this bead could only be used 3 or 5 times at most before it was completely damaged and could no longer be used. Hearing this, the passion in the eyes of many cultivators was immediately extinguished. To them, although 3 to 5 times was quite a lot, spending a lot of money to buy such an item was of no help to improve their strength, so they could only calm down. Besides these 2 restrictions, there is nothing else to pay attention to about this bead. Ren Tianrui didn't seem to care whether this auction item could sell for a high price or not, simply smiling and shouting, "The base price of this bead is 500,000 Saint crystals, and each increase must be no less than 10,000. Everyone please." Speaking of which, such a base price was not high for the purpose of this spirit storage bead. After all, this was the first item to be auctioned, so Treasure Trove Pavilion intended to sell it well. However, this figure of 500,000 instantly caused 90% of the cultivator in the hall to shut down. After all, a Saint King grade high-rank artifact only sold for about 300,000 Saint Crystals, so even if they could afford a base price of 500,000 Saint Crystals, they couldn't afford it. Of course, not everyone was like this. Since they had come to participate in this auction, of course they had raised enough Saint Crystals. As soon as Ren Tianrui's voice fell, someone immediately called out a bid. Immediately afterwards, from every corner of the hall, voices calling out bids rang out one after another. Each increase in price was relatively mild, but it was impossible to withstand the pressure of the crowd. In just half a cup of tea's time, the price of this spirit storage bead had risen to 820,000 Saint Crystals. By this time, the voices in the hall had become sparse, with only 2 or 3 people calling out bids. This old master bids 1 million. Cheng Pengxian's voice rang out from Thunder Typhoon Sect's private room, his voice still loud and clear. Ren Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, heard this and smiled lightly, not showing any surprise. With such a good thing, it would be strange if there weren't several great forces competing for it. The several cultivators in the hall who had participated in the auction before heard this and sighed. Since someone from Thunder Typhoon Sect was participating in this auction, there was no hope for them. All of them silently cursed Cheng Pengxian for not bidding earlier. If they had known he was going to participate in this auction, why would they have wasted so much effort? How unlucky! Everyone even had the urge to kill. Ha, old Ghost Ching, you're already a third-order origin returning realm master. How could you possibly need this spirit storage bead? You don't need to be so thick-skinned as to compete with some juniors, right? From another private room, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out, mixed with sarcasm and ridicule. If this old master doesn't need it, can't he just buy it and give it to his sect's disciples? Cheng Pengxian coldly snorted. Brother Mo's words are somewhat incorrect. Since this is an auction, this old master's participation is perfectly justified. How is that thick-skinned enough to compete with a junior? That makes sense. The person in the private room didn't seem to care and slowly said, Good, then this MO will also join in the fun. I can't let Brother Ching monopolize all the glory. 1 million. Old Ghost MO, do you know what it means to help others? Cheng Pengxian's voice sounded a little unhappy. 2 million. Brother Cheng also said that this is an auction, so naturally the highest bidder wins. 5 million. Since that's the case, let's wait and see. 2 million. It was as if the two of them were old rivals. Their words were sharp, and neither of them was willing to back down. In the blink of an eye, the price of the spirit storage bead had increased several times over. Moreover, from the looks of it, the final price would most likely be even higher, causing all the cultivators in the hall to be dumbfounded. Surnamed Mo? In private room B13, Yang Kai frowned as he looked towards the private room competing with Cheng Pengxian. That should be Elder Mo Xiao Sheng of Heaven Battling Union. Qing quickly explained. Yang Kai gently nodded. This time, even if Qing didn't explain, he could guess who it was because he had heard others mention this Mo Xiao Sheng of Heaven Battling Union several times. Yang Kai himself had also paid special attention to him for no other reason than that this Mo Xiao Sheng, like him, cultivated the Tao of space. This was an extremely rare secret art, and even if one searched all of Shadowed Star, there was no third person who could cultivate it. In terms of the study of the Tao of space, Yang Kai was confident that he wouldn't lose to this Mo Xiao Sheng. If they were to compete in the Tao of space alone, Yang Kai estimated that he could definitely crush the other party to death. After all, not everyone could comprehend the destructive power of Space Blade. But after all, this person was quite young, so his understanding of the Tao of space could not be underestimated. If Yang Kai could find an opportunity to exchange a few words, perhaps he would gain some benefits. But this was impossible. Heaven Battling Union style of conduct was really shameless. If Yang Kai really exposed that he was proficient in the Tao of space, it would only invite disaster. As such, Yang Kai only thought about it for a moment before immediately rejecting this idea. At this time, Ren Tianru, who was sitting on the high platform below, had opened his folding fan and was fanning himself gently, looking like an elegant scholar, a gentle smile on his face as he listened to the elders of the two great leaders bid one after another, putting him in a very good mood. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had always been on bad terms, so this competition for the spirit storage bead was not only a competition of financial resources but also a showdown of face. Neither side was willing to back down. After a stick of incense worth of time, Cheng Pengxian shouted a sky-high price of 10 million Saint crystals, causing an uproar among the cultivator in the hall. In all fairness, although the spirit storage bead was very good, the price of 10 million Saint crystals was really unexpected. If it weren't for Mo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union competing for it, the price definitely wouldn't have been so outrageous. At this point, whether it was Cheng Pengxian or Mo Xiaosheng, both of them were secretly annoyed. The two of them naturally knew that this kind of competition would only benefit Treasure Trove Pavilion, but now that they were riding a tiger, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their grievances. 10 million Saint crystals wasn't much for these two great forces, but it wasn't a number that could be wasted casually. One had to know that such a sum of Saint crystals was enough for many disciples to cultivate for a lifetime, but this spirit storage bead could only be used by one person. The two Third Order Origin returning realm masters both cursed each other in their hearts as they grit their teeth and bid. After the price of 10 million Saint crystals was bid, Heaven Battling Union fell silent, as if Mo Xiaosheng was weighing the gains and losses, deciding whether to continue bidding. At that moment though, a voice suddenly rang out. 10.01 million. In an instant, almost everyone's eyes gathered on the bidder, but what surprised everyone was that the one who made this bid was not sitting in one of the private rooms, but instead a young cultivator in the hall. His cultivation wasn't too high, only Third Order Saint King, and the clothes he wore were quite ordinary. It could be said that such a cultivator could be found anywhere on Shadowed Star, and from the fact that he could only sit in this hall to participate in this auction, it was obvious that his background wasn't high, otherwise, he wouldn't have been crowded here. However, the price he shouted was truly shocking, and what was even more admirable was this person's courage and boldness. One had to know that the one who participated in this competition just now was an elder from one of Thunder Typhoon Sect's great forces, and at this critical juncture, no one dared to provoke him, but this young man had actually taken action. Chapter 1376. This young man's bid was also extremely subtle, only adding 10,000 to the base 10 million, as if he didn't want to break the rules of Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. Not only were many cultivators suspicious of this young man's identity, but even Ren Tianru, who had always been as calm as a mountain, frowned slightly as he stared at this young man suspiciously, secretly wondering where he came from and why he had such a huge net worth. In front of everyone's eyes, the young cultivator wore a calm expression, not feeling the slightest pressure or tension, causing everyone to look at him in a new light. Lu Yi. Inside room B13, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared at the young man who had just bid in the hall, a look of disbelief filling his eyes. What shocked Yang Kai wasn't that this person had come to participate in this auction. Although Flowing Cloud Valley wasn't a great force, it was still a sect. As the young master of Flowing Cloud Valley, Lu Yi was naturally qualified to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion, but he wasn't as lucky as Yang Kai to have his own room and could only squeeze into the hall. What shocked Yang Kai was Lu Ye's arm. Looking at it at this moment, both of Lu Ye's arms were intact, without a single one missing. How is this possible? Yang Kai exclaimed in his heart. He clearly remembered that when Lu Yen was competing with this Lu Yi for the red candle stalk in the desert, he had cut off one of his arms. Although the other party had managed to escape in the end, Yang Kai still remembered the scene vividly. But now, Lu Ye's severed arm had somehow grown back, and judging from the color of his arm, it wasn't a prosthetic arm, it was clearly a real arm. How did he do it? Yang Kai was stunned on the spot. Regrowing a severed limb was something that only existed in legends. Not to mention that Lu Yi was a trivial Saint King realm cultivator, even an origin king couldn't achieve this. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he had somewhat underestimated this Lu Yi's strangeness. Just from the fact that he was able to regrow his severed arm, it was clear this person had a great secret. This person? Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, Yang Yan suddenly frowned and pointed at Lu Yi below, a thoughtful look in her beautiful eyes. What's wrong? Yang Kai turned to look at her. I don't know why, but I find him very annoying. Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head, her pretty face full of suspicion, but this is the first time I've seen him. You just called him Lu Yi, do you have any grudges with him? But I don't know why, but this man wanted to kill me in the Lu Yen desert. Yang Kai snorted. The grudge between him and Lu Yi was indeed inexplicable. The other party had attacked him for no reason, and it was the kind that wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. Yang Kai asked himself, before going to the Lu Yen desert, he had never dealt with Lu Yi. Even in the Lu Yen desert, it was the first time they met. And be careful of this man, he seems to be very dangerous, Yang Inflammation warned. I understand, even if Yang Inflammation didn't say anything, Yang Kai was well aware of this. However, where did Lu Yi get so many Saint crystals to bid on this spirit storage bead? As far as Yang Kai knew, Flowing Cloud Valley could only be regarded as a low-level sect, barely comparable to some small families. Even their sect master was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator with no more than 300 to 400 disciples. The territory they occupied wasn't very rich, and they didn't have any Saint Crystal mines, so how could he afford 10 million Saint Crystals? Brother Cheng also said that he wanted to show his sincerity. Since this little friend wants this spirit storage bead so badly, this MO will give up. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, Mo Xiaosheng's hearty laughter came from Heaven Battling Union's private room. Immediately afterwards, Cheng Pengxian's loud voice rang out. Old Ghost Mo, don't try to make it sound so nice, but since you've given up, this Cheng won't either. He spoke as if he disliked this spirit storage bead, but many of the cultivator present naturally understood that these two old men were simply taking advantage of this situation to get rid of the hot potato that was the spirit storage bead. It could be said that the price of 10.01 million Saint Crystals was just right. Not only had he earned a small favor from these two old men, but he had also won the spirit storage bead, killing two birds with one stone. Considering all this, many people felt regret. If they had known earlier, they would have offered the same price. Although more than 10 million Saint Crystals wasn't a small amount, if they could take advantage of this opportunity to make friends with the elders of the two great forces, they wouldn't have had to pay too much. However, even if they understood, if they were given the choice again, they might not have the courage to bid at this juncture. If they were to flatter the wrong person, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? This young man was quite decisive, many people couldn't help admiring him. Ren Tianrui stood on the high platform and called out the price 3 times, but no one else increased it, so the spirit storage bead was purchased by Lu Yi for 10.01 million Saint Crystals. Immediately after, someone led Lu Yi to the auction house's back hall to hand over the Saint Crystals and spirit storage bead. The auction continued, and with the first item being auctioned off, the atmosphere in the auction venue became much livelier. The items Treasure Trove Pavilion had put up for auction this time were indeed quite good, and every item that appeared caused many cultivators to frantically bid for them, causing the price to rise steadily. Ren Tianrui stood on the high platform, waving the folding fan in his hand, looking as gentle and elegant as ever, but he, who was also known as Little Blackface, had quietly sold each item for a high price that exceeded its original value, while the other cultivator participating in the auction were completely unaware of this. Ren Tianrui's methods were so brilliant that they couldn't help admiring him. The items sold at this auction were of great use to cultivators, including artifacts, pills, secret arts, secret techniques, spirit grasses, ores, and many others. Yang Kai didn't make a move this whole time and simply sat in room B13, listening to Yang Yan's comments on the auction items while enjoying Qing Er's massage and patting, feeling extremely comfortable. Although these items were good, He had no use for them, and with Dragon Cave Mountain's current cooperation with Shadow Moon Hall, it wasn't too difficult to obtain these items. Overall, the first half of the auction was uneventful. Most of the items being auctioned were things that could be bought with Saint Crystals, and most of the bidders were the cultivator in the hall. The masters in the various rooms rarely made a move unless they really encountered some items they were interested in. But in the second half of the auction, the masters in the various rooms finally made a move. The items being auctioned were not something the cultivator in the hall could compete for. Surprisingly, the young man who won the first auction item made a series of bids, displaying his huge financial resources. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, he won several items in succession, paying more than 40 million Saint Crystals in total. Lu Ye's actions naturally shocked Yang Kai, but soon, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. Without a powerful sect to back him up, Lu Ye was constantly showing off his wealth. This was no different from looking for trouble. Sitting in his room, Yang Kai could feel the divine senses of many masters constantly sweeping towards Lu Ye. It seemed that after the auction was over, someone would definitely want to have a good chat with him. This was something Yang Kai was happy to see. No matter why Lu Ye was targeting him, since he had made a move against him, he was his enemy. Now that Lu Ye was looking for trouble, Yang Kai was naturally happy to just sit back and watch, wishing for him to die as soon as possible. Lu Ye, on the other hand, was also quite impressive. Facing the malicious gazes of so many people, he still remained calm, sitting in the hall with no intention of leaving early, as if he wanted to continue participating in the auction. As one item after another was sold, the auction gradually came to an end. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling anxious. He had been waiting for the thing he needed to appear, but until now, there had been no trace of it. Naturally, he was anxious, fearing that Treasure Trove Pavilion would change their mind at the last minute and withdraw the item from the auction. However, on second thought, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had printed his picture on their invitation cards and sent it out, there was no reason for them to do so. If they did, Treasure Trove Pavilion's reputation would be ruined. Just as he was thinking about this though, from the high platform below, another woman in palace robes walked up with a jade plate in her hand. Although the auction item was covered by a red cloth, when Yang Kai's divine sense swept over it, his face lit up with joy and he quickly sat up straight, rubbing his palms together. The thing he had been waiting for had finally appeared. At the same time, divine senses swept across the various rooms, and soon, the cultivator in the hall began whispering to each other. The reason was simple: the auction item that appeared this time seemed to be a bit unusual. When the woman in palace robes appeared with the jade plate, everyone felt an invisible pressure radiating from it, like a sharp blade cutting into their skin. What kind of item was this? Everyone couldn't help looking around curiously, secretly looking forward to it. Ren Tianrui carefully observed everyone's reactions and was very satisfied with their reactions. Putting away his folding fan, he tucked it into the back of his collar and chuckled. Although the next item to be auctioned isn't a rare treasure, it is still an extremely rare treasure. As for what it is, allow this Ren to keep everyone in suspense, but this Ren can only say that it is a material that will be of great use to seniors who cultivate some special martial arts. Enough nonsense. Quickly let this old master see what it is. From a private room in the A block, an old and majestic voice rang out, a trace of anxiety faintly apparent in this voice, as if this person was very concerned about this auction item. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, secretly feeling that wanting to win this auction item would not be so simple. Senior Xianxia of Demon Blood Temple, right? Senior, don't worry, Junior will let you see it clearly. Ren Tianrui revealed the identity of the speaker before reaching out and removing the red cloth. In an instant, a dazzling golden light bloomed, causing all the cultivators present to feel a sharp pain in their eyes and involuntarily close them. As for those with higher strength, they had to circulate their Saint Qi to their eyes in order to see what was inside this golden light. Yang Kai also narrowed his eyes, and after seeing what was inside this golden light, his heart skipped a beat as he became extremely excited. Profound gold. The person who spoke before seemed to remember something when he heard this name and couldn't help exclaiming. Little brat Ren, if you want to auction it off, why bother bringing up this old master's golden cicada extreme demon art? Xianxia was annoyed. He naturally understood Ren Tianrui's malicious intentions. If this were any other place, he would definitely have taught him a lesson, but in the end, this was Endless Treasures Pavilion, so even if he was angry, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. However, after being reminded by the other party, Xianxia knew that it would be much more difficult to obtain this profound gold. After all, Demon Blood Temple had many enemies, and none of them would just sit back and watch him obtain this profound gold. Senior, please calm your anger, Junior spoke too much. Ren Tianrui seemed to realize that he had said something wrong and hurriedly bowed. However, the words spoken were like spilled water. How could they be taken back? Hidden behind Ren Tianrui's fearful appearance, a trace of pride flashed across the depths of his eyes. For Endless Treasures Pavilion, it didn't matter who won this profound gold as long as it could be sold for a high price. Cut the crap and hurry up with the auction. Xianxia impatiently urged fiercely. Yes. Ren Tianrui chuckled as he waved his folding fan towards the profound gold and loudly said, "This is a piece of profound gold, 1 Jin and 3 taels in weight. The starting price is 5 million Saint crystals. Each bid must not be less than 100,000, please." 10 million. As soon as Ren Tianrui's voice fell, Xianxia's voice rang out, directly raising the price by more than double, showing his determination and boldness to obtain this piece of profound gold. In any case, it was no secret that he needed this profound gold, so there was no need for him to hide it. Heh, such a rare artifact refining material, this old master needs it for his golden bone shield. 10. 1 million. Heaven Battling Union's Mo Shaoxing's voice sounded. This old master will also join in the fun. 10. 5 million. Cheng Pengxian of Thunder Typhoon sect also seemed unwilling to be outdone. 11 million. A slightly hoarse voice sounded from another room, and from the sound of it, it was actually an old woman. 12 million. Inside Demon Blood Temple's private room, Xianxia's face was extremely ugly. Although he knew that Demon Blood Temple had many enemies and it would be difficult for him to obtain this profound gold, he hadn't expected that as soon as he bid, 5 or 6 people would follow suit. On top of that, none of these 5 or 6 people had lower status than him and their cultivations weren't any weaker than his. Even if he wanted to suppress them, it would be impossible. Filled with anger, Xianxia angrily shouted, 20 million. Brother Jin is quite bold, but you want to obtain this profound gold for a trivial 20 million? Brother Jin, have you not woken up yet? This old woman bids 25 million. The old woman sneered and raised the price by another 5 million. However, this price only lasted for a breath of time before it was replaced by a higher bid. This wasn't surprising though, as profound gold was simply too rare. When Ren Tianrui introduced it before, he hadn't been exaggerating. This kind of material was a rare treasure that only appeared once every 10,000 years. Whether it was used for artifact refining or to cultivate special secret arts, it had great benefits. For a time, the auction hall was filled with cries of bids, and the amount of increments made countless people's hearts jump. These people were truly worthy of being from great forces. This amount of Saint crystals was enough to allow a small sect or family to develop without worry, yet all of them were competing for this small piece of material. Inside B13's private room, Yang Kai remained silent and didn't participate in the competition because he knew that the current price wasn't the final price yet, so he simply didn't want to waste his energy and simply waited for his competitors to withdraw. 40 million. Xianxia's voice rang out again. The auction of this profound gold had brought the entire auction to a close, but it was far from over. After shouting out this price, Xianxia said, "Everyone, this profound gold is indeed of great use to this Jin. If you are willing to part with it, this Jin will certainly remember it and personally thank you in the future." Up until now, no one was willing to withdraw, causing Xianxia's heart to beat rapidly. Seeing the price rise steadily, and faintly surpassing his expectations, he had no choice but to speak up. As soon as this statement came out, the bidding from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect really stopped, as if Cheng Peng Xian and Mo Shaoxing were weighing the pros and cons. After a while, Mo Shaoxing chuckled and declared, "Since Brother Jean has said so, this Mo will give up. In any case, no artifact refiner can fully refine this grade of material. Using it on this old master's golden bone shield is a waste of heaven's treasures." Immediately afterward, several other masters who had been participating in the bidding also expressed their willingness to withdraw. It wasn't that Xianxia's face was big enough, but that everyone could see that Xianxia was determined to obtain this profound gold. If they continued to compete, it would only benefit Treasure Trove Pavilion. Ren Tianrui, this little brat, was standing on the auction stage with a grin on his face, so it was better for him to withdraw now and sell Xianxia a favor. What's more, this profound gold really had no use for them. Although its grade was extremely high, no artifact refiner could fully utilize it, so what was the point of having such a high grade? Seeing this, Xianxia's heart relaxed and he quickly expressed his thanks. "Old Ghost Jean, you want this profound gold for a great use? Did you think this old woman would buy it for fun? 41 million. The old woman's voice sounded again, not giving Xianxia any face. "Old woman Feng, what do you want this profound gold for? If you don't explain clearly, this old master won't let you off." Xianxia was furious. Everyone else was easy to talk to, but this old woman Feng was the only one who wanted to compete with him. Unable to tolerate this any longer, he immediately exploded. "Do you think this old woman is afraid of you?" Old woman Feng didn't seem to have a good temper either, so when she heard this threat, she immediately retorted. Inside the 2A block private rooms, the auras of the Third Order Origin returning realm masters fluctuated wildly, as if they were ready to fight at any moment. "Two guests, this is Treasure Trove Pavilion, please restrain yourselves." From the void, a faint voice inexplicably sounded. Hearing this voice, both old woman Feng and Xianxia's complexion changed slightly, as if they had thought of something and really did restrain their auras. The cultivator in the hall gasped for breath, a look of lingering fear on his face. Ren Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, couldn't help wiping his cold sweat. Although Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions had never had any problems, if these two really fought here, it wouldn't be easy to resolve. After thinking about it for a moment, Ren Tianrui said, "Senior Jean, please don't be angry. Since Senior Feng is participating in this auction, she must have some use for it." "Use?" Xianxia coldly snorted, obviously not believing this claim so easily. Ren Tianrui smiled lightly and said, "As far as Junior knows, the golden thunder lion that has been with Senior Feng for half its life should be about to break through, right?" Chapter 1378. Golden Thunder Striped Lion Beast. Demon Blood Temple's elder sure exclaimed with a faint trace of fear in his voice. Many of the masters in the other large rooms also frowned, as if this golden thunder striped lion beast had some kind of extraordinary origin. "Qing, where does this Senior Feng come from? What level of monster beast is this golden thunder striped lion beast? Do you know?" Yang Kai looked at the young girl standing next to him and asked. Qing smiled and whispered, replying to Senior, "This Senior Feng is an elder of Myriad Beast Mountain, and this golden thunder striped lion beast is her natal monster beast. It is said that this golden thunder striped lion beast is an ancient variant, a 9th order monster beast. In terms of strength, it is roughly equivalent to a 2nd order origin returning realm master. Senior Feng also has this cultivation, but if the two of them work together, they should not be any weaker than 3rd order seniors." Myriad Beast Mountain? Yang Kai raised his brow. He had long known that there was a great force on Shadowed Star that controlled and enslaved monster beasts. It was none other than Myriad Beast Mountain. When he was in the Lu Yen Desert, he had met a disciple from Myriad Beast Mountain. This sect seemed to be quite close to Colored Glass sect, and there was a lot of friction between the two great forces. As for the natal monster beast Qing, mentioned, Yang Kai had also heard about it. Myriad Beast Mountain's cultivation method was somewhat different from other cultivators. Every Myriad Beast Mountain disciple had their own natal monster beast, and their own strength would increase along with that of the monster beast. If the monster beast advanced as its master, the cultivator would also receive great help and could even take advantage of this opportunity to break through their own shackles. According to Qing, this old woman Feng was already a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, so if her golden thunder-striped lion beast obtained the assistance of this profound gold, it was very likely that its strength would soar, and as its master, she would be able to break through to the third-order origin returning realm. At that time, with one person and one beast working together, even an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master would not be her opponent. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately understood why old woman Feng wanted to compete with Xianxia for the profound gold. He couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. Whether it was old woman Feng or Xianxia, both of them had a great need for profound gold. If he wanted to make them give up, he could only rely on financial pressure. Bratren, your treasure trove pavilion doesn't just gather all the treasures in the world. When did you become responsible for gathering information? Old woman Feng's voice contained a trace of anger, obviously because Ren Tianrui had pointed out the reason why she needed profound gold. Standing on the high platform, Ren Tianrui gave a hollow laugh and didn't dare to say anything. Even if that's the case, I won't give up so easily. Your beast needs profound gold, but I need it even more. 42 million. Before old woman Feng could raise the price, a chuckle suddenly came from the other side of the room, full of temptation. This junior will also join in the fun. 43 million. Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a strange grin. This couldn't be helped though, as he recognized the voice of this bidder as Yin Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect. It wasn't surprising for her to be here. When Dai Yuan came to Dragon Cave Mountain last time, she had told Yang Kai that Yin Su Dai was the leader of Colored Glass Sect's monitoring of the Emperor Garden. However, since she dared to bid now, it was likely she had been instructed by the elders of her sect. After all, Colored Glass Sect and Myriad Beast Mountain had always been on bad terms, so naturally, they wouldn't just sit back and watch old woman Feng obtain the profound gold and increase her strength. This is a good opportunity. Yang Kai had been considering when to bid without attracting too much attention, but Yin Su Dai's bid had actually helped him. Considering all this, he followed up without hesitation, 50 million. The auction hall immediately became noisy. Inside the private room, the young girl Qing's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared towards Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's financial resources to be so strong. Two unfamiliar voices joined the bidding, causing the already tense atmosphere to become even more treacherous. Good, good, good. Old woman Feng ground her teeth and coldly snorted. Interesting, no matter what kind of cat or dog it is, it dares to compete with this old woman. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to keep your life? The threat in her tone was so strong that Ren Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, wore a cold expression. Treasure Trove Pavilion had held many auctions in the past, and although each time there would be masters who would become enraged over competing for the items being auctioned, some even fighting afterwards, resulting in many of them dying, no one had ever dared to make such a threat in public. After all, such words were an insult to the dignity and credibility of Treasure Trove Pavilion, so Ren Tianrui calmly said, Senior Feng, my Treasure Trove Pavilion only wishes to hear such words once. If there is a next time, Myriad Beast Mountain will be listed as an unwelcome sect. I ask Senior to reconsider. Although Ren Tianrui's cultivation wasn't high, he was representing Treasure Trove Pavilion at this moment, so his words naturally carried some weight. Old woman Feng also seemed to realize that her words just now were somewhat inappropriate, so she chuckled and said in a hoarse voice, Little brat Ren, there's no need to be so nervous, this old woman was just joking. Bidding is naturally a matter of mutual consent. Is that so? Ren Tianrui's face suddenly bloomed into a kind smile as he waved the folding fan in his hand and slowly said, Then this junior has offended senior phone. And does senior wish to increase the price of this profound gold? Naturally, 51 million. 60 million. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and immediately followed, not even frowning. For him, the biggest purpose of this trip was this piece of profound gold, so of course he wouldn't miss it. Even if he had to spend all of his wealth, he would buy it. Even at this price, there were still people competing for it, so it was time for him to show some financial strength and make others back off. As such, every time Yang Kai increased the price, he would raise it by a large margin. The myriad Beast Mountain private rooms suddenly fell silent. It seemed that this price had far exceeded Old Woman Fang's bottom line. After all, although profound gold was precious, its value was still quite high. 60 million Saint crystals was a lot. On the other hand, Xianxia of Demon Blood Temple hesitated for a moment before saying, 60 million, if there is a higher price, this old master will withdraw. 60 million was also Xianxia's bottom line. Inside private room B13, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said unhurriedly, 60 million and 200,000. He had only added 100,000 to the original bid. Good, good, good. Xianxia shouted 3 times in a row. No one could tell what his mood was, but he really didn't increase the price again, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that this piece of profound gold was now in his bag. Treasure Trove Pavilion was obviously very satisfied with such a price. At the very least, a happy smile appeared on Ren Tianrui's face as he looked towards private room B13 and called out, "Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? If not, this Ren will be counting down. 60 million and 200,000 going once, 60 million and 200,000 going twice, 60 million. Just as Yang Kai was full of confidence and was about to let Qing receive this piece of profound gold, an abrupt voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he turned towards the source of this voice and couldn't help grinding his teeth, because he discovered that the one who had shouted out a new price at the last moment was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi. Lu Yi had been in the limelight at this auction. Even though he was standing in the hall, he had still been so generous, winning several items in a row and paying tens of millions of Saint crystals in total. This was not something a cultivator from a small sect or force could possess. Many people had secretly paid attention to him, but not only did he not know how to keep a low profile, he had instead chosen to show off again at the last moment, which was completely against common sense. However, since the price had been refreshed, Yang Kai certainly wasn't willing to show weakness. Gritting his teeth, he called out his entire fortune, 70 million. On the high platform, Ren Tianrui raised his brow and cast an inquisitive look towards Lu Yi, as if he was expecting him to bid again, but to everyone's disappointment, Lu Yi only called out a price once before falling silent. Instead, he raised his head and grinned towards Yang Kai, his smile full of pride and sarcasm. Shit! He knows I'm here. Yang Kai's face sank as he immediately realized he had been fooled. If Yang Kai hadn't bid just now, this Lu Yi would have caused a lot of trouble because he didn't have so many Saint crystals at all. It was only because he knew Yang Kai was here that he deliberately raised the price, but Yang Kai hadn't expected he would actually fall into a trap. Understanding this, Yang Kai's mood couldn't help becoming complicated, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Yang Kai wasn't distressed by the extra Saint crystals he had paid, but rather by not being able to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy Lu Yi was a real pity. Treasure Trove Pavilion had its own rules. If one didn't have enough Saint crystals but still tried to maliciously bid, once it was found out later, the bidder would be hunted down and killed. Having missed such a heaven-sent opportunity, Yang Kai's expression became extremely ugly. But very quickly, he smiled lightheartedly, and his mood calmed down. If one often walked by the river, how could they not wet their shoes? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Just wait and see. After the price of 70 million Saint crystals was called out, no one else followed, and after Ren Tianrui shouted out 3 times, this piece of profound gold fell into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai took out a space ring and handed it to the young girl, Qing. before ordering her to go to the back hall of Treasure Trove Pavilion to hand it over. Qing obeyed. A moment later, another item was brought up for auction. It was actually a 9th order monster beast egg, and just like Old Woman Feng's Golden Thunder Lion, it was also an ancient variant. Although it wasn't as precious as the Golden Thunder Lion, it was still quite good. Such a good thing naturally attracted many people, especially those from Myriad Beast Mountain who spared no effort to obtain it. After all, this was a 9th order monster beast egg, so as long as it was properly cultivated, it would likely become a powerful 3rd order origin returning realm master in the future. In the end, this monster beast egg was won by Myriad Beast Mountain, and the final price was neither high nor low, 36 million Saint Crystals, a price that everyone was happy with. Next, several more items were brought up, each of which was contested by countless people, with the final price being several times or even more than 10 times the base price, causing the cultivator in the hall to secretly click their tongues. Chapter 1379. With the last few items being auctioned off, Yang Kai naturally sat on the sidelines. All the Saint Crystals he had obtained from Wu had been used to purchase this profound gold, so there was no need for him to compete for anything else. But having said that, although the last few auction items were quite good, Yang Kai wasn't interested in them at all. After a stick of incense worth of time, Qing returned with a jade box she respectfully handed to Yang Kai and congratulated, "Congratulations, senior, for obtaining this item." Yang Kai smiled and accepted it before opening the jade box to take a look. Inside the box was indeed the piece of profound gold he had seen before. It was about the size of a goose egg and was pure gold in color. Although it had been sealed by a powerful spirit array, it still couldn't stop the pure metal attribute aura from leaking out. This aura was like a sharp blade that couldn't be underestimated. Describing this piece of profound gold as a sharp blade was the best way to describe it. Yang Kai happily played with it for a while before tossing it into his black book space. The reason he needed this piece of profound gold was naturally to cultivate the body tempering secret art, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. If he wanted to cultivate this body tempering secret art, he needed to find all 5 supreme treasures. Of these 5, Yang Kai already had the Thunderwood, Profound in Sunflower Water, and Sun's True Essence. Now that he had obtained this profound gold, all that was left was the Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure. Once he found all of them, he could begin cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Perhaps he could ask Treasure Trove Pavilion to help him keep an eye out for these treasures. After all, this great force specialized in such matters. Thinking so, Yang Kai secretly decided to visit old Sir Yen Pei after the auction was over. Thinking about it, the other party shouldn't refuse, as long as Yang Kai could afford it. In a good mood, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be stingy. With a wave of his hand, he rewarded Qing with a few bottles of pills, an artifact, and many Saint Crystals. These pills were refined by Yang Kai himself, so there was no need to mention their quality. The artifact was given to him by Yang Yen, so of course it was an excellent artifact that was suitable for the young girl. Although there weren't many Saint Crystals, only a few tens of thousands, for a cultivator like Qing, it was enough to support her cultivation for a long time. Naturally, the other party was moved to tears. From below, Ren Tianrui's slightly excited voice rang out, "Everyone, this auction has come to a successful conclusion. Many thanks to all of you for coming all the way here. And please don't be impatient. Although the auction is over, my Treasure Trove Pavilion has been entrusted by a reclusive master to ask all of you seniors for a favor." "Brat Ren, what do you mean by this?" Immediately, an expert from a great force asked. Ren Tianrui smiled lightly and gestured towards the back, bowing slightly. Everyone followed his gaze and couldn't help grinning. There was no other reason. Old Blackface Yen Pei was actually strolling up the stage. Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. Since the auction is over, there won't be any more items to be auctioned. This Yen was only entrusted by an old friend to come here to discuss a matter with everyone," Yen Pei said unhurriedly. "What's the matter?" If you have something to say it quickly. We don't have that much time to play dumb with you. Clearly, not everyone believed Yen Pei. They were still secretly vigilant. My old friend wants to exchange an item with everyone here. Yen Pei didn't keep them in suspense. After smiling slightly, the space ring on his hand flashed and he took out an item from it and held it up. Yang Kai wanted to find some time to refine these flying fire to enhance the power of his conflagrated knowledge C, but he had been busy with other matters and had been delayed. Now, however, Lu Yen flying fire had played a role. When it came to Star Emperor tokens, Yang Kai was no stranger to them. He had 2 in his possession. One was given to him by the Origin King Realm Master Guizhu, and the other was obtained from Lu Yen Desert. However, the one Guizhu gave him was intact and had not yet been activated. The one he obtained from Lu Yen Desert was the same as the one in Yen Pei's hand, but the sealed divine technique of the great emperors of Star Field no longer existed. Should I exchange for it? Yang Kai muttered to himself, his expression a little hesitant. He was qualified to exchange for it, but exchanging it for a useless Star Emperor token made him feel that the gains were not worth the losses. Exchange. Yang Yen decisively interjected. Oh, but... Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. I don't know, but I feel that this Star Emperor token definitely has more than just the sealed divine technique of the great emperors. There must be other secrets. The other secrets were also possible. However, if he really wanted to exchange for this Star Emperor token, he did not necessarily need to use Lu Yen flying fire. From the other party's request, Yang Kai had some guesses and judgments, but he was not certain. After all, Lu Yen flying fire was of great help to enhance his conflagrated knowledge C, so if he could save it, it would naturally be better. Considering all this, Yang Kai nodded lightly, already having a plan in mind. Chapter 1380. On the auction hall's high platform, Yen Pei waited for half an incense stick of time, but seeing that no one was willing to make an offer, he couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. It seems that none of you have any news about Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water. Very well, I would like to thank all of you again for coming. Saying so, he turned around and left. Although the masters from the various great forces wanted the Star Emperor token, none of them could meet the request of the token's owner, so they could only shake their heads and sigh. After all, they couldn't just snatch it. Not to mention how valuable a useless Star Emperor token was, Treasure Trove Pavilion was not an existence they could casually provoke. In an instant, all the cultivators in the auction hall left one after another. Yang Kai glanced around the hall, whether intentionally or unintentionally, only to discover that Lu Yi had disappeared at some point. This guy had slipped away quickly, knowing that he had been too generous this time and had attracted the attention of many people. Continuing to stay here would definitely not be a good thing. Yang Kai sneered but didn't care. In any case, the grievances between him and Lu Yi would be settled sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. Standing up, Yang Kai turned to the young girl, Qing, and said, "Take me to see Senior Yen, I have something to ask of him." Qing nodded and didn't ask any more questions, immediately leading the way. Although Yang Kai had only made a single bid at this auction, he had demonstrated his extraordinary financial resources. What's more, on the way to Treasure Trove Pavilion, Qing had seen Yen Pei treat Yang Kai politely, so she naturally knew that Yen Pei and Yang Kai were not strangers. Such a person was naturally qualified to meet with Yen Pei. Just after walking out of private room B13, Yang Kai suddenly felt 2 subtle divine senses sweep over him, causing him to freeze slightly. Yang Kai then continued to follow behind Qing, as if nothing had happened. Although he didn't know who was spying on him, Yang Kai had some guesses. It was none other than Old Woman Feng from Myriad Beast Mountain and Jin Shi from Demon Blood Temple. At the auction, he had only made a single bid, and the only ones competing with him were these 2. It seemed that they still hadn't given up on the profound gold. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. On the other hand, the divine sense that spied on him had merely swept past him, and it didn't have any other intentions. After a short moment, Yang Kai had already arrived at a certain room in the rear hall of the treasure trove pavilion, and he sat upright and waited. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, old blackface Yen Pei pushed open the door and entered, a smile on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend Yang." "Greetings, Senior Yen." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. "Yes, sit down." Yen Pei nodded before walking over to the chair next to Yang Kai and sitting down, getting straight to the point. "Is there something little friend Yang needs this old master's help with?" Senior Yan's eyes are as sharp as torches. "This junior indeed has something to ask of senior." Yang Kai grinned and added, "Yes, to be precise, I want to borrow the power of your building." "Let's hear it then, but first, my treasure trove pavilion's motto is to make money amicably. If you want this old master's help, you will have to pay a certain price. Moreover, treasure trove pavilion and this old master don't accept murdering and robbing business. This junior naturally understands. What junior is requesting does not violate the principles of treasure trove pavilion." "Good." Yen Pei nodded with satisfaction. "It's like this, junior is looking for an earth attribute supreme treasure." "An earth attribute supreme treasure?" Yen Pei raised his brow as he stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, chuckling meaningfully. "Today, little friend Yang didn't hesitate to bid for a piece of profound gold, and now you're looking for an earth attribute supreme treasure. Could it be you want to cultivate some kind of secret technique?" "This old dog." Yang Kai secretly cursed. He knew that a person like Yen Pei was experienced and knowledgeable, so if he revealed a little bit of information, the other party would be able to guess what he was up to. Yang Kai didn't foolishly admit it and instead asked with a smile, "Senior Yen, is Treasure Trove Pavilion really responsible for collecting information in addition to collecting treasures?" These words were said by Myriad Beast Mountain's old woman Feng during the auction. Yang Kai was just using them for a bit, so he wouldn't offend anyone here. Yen Pei was startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. This old master was just asking casually. If little friend Yang doesn't want to answer, then there's no need to. However, little friend Yang should state his specific requirements. This way, this old master and treasure trove pavilion will have a direction in which to search. Perhaps we won't even need to search as the things little friend Yang needs are stored in our building. There are specific requirements, as long as the monster core of a 10th order monster beast is no less valuable. A 10th order monster beast. Yen Pei's eyes shrank as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement and shock. Although he had some guesses, he hadn't expected Yang Kai's requirements to be so high. If this was the case, then the things stored in Treasure Trove Pavilion wouldn't be able to meet the other party's requirements. After all, a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. It was impossible for such a thing to exist on Shadowed Star. It's not just a monster core, as long as its value is no less than a 10th order monster beast's monster core, Yang Kai added. And it's a bit difficult. This old master can't guarantee anything, but I can say that I will try my best to keep an eye out for you. Of course, little friend Yang shouldn't remain idle. Perhaps little friend Yang's opportunities will allow him to obtain what he wants. Junior naturally understands this. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai gently nodded. Of course, he wouldn't pin all his hopes on Treasure Trove Pavilion. Coming to see Yen Pei this time was just a matter of convenience. His main purpose here was to obtain the Star Emperor token. Thinking so, Yang Kai changed the subject and said, "Right, Senior Yen, the Star Emperor token you took out just now, what? Do you want to exchange it?" Yen Pei was drinking tea when he suddenly heard Yang Kai mention the Star Emperor token. He couldn't help raising his brow and asking anxiously, as if he couldn't wait. This came as a great surprise to Yang Kai. After all, according to Yen Pei, this thing was something a reclusive old friend of his had brought out to exchange for. For him to act so eagerly, It seemed that the relationship between this reclusive old friend and Yen Pei wasn't shallow. Otherwise, why would this old black face be so anxious? Junior wants to exchange it? Yang Kai nodded while thinking about it. Do you have Lu Yan's flying fire? Yen Pei's eyes widened as he asked excitedly. Yang Kai shook his head. Yen Pei frowned and immediately asked in surprise, Then do you know where to find soul-cleansing divine water? I don't know. Yang Kai still shook his head. Soul-cleansing divine water was too rare and couldn't be carried around. It could only be used where it was. Otherwise, when the soul-cleansing divine water was found in Lu Yen sand field, Chu Changfeng and Lung Qing would have already divided it up and taken it away. There would have been no need to soak it in that pool of water. Seeing Yang Kai say nothing, even though Yen Pei had a good impression of him, his face couldn't help sinking as he said faintly, Little friend Yang, are you trying to make fun of this old master? This old master has said more than once that my old friend only needs these two things before he is willing to exchange for the Star Emperor token. Since you don't have Lu Yan's flying fire or any information about soul-cleansing divine water, how could you dare exchange for the Star Emperor token with this old master? Senior, please calm your anger. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing the slightest sign of panic, hesitating for a moment before saying, Very well, if it is convenient. Can this junior talk to that senior face to face? This junior will not let him down. Seeing Yang Kai's confident look, Yen Pei couldn't help feeling suspicious, wondering where he got such confidence from. If it were anyone else who said this, Yen Pei would have already kicked them out, but Yang Kai's origins were mysterious. According to Yen Pei's investigation, he had come here from the territory of Shadowed Star. Perhaps he had something that the natives of Shadowed Star didn't have. Something that was comparable to soul-cleansing divine water or Lu Yan's flying fire. Considering all this, Yen Pei's face relaxed slightly, but he still wore a calm expression as he said, In that case, I'll call him over, but little friend Yang, you'd better be confident. Is 100% confident enough? Yang Kai grinned, full of confidence. After all, even if his previous guess was wrong, he still had Lu Yan's flying fire. It was just that he didn't want to take it out unless he had no other choice. Hearing this, Yen Pei's brow twitched, but he didn't waste any more words, immediately taking out his communication artifact, pouring his divine sense into it and giving a few instructions before waiting quietly. After waiting for less than half a stick of incense worth of time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yen Pei called out. The door was immediately pushed open and a young man walked in. This young man didn't look very old, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes showed that he wasn't as young as he appeared. This young man was quite strange. He had a sharp mouth and a pair of small eyes that seemed to be unable to open at all. Only 2 slits could be seen in his eyes, but they shone brightly. He was tall and slender, his hands were longer than average, and his palms were wide. What was most striking about this young man was that he actually had a set of buck teeth. Yang Kai's first impression of this man was that he was wretched. For a moment, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Sweeping this young man with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this young man was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Is this the reclusive old friend Yen Pei mentioned? Why does he look like a scoundrel who roamed the streets? Yang Kai almost spat out a mouthful of tea, and even Yang Inflammation, who was sitting to the side, couldn't help covering her mouth with her small hand as she couldn't help laughing at this young man's strange appearance. Yen Pei coughed lightly and said in a clear voice, Don't think too much, this is a descendant of my old friend. It is inconvenient for my old friend to come out of seclusion, so he is the one who brought the Star Emperor token to exchange for it. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. If this young man was a descendant of that reclusive old man, then his cultivation and age made sense. Mr. Yen, are you looking for me? The buck-teeth cultivator didn't seem to put Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation in his eyes at all and directly asked after entering the room. Yen Pei gently nodded. The other party looked happy and asked, Is there news about the item to be exchanged? Just barely. Yen Pei didn't know how to answer, and such an answer naturally stunned the other party. Fortunately, Yen Pei pointed to Yang Kai and said, This is little friend Yang Kai. He said that he can meet Nephew Ji's request, but he wants to discuss it with you face to face. This old master is only responsible for introducing the two of you to each other. You can discuss the rest among yourselves. Meet my request? The buck-teeth cultivator turned his head to look at Yang Kai and sized him up suspiciously, his eyes full of disdain. Chapter 1381. After all, Yang Kai was just a third-order Saint King cultivator, and although this buck-toothed cultivator was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, to put it bluntly, an ordinary second-order origin returning realm cultivator was not his opponent, so Yang Kai was somewhat contemptuous of him. Without a trace, Yang Kai looked away and glanced at Yang Inflammation. Unexpectedly, after this glance, the buck-toothed cultivator's face changed drastically, as if he had seen something terrifying. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his body directly hitting the door with a bang. Immediately, a look of disbelief appeared on his face as his long and narrow eyes suddenly opened. His eyes trembled as he pointed at Yang Inflammation. You, nephew Gu, what's wrong? Yen Pei looked at him in amazement, then at Yang Inflammation, not understanding why the other party looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Yang Kai was also suspicious and quietly asked Yang Inflammation, "Do you know him?" Yang Inflammation shook her head blankly and replied, "I've never seen him before." "Did you recognize the wrong person?" Yang Kai was even more confused. Although Yang Inflammation's artifact refining and spirit array skills were good, her temper had always been very good, so she shouldn't have made enemies outside. However, judging from the reaction of this buck-toothed cultivator, the other party was obviously very afraid of Yang Inflammation, as if he had suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Inflammation before, which was unforgettable. "Nephew Gu!" Yen Pei shouted as an invisible spiritual energy rushed towards the buck-toothed cultivator, awakening him from his shock. The cultivator, surnamed Gu, shivered and the fear in his eyes dissipated a lot, but his forehead was instantly covered with fine sweat, visible to the naked eye. His face began to turn blue and his lips turned white. What the hell? Yang Kai looked displeased. Even if this person had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Inflammation before, he shouldn't be so weak now, right? What's more, Yang Inflammation said that he didn't recognize the other party at all. It seemed that the other party had mistaken him for someone else. Just because he recognized the wrong person, he had such an unbearable reaction. It seemed this guy was just an embroidered pillow. Yang Kai coldly snorted and couldn't help but look down on him. He came back to his senses. The cultivator, surnamed Gu, kept wiping away the sweat on his forehead with his hands, but after wiping away one piece, another piece appeared. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe it clean. Soon, his sleeves were soaked with sweat. While wiping his sweat, he kept glancing at Yang Inflammation, but when he met Yang Inflammation's eyes, he quickly looked away. His expression was one of fear and trepidation. Seeing this, Yang Yen pursed her lips and smiled. She suddenly realized that this person was quite interesting. The corners of her mouth slightly rose, and she used a pair of beautiful eyes to fiercely stare at the other party. The cultivator, surnamed Ji's legs slowly began to tremble. He looked around as if he wanted to find a hole to crawl into or quickly escape from this place. Yen Pei didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this prickly appearance. He said in a clear voice, "Nephew Gu, let's talk nicely." The cultivator, surnamed Ji's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to laugh. However, he squeezed out an expression that was uglier than crying. He clasped his fist at Yang Inflammation cautiously and asked in a trembling voice, "May I ask this lady's name?" This sentence seemed to have used up all the strength in his body. After he finished asking, he waited anxiously. The sound of him swallowing his saliva was extremely loud. Yen Pei put a hand to his forehead, speechless. Speaking of which, he had some understanding of this descendant of his old friend. He knew that the other party had been following his old friend in seclusion. Although he didn't have much experience, his cultivation aptitude was a heaven-defying existence. Therefore, Even though he only had the cultivation base of the First Order origin returning realm, he could fight above his level. He was the elite of the elites. This time, he had no choice but to leave the mountain on the orders of his old friend. He had also encountered some trouble along the way, but they were all resolved by him with thunderous methods. The other party wasn't a coward. Although his appearance was a little wretched, his spirit was heroic and had won Yan Pei's appreciation. Yan Pei even intended to send a message to his old friend to let this cultivator surnamed Gu stay in the Trove of Treasures Pavilion to take up an important position. But today's scene made Yan Pei unable to believe it. No matter how impressive this little girl's methods were, she shouldn't be able to scare this nephew Gu into such a wretched state at first sight, right? What's more, this little girl looked completely harmless. Me? Young Inflammation smiled slightly. Her beautiful face bloomed so that the cultivator surnamed Gu didn't dare to look directly at her. My name is Young Inflammation. What can I do for you, sir? Young Inflammation. The cultivator surnamed Gu shuddered and almost fell to the ground. His mouth muttered a few words, but no one knew what he was mumbling. Soon after, he bent his waist and kept clasping his fist. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. My name is Gu Qi. Just call me Little Qi. As he spoke, there was a flattering smile on his face. Set off by his buck teeth, he looked even more wretched. Little Qi. Young Inflammation gently nodded, holding back a smile. With a graceful and noble demeanor, she lightly opened her red lips and said, Little Qi. Gu Qi hurriedly responded. His head almost reached his crotch. He was very respectful. Am I ugly? Young Inflammation seemed to ask casually. These words were like a bolt from the blue, making Gu Qi's face change greatly. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. Misappearance shames the moon and flowers. You are a first-class beauty. The word ugly has nothing to do with it. Is that so? Young Inflammation raised her eyebrows and shouted sternly, If that's the case, why do you look like you've seen a ghost? I thought I was too ugly to be seen in public. Gu Qi became more and more frightened. With a long face, he said, Miss, I'm innocent. It's really what? Young Inflammation asked. There was a faint majesty in her demeanor. This scene made Yang Kai and Yan Pei stunned because this majesty didn't seem to be fake. It had a taste that made everyone submit. At that moment, even Yan Pei faintly had the illusion that Young Inflammation was high and mighty. Gu Qi was even more unbearable. His legs went soft and he directly knelt on the ground. Fortunately, Yan Pei reacted in time. He reached out and lifted his body up. With a light cough, he turned to look at Yang Kai and said, Little friend Yang, you see. Yang Kai gently nodded and glared at Young Inflammation. Don't make trouble. Gu Qi was a First Order origin returning realm cultivator. Although he didn't know why he was so afraid of Young Inflammation, it was a bit too much for Young Inflammation to continue playing tricks on him. Young Inflammation stuck out her tongue and said, Who told him to be so timid? Yan Pei secretly smiled bitterly. This descendant of his old friend was not a timid person, but today's matter was really too strange. He couldn't figure out the reason. Brother Gu, right? Yang Kai stood up and slightly cupped his fist to Gu Qi. He smiled apologetically and said, This senior sister is a bit naughty. She was just joking. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Gu. Senior sister? Gu Qi was stunned for a moment. When he looked at Yang Kai again, his expression changed. There was no longer the contempt and disdain from before. He actually nodded and bowed. I don't dare. Brother is too polite. Yang Kai touched his nose and felt helpless. He always felt that this Gu Qi in front of Young Inflammation was like a mouse in front of a cat. He pondered for a moment and said, Young Inflammation, you go out first. I have something to discuss with Brother Gu. Young Inflammation heard this and unwillingly pouted. No need. Gu Qi hurriedly waved his hand. If Young Inflammation went out because of him, he would not be able to redeem himself even if he died 10,000 times. Young Inflammation secretly had a headache. She was just being playful and teasing the other, but she didn't want to make things like this. Now she felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Guqi looking at him with a sincere expression, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and signaled to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation understood and covered her face with the hood of her black robe and sat quietly to the side. Seeing this, Guqi breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "Brother Gu, please sit." Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Guqi looked at Yen Pei for help. Seeing the other side nod gently at him, Guqi took a seat while apologizing. His appearance was like that of a junior meeting an elder. Even after sitting down, his butt only touched half of the chair, indicating the difference in status. Yang Kai and Yen Pei naturally saw this scene clearly, but they didn't say anything. "It's like this, I heard from Senior Yen that the Star Emperor token was given to you by Brother Gu." Yang Kai looked at Guqi and asked. Guqi's face became bitter as he quietly glanced at Yang Inflammation and for some reason explained, "If it wasn't for the circumstances, Ancestor would never have used the Star Emperor token to exchange, but now, there is no other way. I ask Brother Yang and Yang Inflammation to judge clearly." Yang Kai secretly understood what this was, but after meeting Guqi he had always been baffled by his actions, so he wasn't too surprised. "And what Brother Gu wants to exchange is the whereabouts of Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water?" Yang Kai asked again. Guqi nodded cautiously. "Although this Yang asked Senior Yen to call Brother Gu here, I have to say that whether it is the whereabouts of Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water, I don't have them. It's fine, it's fine." Guqi didn't seem to mind at all. "If Brother Yang wants this Star Emperor token, allow this Gu to go back and report to Ancestor. If Ancestor agrees, giving it to Brother Yang and Miss Yang Inflammation isn't a big deal." Yang Kai looked stunned for a moment before waving his hand and saying, "This Yang didn't mean that. Although the divine technique sealed inside this Star Emperor token has been activated, it is still something refined by great emperors, so its value is extraordinary. This Yang won't take it for free. If I may ask, is there something wrong with Senior Ji's knowledge, see?" Hearing Yang Kai's inquiry, Yen Pei's eyes flashed, secretly surprised that he could guess this much. As an old friend of the Hidden Master, Yen Pei naturally knew why the other party had taken out the Star Emperor token to exchange for something this time. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that Guqi readily admitted it without any hesitation, nodding as he said, "What Brother Yang said is correct. Half a year ago, my ancestor was plotted against by a villain and his knowledge sea was poisoned, so he needed a flowing flame-flying fire and soul-cleansing divine water. According to my ancestor, only these two things could cure his knowledge sea poison." Chapter 1382. "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded lightly, becoming more and more confident as he reached out and touched his space ring, taking out a jade bottle and handing it to Guqi. "Although I don't have Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water, Brother Gu might as well take a look and see if this pill meets Senior Ji's requirements." After a few words, although Guqi's expression was still a little restrained, his mood had finally stabilized. Glancing suspiciously at Yang Kai, he smiled and stretched out his hands to accept the jade bottle. After apologizing, Guqi carefully opened the lid of the bottle and in an instant, a fragrant scent wafted out, causing him to raise his brow in surprise. As the fragrance entered his nose, he couldn't help feeling somewhat refreshed. Pouring out the pill from the bottle, Guqi's eyes bulged. "This is..." Yen Pei, who was sitting to the side, also straightened up as his eyes stared fixedly at the pill, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although Guqi had been living in seclusion with his elders for many years, as an origin-returning realm cultivator, he still had some ability to discern. As the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Yen Pei had auctioned countless valuable items over the years, so his vision was naturally extraordinary. The two of them instantly saw through the extraordinariness of this pill. "An origin-grade high-rank pill?" Yen Pei called out in horror, disregarding the difference in status, snatching the pill from Guqi's hand and holding it in his palm to examine it carefully. Is it really an origin-grade high-rank pill? Guqi also felt like he was dreaming and asked in disbelief. Yes, it is indeed an origin-grade high-rank pill. This color, this fragrance, and the medicinal efficacies contained inside are clearly at the level of an origin-grade high-rank pill. Yan Pei murmured. One couldn't blame him for losing his composure as on Shadowed Star. Origin-grade high-rank pills were nothing more than a myth. Here, the highest rank an alchemist could reach was origin-grade low rank, and it was impossible for them to advance any further. As everyone knew, when alchemists refined pills, their chances of failure were very high. Therefore, even origin-grade low-rank alchemists didn't dare say they could refine origin-grade low-rank pills with 100% certainty. Occasionally, if one was lucky enough, an origin-grade mid-rank pill would appear, but each origin-grade mid-rank pill was a priceless treasure. Even if one was successfully refined, it would be hidden away by the great forces, never to be seen in the outside world. As for the origin-grade high-rank pill, to put it bluntly, no one on Shadowed Star could refine such a pill. Treasure Trove Pavilion had obtained a few of these pills over the countless years, but without exception, they had all been found in ancient ruins. After the flowing time Great Emperor passed away, most of these pills had lost their medicinal efficacies and could no longer be used. Only one of these pills had ever been put up for auction. Yan Pei vaguely remembered that at that time, the great forces of Shadowed Star had all fought over it. That time, Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had almost ended prematurely. Every time he thought about it, Yan Pei felt a lingering fear. But now, after so many years, another origin-grade high-rank pill had appeared in front of him. No matter what the function of this pill was, its value was immeasurable. However, since Yang Kai had taken out this pill at this time, Yan Pei had some guesses about its function. This is a soul-cleansing pill. I wonder if Senior Yan has heard of it. Yang Kai smiled lightly before taking a sip of tea. Although this old friend of mine has been in seclusion for a long time, he was still a famous character back in the day. Yan Pei smiled slightly, appearing very enigmatic before suddenly asking in a low voice, "Right, little friend Yang, the soul-cleansing pill you just took out, how could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking?" Quickly shaking his head, he said, "No, that's all." Yan Pei obviously didn't believe him so easily and didn't continue to pester him, instead turning a thoughtful look towards Yang Kai and asking, "Is this pill something little friend obtained in the past?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. "Presumably Senior Yan also knows where I came from, but even in the outside world, origin-grade high-rank pills are rare treasures, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." "So that's how it is." Yan Pei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "It's fine. If little friend Yang discovers some other good pills one day, you might as well hand them over to my Treasure Trove Pavilion for auction. The price will definitely satisfy you." Of course, Yang Kai responded casually. Yan Pei chuckled and got up. "Good, this old master will do his best to fulfill little friend Yang's request. If I really find some good earth attribute supreme treasures, I will definitely let you know." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai also stood up. "Then this junior will take his leave." Coming out of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Yang Kai had a heavy look on his face as he glanced over at Yang Inflammation from time to time, secretly wondering what this woman had done before meeting him and why Guqi had been so nervous and cautious when he saw her. He had no clue. Yang Inflammation was a very mysterious person, and the more he came into contact with her, the more he couldn't see through her. However, there was one thing Yang Kai was sure of, and that was that Yang Inflammation had no malicious intentions towards him. "Yang Kai, it seems that someone is watching us." After leaving Heavenly Fate City, Yang Inflammation suddenly whispered. "Oh." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and soon noticed that there were indeed people hiding nearby, but their cultivations weren't very high. The one leading them was only a member of the First Order Origin Returning Realm, and it didn't seem like they were from the same group. However, although these people had ill intentions, they didn't show any murderous intent. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and immediately understood who was watching them, so he smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry about them, this is Heavenly Fate City, they won't dare to make a move here. Let's go back first." Saying so, he and Yang Inflammation used their movement skills to fly towards Dragon Cave Mountain. A moment later, the two arrived in front of the mountain defending array. Landing, Yang Kai ordered, "You go back first, I'll talk to these people." Yang Inflammation nodded and didn't say much before walking straight inside. The mountain defending array couldn't stop Yang Inflammation in the slightest, allowing her to walk straight in, her figure disappearing in an instant. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai turned around, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he called out loudly, "You've all followed me here, why don't you show yourselves?" The surroundings were quiet and there was no movement. Yang Kai wasn't surprised and simply smiled, "Since you won't show yourselves, I'll go in. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." Seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, the cultivator hiding nearby finally couldn't hold back. On the left, a ripple spread out and a group of 5 or 6 people strangely appeared, while on the right, several figures of the cultivator also appeared. As soon as the two groups of people appeared, they glared at each other fiercely, as if they were ready to jump at each other's throats. The group of people on the left had some traces of demonic chi on them, and their clothes were embroidered with patterns of birds, fish, insects, and beasts. Needless to say, these people were from Myriad Beast Mountain. Only the disciples of Myriad Beast Mountain, who dealt with Monster Beast all day long, would be contaminated with demonic chi. As for the group on the right, although their cultivations were the same as those on the left, the fluctuations of their vitality were obviously higher and there was a faint smell of blood on their bodies. People from Demon Blood Temple. Yang Kai's gaze fell on a certain person in the group on the right and raised his brow, cupping his fists and smiling, "Brother Deng, long time no see." The man smiled bitterly and showed a helpless look before returning the courtesy, "Brother Yang, you're still as elegant as ever." The two exchanged words and seemed quite familiar with each other, causing the expressions of the Myriad Beast Mountain disciples on the left to change slightly while the Origin returning realm leader on the right looked happy and asked the cultivator surnamed Deng, "Do you know this little brother?" Chapter 1383. N. Hearing his elder's question, the cultivator surnamed Deng nodded helplessly. "Oh." The Origin returning realm cultivator looked overjoyed. "Since you know each other, things will be easier. Deng Ning, tell this little brother that Elder Jinshi needs that piece of profound gold. See if he is willing to part with it." This Demon Blood Temple disciple was none other than Deng Ning, whom Yang Kai had met before. When he left Lu Yan's desert, Yang Kai happened to encounter him being chased by 2 of his fellow sect disciples. At that time, Yang Kai had lent him a hand. The Demon Blood Thread secret technique was obtained from Deng Ning and had helped Yang Kai a great deal. Later, Deng Ning returned the favor and led Yang Kai to use the space array there, allowing Yang Kai to teleport to another city and return to Heavenly Fate City. From this relationship alone, Yang Kai had a good impression of Deng Ning. Although the Demon Blood Temple disciple Yang Kai came from wasn't very good, it was definitely not a problem to have a private relationship with him. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that Deng Ning would also come to Heavenly Fate City this time and follow him with the other disciples of Demon Blood Temple. Yang Kai knew that Deng Ning had no choice but to follow him, so of course, he didn't blame him. What's more, although Yang Kai had a friendship with Deng Ning, it wasn't deep, so there was nothing to worry about. Nodding, Deng Ning looked at Yang Kai helplessly, but before he could speak, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Brother Deng, there is no need to say anything more. Since this profound gold was obtained by me, it is absolutely impossible for me to hand it over. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint everyone, please return." The Origin returning realm cultivator from Demon Blood Temple's face sank and was about to say something. On the other side, a burly man from Myriad Beast Mountain laughed, "Little boy, don't be so ruthless. First listen to my Myriad Beast Mountain's conditions before making a decision." Although my Myriad Beast Mountain is not comparable to Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon sect, it is still a first-class sect. We will definitely not let you suffer a loss. If you want something, no one will refuse. His words were casual, but there was a hint of threat in them. The Origin returning Realm Master from Demon Blood Temple immediately retorted, "Friend's tone is quite bold. What other conditions can you offer? If he had enough capital, why did you back off at the auction?" The tall and sturdy man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain coldly snorted. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai, his lips wriggling as he transmitted his divine sense to him. "Young man, I don't think you lack Saint Crystals. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bid such a high price at the auction. But you also know what our 10,000 Beast Mountain does. How about this? I can make the decision to give you 37th grade Monster Beast, 10 8th grade Monster Beast, and I'll teach you the beast taming technique, as long as you give me that piece of profound gold. Your little mountain doesn't occupy a large area, so if you have these monster beasts to guard it, it will be impregnable. Although I can't guarantee too much, no one will dare to provoke you. What do you say?" In all fairness, this price wasn't high, but it wasn't low either, but it definitely couldn't match the number of Saint Crystals Yang Kai was willing to pay. After all, a 7th grade monster beast was only equivalent to a Saint Realm Cultivator, while an 8th grade one was only equivalent to a Saint King. 10,000 Beast Mountain clearly wanted to take advantage of this situation, and Dragon Cave Mountain was protected by many layers of spirit arrays, so what use would these monster beasts have? As such, even if the other party was showing some sincerity, Yang Kai decisively shook his head. The man from 10,000 Beast Mountain frowned and continued to transmit his voice. "I'll add 5 more 8th grade Monster Beast. This is the highest price my 10,000 Beast Mountain can offer. Think carefully before you answer." "I already said, the profound gold has already fallen into my hands, so it is impossible for me to hand it over. Your Excellency, please return." Yang Kai looked at him faintly. "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you believe I won't flatten this little mountain right now?" The burly man flew into a rage. Yang Kai's shameless attitude annoyed him greatly. Listening to this man's threats, Yang Kai grinned. "Good, I'll wait and see how you flatten my Dragon Cave Mountain. You court death." Murderous intent flashed across the burly man's eyes, but soon he seemed to remember something and glanced around vigilantly, only to see the people from Demon Blood Temple staring at him with great interest, as if they couldn't wait for him to immediately start fighting with this little brat. Immediately, the burly man's heart clenched as he knew that if he attacked, he would only end up benefiting these people from Demon Blood Temple, so he quickly suppressed his anger, sneered, and stood aside, assuming a posture of watching a good show. Since he couldn't obtain the profound gold, he naturally couldn't allow these people from Demon Blood Temple to obtain it, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to report back to Elder Feng. Moreover, this place was close to Heavenly Fate City, so he didn't dare to kill people at will. If not for this, how could they have gotten a chance to act this time? Old woman Feng and Xianxia would have already personally come to Yang Kai. It was because they were in Heavenly Fate City's territory and didn't want to be accused of bullying the weak that these 2 third-order Origin returning Realm Masters sent their respective disciples to discuss the profound gold with Yang Kai, hoping that Yang Kai would be tactful and hand over the profound gold. The Origin returning Realm Master from Demon Blood Temple saw the people from Myriad Beast Mountain looking at him and didn't try to hide anything, loudly declaring, "I don't know what price this friend from Myriad Beast Mountain is offering you, but my Demon Blood Temple is willing to pay you 20 outstanding beauties. What does little brat think of this proposal?" Saying so, he looked at Yang Kai confidently, as if he felt that no one could refuse such an offer. When the people from Myriad Beast Mountain heard this, all of their expressions changed greatly, the burly man even sucking in a breath of cold air. 20 blood slaves, your noble temple is truly generous." After saying so, he glanced over at Yang Kai somewhat uneasily, fearing that he would immediately agree. After all, the temptation of 20 blood slaves was too great for ordinary people to refuse. Moreover, Dragon Cave Mountain was near Heavenly Fate City and was under the protection of Shadow Moon Hall. Although Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the various grievances between Yang Kai and the Xia family, if Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple attacked Dragon Cave Mountain, Shadow Moon Hall would not sit idly by. These two forces could be ignored for the time being, but the Xia family needed to be considered. Originally, Yang Kai planned to settle the score with the Xia family after coming out of seclusion last time, but now that he learned that Lu Yi was also in the Xia family, and it seemed that even Sea Heart sects people had run to the Xia family, Yang Kai found it somewhat difficult to take action. Dragon Cave Mountain's defensive strength was absolutely unquestionable, but in terms of offensive power, it was indeed somewhat lacking. This matter would need to be carefully considered. Regarding Lu Yi, Yang Kai was still quite wary. Just the fact that the other party could regrow his severed arm was enough to shock him, so it would be unwise to act rashly before thoroughly understanding Lu Ye's background. Thinking so, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the mountain defending array. Yang Yen was waiting for him up ahead and had not gone to rest, so when he saw Yang Kai return safely, he wasn't too surprised and simply beckoned to him before walking towards the cave mansion. Yang Kai smiled lightly and slowly followed. Inside the cave mansion, the two sat face to face and Yang Yen stretched out his hand and said, "Let me see that Star Emperor token." Chapter 1384. As if he had expected Yang Inflammation to say this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and handed the Star Emperor token he had exchanged with Guqi to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation received it, a complicated look on her face as she gently stroked it, her expression fluctuating as a trace of reminiscence flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai sat to the side, not bothering to disturb her. After half an hour, the strange look on Yang Inflammation's face disappeared as she let out a heavy breath and handed the Star Emperor token back to Yang Kai. "Keep this thing well, it may be of great use in the future." "Great use?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "How do I use it?" "I don't know." Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head. "It's just my feeling. Even if you asked me to explain it, I wouldn't be able to. However, it definitely hides some secrets, and it is rumored that the great emperors refined a total of 10 Star Emperor tokens in their lifetime. Perhaps we need to collect all 10 in order to unravel the mystery." After saying so, she laughed self-deprecatingly, "But collecting all 10 Star Emperor tokens is simply too difficult. For an ordinary person, obtaining one in their lifetime is already a great opportunity, so how could they possibly collect all 10? "Is that so?" Yang Kai showed a strange smile. "I have more here." "What?" Yang Inflammation looked at him in amazement before her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the other Star Emperor token that had strangely appeared in Yang Kai's hand, speechless for a long time. This Star Emperor token was basically the same as the one Guqi had exchanged for, and there was no difference at all. The divine technique sealed inside had been activated, but the remnant Emperor pressure was incomparably clear. Obviously, it was also something refined by the great emperors. This was not the end though, as Yang Kai flipped his hand and another Star Emperor token appeared. When Yang Yen saw the third Star Emperor token, she couldn't help covering her mouth with her hand as her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she muttered, "Could this be?" This third Star Emperor token was clearly different from the previous two. Although its appearance was the same, the energy fluctuations it gave off caused one's heart to palpitate. Yang Inflammation was experienced and knowledgeable, so how could he not see through its hidden mysteries? "And this is an intact Star Emperor token." Yang Kai smiled lightly and tossed it to Yang Yen. Yang Inflammation took it in a flurry. Then, something unexpected happened. When the intact Star Emperor token was grasped by Yang Yen, a rippling aura was visible to the naked eye, and at the same time, a crisp bird cry rang out from the Star Emperor token. This bird cry was similar to that of a sparrow, but it was extremely loud and clear. At the same time, a cyan, slender bird pattern with long feathers on its tail flashed across the Star Emperor token before disappearing. Immediately afterwards, the Saint Qi fluctuations in Yang Inflammation's body resonated with the energy contained in the Star Emperor token, and both of them floated up involuntarily. With a loud sizzling sound, the aura inside the cave mansion became chaotic, and a coercion that caused Yang Kai to pale suddenly descended from the sky. Yang Kai didn't understand what was going on at all and hurriedly summoned his purple shield while circulating his Saint Qi to protect himself. Only then did he release his divine sense to investigate the situation of Yang Inflammation. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai was surprised. He found that Yang Inflammation didn't show any signs of abnormality and instead seemed to be receiving some kind of message from the Star Emperor token. Her beautiful eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembled, and her brow furrowed from time to time. This scene didn't last long, only a dozen breaths of time. Just as Yang Kai was wondering what to do, Yang Inflammation suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed the Star Emperor token floating in front of her, and gently floated down to the ground, staring at it thoughtfully. What happened? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Yang Inflammation glanced at him and didn't answer his question directly. You haven't refined it yet, have you? This thing can be refined? Yang Kai was shocked. Yang Inflammation smiled lightly. This is also a kind of artifact, but it's a one-time use artifact, so naturally it can be refined. Fortunately, you've been keeping it hidden and haven't used it yet, otherwise you would have died. Yang Kai didn't show any surprise. Gui Zhu had already told him this before, so even though the situation had become more dangerous over the years, he had never thought about using this Star Emperor token. This kind of trump card that would allow him to perish together with his enemies was not something he would easily take out. You seem to know a lot of things. Yang Kai frowned slightly as he looked at her. What do you want to say? Yang Inflammation pursed her red lips lightly, her expression slightly uneasy. Since you fell into a coma for no reason last time, I feel like you've changed a lot. What are you hiding? Is there something you can't tell me? Yang Kai decided to speak up about the doubts he had been harboring during this time, especially today. When Guqi saw Yang Yan, he acted like he had seen a ghost, but Yang Yan said she had never seen him before. Now, this Star Emperor token had actually resonated with Yang Inflammation, making it impossible for Yang Kai to ignore it. Yang Kai wanted to talk to Yang Yan openly and honestly. I'm not hiding anything, it's just... Yang Inflammation showed a hesitant look on her face. Just what? It's just that I'm not sure myself, so I didn't say anything. When I'm sure, I'll tell you, okay? Yang Inflammation looked at him pleadingly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before suddenly grinning. Tell me how to refine this thing. I've studied it a few times before, but I've come up with nothing. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't continue to ask, Yang Inflammation breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. I only just found out, hee. Saying so, Yang Inflammation condensed a wisp of sword-like Saint Qi at his fingertips and quickly cut a small wound on his wrist. Red blood immediately flowed out and Yang Inflammation placed the Star Emperor token on the wound. Yang Kai heard a bone-chilling sound, as if a hungry ghost was devouring flesh and blood, and the blood that flowed out of Yang Yan's wrist was absorbed by the Star Emperor token. In the blink of an eye, the Star Emperor token had become as red as blood. After doing all this, Yang Inflammation seemed to be a little tired and tossed the Star Emperor token back to Yang Kai before sitting down cross-legged. That's it? Yang Kai looked at the Star Emperor token in his hand in amazement and found that only its color had changed a little, nothing else had changed. Yang Inflammation nodded seriously. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. If refining this Star Emperor token required blood, then it should have been provided by the person who refined it, so why would Yang Inflammation provide blood? You'll know once you try. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips before standing up and walking out, saying, You must take good care of these 3 Star Emperor tokens. Got it, Yang Kai nodded helplessly. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai held the bright red Star Emperor token in his hand and tried to pour his Saint Qi into it. Surprisingly, his Saint Qi poured in easily without the slightest hindrance, nor did it show any sign of activating the divine techniques sealed inside. At this moment, the Star Emperor token was like a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing Yang Kai's Saint Qi and establishing a faint connection with it. This was clearly the beginning of refining this artifact. Yang Kai was overjoyed and immediately understood that Yang inflammation was right. This Star Emperor token could really be refined, so he spared no effort in doing so. At the same time, in a jungle about 300 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, a young man was flying forward seemingly casually at a leisurely pace. If Yang Kai were here, he would have immediately attacked this young man. The reason was simple. This young man was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi, the one Yang Kai hated to the core. Looking at the direction he was flying, it was obvious he was returning to the Xie family. Lu Ye's lips curled slightly as a light smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the star shuttle beneath his feet turned and flew directly into the jungle. A moment later, he gently landed on the ground and stood there with his hands behind his back. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of a gentle breeze blowing through the branches and leaves. What's wrong? Didn't all of you lie in ambush here specifically to wait for this Lu? Now that this Lu is here, why don't all of you show yourselves? Lu Yi tilted his head and glanced at the thick trees on either side. No one answered, nor did anyone show up, as if Lu Yi was the only one here. However, Lu Ye's expression remained firm as he sneered, "A group of cowards, actually daring to ambush this Lu? Good, since you don't want to show yourself, don't blame this Lu for being impolite. Brat, your eyesight isn't bad. You were actually able to see through our concealment technique. What a pity, your life has come to an end." A loud and clear voice rang out. In the next moment, several people suddenly jumped down from a large tree. Immediately afterwards, there was a rustling sound as people appeared all around, all of them staring towards Lu Yi with malicious intent. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi was surrounded and there was no way out for him. In the auction just now, Lu Yi had been extremely generous with his money, so naturally, he had attracted the attention of countless people. Although he had quietly withdrawn from the auction at the last moment, many people were still secretly following him. Knowing that he was returning to the Xie family, these people had set up an ambush in this jungle in advance, waiting for him to show up. Sure enough, Lu Yi really did pass by here, but what these people with malicious intentions did not expect was that Lu Yi would be so bold, daring to walk right into the trap despite knowing that there was an ambush. The man who spoke just now was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator with a short stature and a large bump on his forehead. His appearance was extremely ugly, and as he stared at Lu Yi, a malicious grin appeared on his face as he nodded. Not bad, your courage is extraordinary. I haven't seen such a brave little brat in many years. Brother Qing, why are you wasting time with him? Just hurry up and do it. On the other side, an elderly man with 3 strands of long beard impatiently urged. Although on the surface, this elderly man was much older than the cultivator surnamed Cheng, the two were actually not that far apart in age, only their appearances differed. Yes, a long night is fraught with dreams. This boy is quite rich, so his harvest will definitely not be small. What's the hurry? The cultivator surnamed Cheng coldly snorted. Naturally we must act, but how should we distribute this treasure? Shouldn't we discuss it first? There were a total of 3 groups, 3 origin returning realm masters, 1 Saint King, and 1 Saint Realm Master, totaling about 15 to 16 people. What the hell? The cultivator surnamed Cheng cried out in horror as he involuntarily stumbled back a few steps, his face pale as he hurriedly released his divine sense to investigate himself. What surprised him though was that there was nothing wrong with him. His Saint Qi was flowing smoothly, his meridians were open, and his divine sense was not affected in the slightest. What was the effect of that blood-red light just now? After so many years of cultivation, this was the first time the cultivator surnamed Cheng had encountered such a strange thing. Feeling suspicious, he turned his head to look at the other two origin-returning realm masters but found that they were just as suspicious as him. Their expressions were gloomy and uncertain, obviously unable to find any useful information. After releasing the blood-red light, Lu Yi did not move, simply standing in place and staring at them with a contemptuous look, coldly snorting in dissatisfaction. I thought I would be able to draw out a lot of useful people, but I didn't expect that only 3 wastes would show up. Fine, at least you are of some use. From now on, you will obey this senior's orders. Draw out? The cultivator surnamed Qing listened to his words and frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, his expression changed drastically. You deliberately acted so generously at the auction just to attract people to rob you? The other 2 origin-returning realm masters heard this and instantly understood the whole story and could not help looking at Lu Yi with some fear. No matter what this person wanted to do, this intention alone was enough to make them suspicious. What's more, no one knew what that blood-red light just now was. You are not qualified to ask. If you obey this senior's orders, I can spare your life, otherwise. Otherwise what? The cultivator surnamed Qing obviously did not want to sit still and wait for death. Or rather, he did not believe that the blood-red light had any mysterious effect. After all, he was not feeling any discomfort right now. Maybe the other party is just deliberately mystifying things. He comforted himself. Otherwise, the end will be very miserable. Lu Yi grinned wickedly. As soon as his voice fell, the cultivator surnamed Qing suddenly grabbed his head with both hands and screamed loudly. His screams sounded like he was being cut by 1,000 knives, causing everyone to be shocked. In just 3 breaths of time, the cultivator surnamed Cheng's clothes were soaked with sweat. His whole body was bent like a shrimp as he let out a beast-like roar from the depths of his throat. His skin was red, as if he would explode at any moment. What did you do to Brother Cheng? What was that thing just now? The other origin-returning realm master's eyes trembled as he asked in shock. Not only was the cultivator surnamed Cheng affected by the blood-red light, but everyone present was affected as well. Seeing the cultivator surnamed Qing being tortured like this, he naturally felt a sense of sadness. This senior just gave him a 10,000 poison evil insect. Why make such a fuss? Lu Yi sneered. 10,000 poison evil insect? Everyone heard this and looked at each other. Although none of them had heard of it before, from the experience of the cultivator surnamed Qing, it was obviously not something good. The elderly man's expression flickered for a moment before he suddenly pointed his finger and summoned a long black sword. This long sword was shrouded in black qi and faintly exuded a bloody aura. The black qi struggled and squirmed before suddenly transforming into a 10-meter-long black snake that bit towards Lu Yi. He actually intended to kill Lu Yi directly. This idea wasn't wrong. No matter what this 10,000 poison evil insect was, for it to cause this cultivator surnamed Qing to suffer so much pain that he wished he was dead, it was obviously under Lu Ye's control. The elderly man was also affected by this 10,000 poison evil insect, so if he wanted to get rid of it, he could only kill Lu Yi by surprise. In his opinion, Lu Yi was just a third-order Saint King cultivator, so the fact that he could stand here so calmly without the slightest fear was obviously because of the strangeness of the 10,000 poison evil insect. But no matter how powerful the 10,000 poison evil insect was, once the cultivator died, it would be useless, right? The elderly man was also a decisive person, so as soon as he thought of this, he immediately took action. There was no prior warning, and his attack was extremely ruthless, directly summoning his most powerful artifact. The black snake rushed towards Lu Yi in an instant, causing the elderly man's mouth to curl into a cruel smile as he secretly cheered in his heart. But in the next moment, his eyes bulged. Because Lu Yi had actually stretched out his hand and grabbed the black snake, seemingly moving slowly but actually grabbing it in the palm of his hand. The black snake struggled and squirmed, trying to break free from Lu Ye's grasp, but no matter how hard it tried, it was unable to do so. How is this possible? The elderly man's face changed drastically. This artifact of his was extremely evil, not to mention just holding it, Even if a Saint King Realm cultivator were to come into contact with its black qi, they would immediately fall unconscious. At that time, they would be at his mercy, but this young man seemed to be completely fine. This scene frightened the elderly man, but he was still an origin-returning realm master with extremely rich combat experience. With a single thought, the black snake in Lu Ye's hand suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a jet of black venom directly onto Lu Ye's face. "Let's see if you'll die this time." The elderly man roared with a ferocious look on his face. After saying this, he opened his mouth wide and was unable to close it again. He was shocked to find that even if he was sprayed with venom, Lu Yi remained unscathed. Only a sizzling sound could be heard from his face as Lu Ye's expression gradually became extremely violent, his eyes becoming extremely cold. Facing these two eyes, the elderly man's body trembled as a chill ran down his spine. He felt the call of death. Lu Yi stretched out his other hand and slowly wiped the venom off his face, saying in a low voice, "I originally wanted to spare your life, but since you've chosen to seek your own death, don't blame this senior." Saying so, he stared coldly at the elderly man. In the next moment, the elderly man's vitality began to surge and the surface of his skin became as red as iron as his body began to swell. "No, no. But..." The elderly man shouted in horror, but before he could finish speaking, his body exploded into a bloody mist, leaving behind nothing but bones. The smell of blood filled the air. The other origin-returning realm master saw this scene and froze in place, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 1386. The reaction of these people obviously satisfied Lu Yi. Even if he knew they had no sincerity at all, Lu Yi didn't need them. In front of absolute strength, what did it matter if they tried to curry favor? The corners of Lu Ye's mouth rose slightly as he nodded. "Good, since you all are so sincere, I won't hesitate to spare your lives, but Saint Realm Masters are too weak to be of any use. Kill them all." Hearing this, everyone's complexion changed greatly, especially the Saint Realm cultivator, who panicked. Never having expected that even if they groveled, they wouldn't be able to escape this fate, so they immediately began begging for mercy. The two origin-returning realm masters also chimed in. After all, these saints were their juniors, how could they just kill them like that? Lu Yi remained unmoved and said lightly, "Do you need this senior to do it himself?" The cultivator surnamed Cheng and the other origin-returning realm master were stunned for a moment before recalling the tragic death of the elderly man just now. After exchanging a glance, the two of them steeled their hearts and pushed their Saint Qi towards the Saint Realm cultivator. With a series of cracking sounds, the Saint Realm cultivators all had their heads crushed and died on the spot. Lu Yi gently nodded, expressing his satisfaction before ordering, "This senior has something he wants you to do. Please give us your orders, master." The cultivator surnamed Ching said respectfully. "No matter what method you use, whether it's luring or kidnapping, find this senior some origin-returning realm cultivators whose strength is no less than the two of you. Find some Saint Kings as well." "Yes." Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Ching immediately understood what Lu Yi was planning to do. This young man clearly wanted to use the same method to recruit subordinates, causing him to feel secretly happy, not feeling the slightest sense of rejection. Human psychology was always so subtle. If one suffered a loss, of course, one would be happy to see others suffer as well, so one's mood would be much better. "But master, where should we take these people?" "The Xie family." After Lu Yi finished speaking, he summoned his star shuttle and flew off towards the Xie family's headquarters. After he left, the cultivator surnamed Ching gasped for breath. When he was being tortured by Lu Yi just now, he had almost thought he would die, but he had never expected to be able to keep his life, so he was naturally overjoyed. "Brother Ching, do we really have to obey this little brat?" The other origin-returning realm master stared in the direction Lu Yi disappeared and frowned, a look of unwillingness on his face. Although he was quicker than anyone else to pledge his loyalty, he still felt some rejection in his heart. No matter what, Lu Ye's cultivation was a level lower than his, and the flowing cloud valley he came from was not very powerful either. How could such a person deserve his loyalty? What else can we do? Does Brother Ren want to experience the pain of 10,000 poisons biting at his heart? The cultivator surnamed Qing recalled the torture he had just suffered and couldn't help shivering. The cultivator surnamed Ren's face also turned ugly as he hesitantly said, "But this boy, isn't he?" The cultivator surnamed Qing wore a thoughtful expression. Flowing Cloud Valley shouldn't be that strong, so how could such a monstrous talent appear here? But his methods are incredible, not even fearing the Black Snake Sword. Brother Ren, are you sure you can withstand a blow from the Black Snake Sword? The cultivator surnamed Ren shook his head quickly. The Black Snake Sword was the half-grown old man's most important artifact and was extremely powerful. He didn't dare to take it head-on, but Lu Yi had done so. Now that he thought about it, there were many suspicious points, but Lu Yi's strength was obviously not low. Thinking about the scale of the starships he had seen on Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's Water Moon Star, Yang Kai understood. While they were talking, the flying shark battle shuttle flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai's divine sense was almost unable to keep up with its speed, so it was easy to imagine how fast it was. "I want to do an experiment. If something goes wrong, remember to save me," Yang Inflammation suddenly said inexplicably. "What?" Yang Kai was taken aback, unable to recover from his daze. Yang Inflammation smiled strangely as he suddenly poured his Saint Qi into a complex spirit array in front of him. Immediately after, a loud buzzing sound rang out in this room as all the Saint crystal sources inserted into the grooves gave off a dazzling light. Immediately afterward, a frightening energy fluctuation gathered in one place. Yang Kai's face filled with shock as he turned his head to look at the Saint crystal sources, only to find that all the Saint crystal sources had dimmed in an instant, as if all the energy inside them had been sucked dry. Quickly calculating the sum of these energies in his mind, even Kai Yang, who had a strong mental fortitude, couldn't help but pale. Hong. A muffled bang rang out, as if it had come from the ninth heaven, shaking the flying shark battle shuttle violently. In the next moment, Yang Kai saw a bright and dazzling pillar of energy shoot out from a certain part of the flying shark battle shuttle and bombard the void. The void was like a snowflake under the scorching sun and quickly melted, transforming into a chaotic vortex that slowly rotated and emitted strong space force fluctuations. A void corridor. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Yang Inflammation had already controlled the flying shark battle shuttle to rush towards the void corridor. Yang Kai didn't even have time to stop her, only able to hear her giggling like a silver bell. A familiar feeling suddenly descended from the sky. It was the unique feeling of weightlessness that one would experience when passing through a void corridor or using a space array. This feeling came quickly and went quickly. After everything stabilized, Yang Kai found himself and Yang Inflammation in a strange place while the flying shark battle shuttle slowly emerged from a huge vortex. Not having the time to be shocked, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but in the next moment, his face sank. Because not far in front of him, there were two groups of people fighting. Their strength wasn't very high, with the leaders being first or second order Saint Kings while the rest were all saints. The number of people in the two groups added together was about 30 to 40. In the middle of the two groups, there were several corpses lying on the ground, all of them extremely gruesome to look at. Not far away, there was also the corpse of an 8th order monster beast, Wind Flame Fox. At a glance, it was obvious that these two groups were fighting over this dead monster beast. It was very likely that the two sides had joined forces to kill the monster beast, but in the end, because of unequal distribution of the spoils, there was a conflict. This situation was so common that Yang Kai was able to guess the situation with just a sweep of his divine sense. Aya! Yang Yen let out a soft cry, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face, as if he hadn't expected that the flying shark battle shuttle's first attempt to shatter space and perform a long-distance transmission would be witnessed by so many people. After all, it was still late at night, so who would have thought there would be so many people in this desolate wilderness? What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. Is it fun to be stared at like a monkey? Yang Kai glared at her fiercely. Yang Yen immediately recovered, stretched out his hand, and tapped the array plate in front of him. With a hum, the flying shark battle shuttle turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Below them, the two parties who were fighting fiercely were all stunned. Brother, what was that? A woman dressed like a young woman approached a Saint King Realm cultivator and asked with trembling eyes. She didn't look very young, but she had maintained herself very well and still retained her charm. It was obvious that she must have been a beauty when she was young, but at this moment, her pretty face was filled with panic, obviously frightened by what had just happened. Brother doesn't know. The Saint King Realm man shook his head blankly. It wasn't that they were shallow, but rather that the scene just now was too shocking. A void vortex had appeared out of thin air, and then a shark-like creature had emerged from it. Even if an origin-returning realm master was here, they would likely be frightened, let alone people like them. But from the looks of it, it should be a starship, right? The man muttered again. Is there such a small starship? The young woman obviously had some doubts. Little sister was fortunate enough to see Thunder Typhoon sects starship set sail many years ago. That one was several dozen times larger than the one just now. Just as the two were talking though, a scream rang out. The man and the young woman's expression went cold as they turned their heads to look, quickly discovering that one of their cultivators had been seriously injured by an enemy while he was absent-minded, bleeding profusely as he cried out in pain. The man flew into a rage. Su Old Third, you actually dared to launch a sneak attack. Shameless. Saying so, Yang Kai once again activated his artifact and sent it flying towards the other side. The original silence was instantly broken as the two groups once again clashed. As for what they had just witnessed, in the face of this blood feud, it had long been forgotten. Above a certain grassland 1,000 kilometers away, the flying shark battle shuttle came to a stop quietly. Inside the starship, the shock on Yang Kai's face had yet to fade while Yang Yen was quickly replacing the Saint Crystal sources. Yang Kai had never expected that this flying shark battle shuttle could actually shatter space. Although the consumption was enormous, consuming all the energy contained in over 100 Saint Crystal sources at once, this was still an unimaginable feat. Moreover, the distance the flying shark battle shuttle could cross when shattering space was much greater than when he tore space himself. At the very least, Yang Kai could no longer detect its original position with his divine sense. A moment later, Yang Yen finished replacing the Saint Crystal sources and once again urged the flying shark battle shuttle to fly forward. How far can you travel by shattering space like this? Yang Kai asked. However, as far as Yang Kai knew, even if he used a star shuttle, it would take him 2 to 3 months to travel from Luyen Sandfield to Heavenly Fate City, but this time, it only took him and Yang Inflammation 10 days to arrive. It was obvious how terrifying the speed of the flying shark battle shuttle was. Faced with Yang Kai's inquiry, Yang Inflammation didn't answer and instead stared blankly at the fiery red sky in front of her, a complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she was recalling something, but at the same time, there was also a trace of fear. As they approached, this expression became more and more obvious, as if she was afraid of something, her face turning slightly pale. Yang Kai stepped forward and gently held her hand. Yang Inflammation was startled and turned her head, but after seeing Yang Kai, she squeezed out a smile. "What are you doing here? Can you tell me now?" Yang Kai stared into her eyes. To confirm something, Yang Inflammation hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. "Oh, what is it that you need to confirm in Lu Yen Sandfield?" Yang Kai was surprised. The last time Lu Yen Sandfield opened, Yang Inflammation had completely disdained it and had no intention of following along, but now, several years after Lu Yen Sandfield closed, she had actually taken the initiative to come here. One had to know that there was no way to enter this place now unless one used a Star Emperor token to open the way. When Yang Kai had been stranded in Lu Yen Sandfield, he had used a Star Emperor token to open the way and return safely. Because of this, he had wasted a lot of time and suffered a lot. "Yang Kai, do you believe in reincarnation?" Yang Inflammation suddenly asked. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly. "Do you remember when I told you that all my knowledge of artifact refining and spirit arrays was innate? No one ever taught me these things, and in my memory I don't have the concept of parents. It's as if I appeared in this world out of thin air." Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more, not understanding what Yang Inflammation was trying to say, so he could only try to comfort her. "No one appears out of thin air. Perhaps you encountered something in the past that caused your memory to be somewhat incomplete." "Perhaps." Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly but didn't argue further. While talking, the two arrived at the periphery of Lu Yen Sandfield's first layer flame area. Staring at the dark flame barrier, even though Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, he still couldn't help feeling somewhat apprehensive. The terrifying power radiating from this flame barrier was something that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would have no choice but to die if they tried to break through. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but when Yang Inflammation arrived here, the flames seemed to have become even more intense. "In my many years of dreamland, I often dreamed that I had become another person." Yang Kai finally understood what it meant to be powerless. Hong long long. A huge sound came from all directions, and the flames of Lu Yen San's first layer flame area were squirming and flowing, constantly converging towards Yang Inflammation, as if her side had become a bottomless hole that could accept any amount. As time passed, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the flames of the first layer flame area were rapidly becoming thinner and thinner, and their power was greatly reduced. He could not help but be stunned. Half an hour later, Yang Inflammation's delicate body was clearly revealed, and the first layer flame area was almost gone. Yang Kai stood in place and watched. He saw Yang Inflammation with a solemn face, her eyes closed, her long black robes fluttering in the wind, and her long hair fluttering in the wind. She was holding a fiery red ring in her hands. The ring was about the size of a collar, but it exuded a terrifying fire attribute energy fluctuation. All the fire attribute aura and the flames of the flame area were pouring into the ring and being swallowed by it. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, turned to look at her and asked, "Does it have anything to do with you?" "You can say yes, but you can also say no." Yang Inflammation frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" "It is a sect that the great emperors of Star Field supported." "Aren't you one of the great emperors of Star Field?" Yang Kai's mouth slightly raised. Yang Inflammation curled her lips. "I am me, and the great emperors of Star Field are the great emperors of Star Field. Although we are somewhat related, I cannot represent the great emperors." Yang Kai became even more interested. He had never doubted Yang Inflammation's words. After all, he had long suspected that Lu Yen Sand Field might be related to the great emperors of Star Field. Otherwise, he would not have found a Star Emperor token in the attic on the 6th floor. Yang Inflammation was also unconscious when the Emperor Garden appeared, and when Yang Kai awakened her soul, he witnessed many incredible things in her knowledge sea. Now, she had easily led him into Lu Yen's sand field. Combining all this information, Yang Inflammation saying that she was one of the great emperors of Star Field was not too shocking. Even though he felt a little uneasy and hesitant, Yang Kai still chose to believe Yang Inflammation. After a long silence, Yang Inflammation said, "Have you heard of soul splits?" Yang Kai nodded. "I am a soul splits of the great emperors. For some reason, the great emperors are still asleep. All my artifact refining and spirit arrays are inherited from the great emperors." Why would she be asleep? Yang Kai raised his brow. He was not curious about this soul splits because he also had a soul splits, a secret technique he had obtained from the great demon god's golden blood. This soul splits had been forced by Guizhou to enter the space array he had constructed to investigate the situation on the floating continent. As a result, its yuan qi was severely injured and it was almost destroyed. However, after so many years of nourishment, this soul splits had long since recovered and was even stronger than before. It was just that Yang Kai had not been able to find a vessel to use this soul splits. "She seems to be injured." Yang Inflammation's words were shocking. "The great emperors can also be injured?" Yang Kai was taken aback. "So what if she's the great emperors?" "She also has an enemy, and that enemy's strength is no weaker than hers. I don't know the specific situation as the memories I inherited from the main body are somewhat incomplete. I only remembered them after arriving here, but after the battle between the two, the great emperors should have fallen into a deep sleep and it should have been tens of thousands of years since then." Yang Inflammation slowly shook his head. "My strength is too low, so I don't know much. Only after my strength has improved will I be able to summon this information one by one." "What happened to that enemy?" Yang Kai asked. "He's probably dead," Yang Yen replied uncertainly. "Then this ring." Yang Kai looked at the red ring on her wrist thoughtfully. "One of the 3 blazing flame rings is an artifact of the great emperors, so I was able to collect it." Yang Inflammation smiled lightly. The 3rd layer flame area and the 5th layer flame area were both transformed from the 3 blazing flame rings. "Unfortunately, my strength is not enough and I am unable to collect them for my own use for the time being. Even with the 1st ring, I can't display much of its power." Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he had dared to ravage Yang Inflammation before because he had been with Yang Inflammation for so long, Yang Kai estimated that if the original bodies of the great emperors were here, he wouldn't even be able to move a muscle. The majesty of the great emperors was not something he could easily offend. Chapter 1390. Although Yang Kai's heart was in turmoil and his mood was chaotic, he remained extremely calm on the surface. While chatting with Yang Yen, he inquired about all kinds of information about the great emperors. After all, Yang Yan's memories were slowly recovering, and as a soul clone of one of the great emperors, she must be somewhat flustered. If Yang Kai did not maintain his calm, it would only make things worse. The only thing that Yang Kai could not understand was why the great emperors chose to sleep on Shadowed Star. Did the world principles here that prevented a cultivator from breaking through to the Origin King realm have something to do with her? After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that the location where the great emperors were sleeping was actually inside the Emperor Garden. This reminded him of something. Fei Jitu once said that he had found a jade coffin in a certain palace in the Emperor Garden. Inside that jade coffin was a person who appeared to be a woman. Fei Jitu and the others had triggered the spirit array near the jade coffin at that time, allowing Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and the others to escape. So, the woman lying inside the jade coffin was the true body of one of the great emperors? Such a terrifying master was actually sleeping on this isolated and backward shadowed star? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that this was unrealistic. While pondering, Yang Kai secretly glanced at Yang Yen, unable to connect her with the great emperors of Star Field who were famous throughout Star Territory. Let's go. Yang Yen stared at the supreme profound sect ruins in the clouds for a long time before saying with waning interest, "Don't you want to go in and take a look?" "No." Yang Yen slowly shook her head before lightly stepping forward. "Where are we going now?" Yang Kai asked puzzledly. "I'm going to the 6th floor to retrieve something." Yang Yen Yun smiled and did not explain further. The 6th floor. Wasn't that where the attic was located? Back then, he had found the 10,000-year incense there. From the looks of it, the 10,000-year incense was probably something owned by the great emperors back then. In other words, it was the yang inflammation. Yang Kai sniffled. There was nothing awkward about it. After all, to him, yang inflammation was basically his, so there was no need to be too distant. The speed of the two was not fast, but with yang inflammation leading the way, any danger in this Lu Yen sandy ground was avoided. The two of them quickly arrived at the 5th layer of the flame area. Just like when he had passed through the 3rd level, the omnipresent heat wave seemed to have a life of its own as it automatically parted to the sides, revealing a path that led directly to the 6th level. A soft cry came from Yang Kai's body as the Firebird artifact spirit appeared on its own. Flapping its wings, it hovered above Yang Kai's head and transmitted a vague message. Yang Kai smiled lightly, understanding its intentions, but he didn't stop it, instead just waving his hand and letting it do as it pleased. The artifact spirit cried out happily and immediately turned into a flame, flying off into the distance and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Looking at the direction it was heading, it was surprisingly heading towards the location of the Earth Lung Fire Vein. The Earth Lung Fire Vein was the birthplace of this artifact spirit. Although it had stayed there for tens of thousands of years, due to the limitations of its growth, it could not continue to absorb more power from the Earth Lung Fire Vein. But now, it was different from before. After being baptized and integrated with several wisps of Sun's true fire, the Firebird artifact spirit was much stronger than when Yang Kai first obtained it. Now that it wanted to go to the Earth Lung Fire Vein, it obviously wanted to devour the pure fire energy there to strengthen itself. How could Yang Kai stop such a good thing? After half a day, the two of them passed through the 5th layer flame area and arrived in front of the exquisite loft hidden in the bamboo forest. Looking at this simple loft, Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with nostalgia, as if she was reminiscing about something. Yang Kai did not say anything to disturb her and instead came to a stop in front of the bamboo forest. These bamboos were extremely hard. Yang Kai had spent half a year here in the past but only managed to cut down 20 of them with his space blade. Now, the cutting marks were as fresh as new, and everything that had happened in the past was still vivid in his mind. This is black golden bamboo. Although it is an excellent material for refining sword-type artifacts, compared to its other function, it is not worth mentioning, so don't touch it. Yang Yan's voice came from not far away. Its other function? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. He had experienced the hardness of this bamboo and naturally knew that it was not an ordinary artifact refining material. After black golden bamboo blooms, the black golden bamboo rice it produces is the purest source of energy in the world and can be consumed by any cultivator, allowing them to improve their cultivation without any side effects. Yang Kai's expression froze. Is there such a thing? Why would I lie to you? Yang Yen shot him a disdainful look. Then when will it bloom and produce black golden bamboo rice? Yang Kai asked impatiently. Soon, probably within 10 or 20 years. Yang Yen smiled, naturally knowing what he was thinking. 10 or 20 years. Yang Kai's expression became extremely ugly. Who knew what would happen 10 or 20 years from now? Perhaps by that time, he would no longer be on Shadowed Star. Chuckling lightly, Yang Yen no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and stepped into the loft. Yang Kai sighed bitterly and hurriedly followed. After entering the first floor of the loft, the first thing that caught his eye was a picture scroll hanging right in front of him. There was no other pattern on this picture scroll, only the back of a woman. When Yang Kai first came here, he had also studied this picture scroll, but no matter how he probed it, he could not find anything special about it. This picture scroll seemed to be a common item in the market and did not give off any energy fluctuations. At that time, Yang Kai only felt that this back was vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Now that he looked at it again, he suddenly understood. This back was exactly the same as Yang Yan's. It was just that because Yang Yan always wore a large black robe all year round, Yang Kai had never thought of it. But at this moment, Yang Yan was standing in front of the picture scroll and staring at it blankly, so when he compared the two, he naturally understood what was going on at a glance. It seemed that although it hadn't been there for long, the artifact spirit had still obtained many benefits from the earth lung fire vein. After being summoned back by Yang Kai, the artifact spirit still seemed somewhat reluctant to part with him and kept chirping. Yang Kai waved his hand and the artifact spirit obediently entered his body. Only then did the two walk out side by side. In order to avoid being seen, the two of them were extremely careful when they went out. Fortunately, the appearance of the Emperor Garden had attracted the attention of most cultivator, so there weren't too many people who rushed to the Lu Yen Desert to investigate the situation. After concealing themselves for a while, the two of them finally left the Lu Yen Desert unscathed. After leaving this forbidden zone, Yang Yan immediately summoned his flying shark battle shuttle and flew off in the direction of Heavenly Fate City. This plan was very successful and flawless, but who could have known that Yang Kai's strength was so amazing that he single-handedly broke into Heavenly Fate City and killed an origin-returning realm master from the Xia family in front of everyone's eyes. Then, Fei Ji too intervened and allowed Yang Kai to leave. After that, Qian Tong returned safely, so Xie Li could only give up for the time being. However, what Xie Li did not expect was that Qian Tong would say that Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the grievances between the Xie family and Dragon Cave Mountain. This made Xie Li overjoyed, but also extremely vigilant, thinking that Qian Tong was trying to lure the snake out of its hole by retreating in order to advance. However, after asking around, Xie Li learned that it was actually Yang Kai himself who had made the request and that Qian Tong was only cooperating with him. Courting death. Xie Li was overjoyed. Without Qian Tong and the support of Shadow Moon Hall, how could a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain withstand the bombardment of the Xie family's disciples? As far as Xie Li knew, there were only 2 origin-returning realm masters on Dragon Cave Mountain, and one of them was a first-order origin-returning realm cultivator who had just broken through a few years ago. There was even one time when Xie Li could not wait to rush to Dragon Cave Mountain in person, wanting to kill Yang Kai for revenge, but after seeing Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, Xie Li realized that he had underestimated this place. He could not see the slightest flaw in this mountain defending array and had sent many of his family's disciples to investigate it, but none of them had succeeded and had even suffered a great deal of losses. Originally, Xie Li planned to ask the Kai family and Du family, who were proficient in spirit arrays, to break Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, but to his surprise, the Kai family's patriarch refused his invitation and even returned the reward he had offered. After inquiring about it, Xie Li learned that Yang Kai had once saved the lives of Kai He and Du Si of the Kai family, so when they heard that someone wanted to attack Dragon Cave Mountain, the two of them naturally tried their best to stop him. As rising stars of their families, they naturally had some authority, so it was only under the interference of these two that the Kai family and Du family refused Xie Li's invitation, much to his annoyance. Fortunately, there was always a way out. Dragon Cave Mountain, relying on the mysteries of its mountain-defending array, didn't put the world's heroes in its eyes and acted extremely arrogantly, first offending Sea Heart Sect, a great force from the limitless ocean, then offending Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple. On top of that, Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, had said that he and Yang Kai were like fire and water, a deep grudge between them. With these forces joining forces, Xie Li's confidence soared. Feeling that Dragon Cave Mountain would definitely die without a burial this time, Xie Li immediately gathered the elites of his family and ordered them to leave Shadow Moon Hall and begin attacking Dragon Cave Mountain. This time, there were more than 30 Origin returning Realm Masters. Although there were no Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters, and Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple did not blatantly cooperate, only secretly sending some masters to help, Xie Li was still very satisfied. In any case, it was certain that there were no masters in Dragon Cave Mountain. They were only relying on the protection of this mountain defending array. As long as this spirit array was broken, the people inside would be at his mercy. Whenever he thought of Yang Kai kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, Xie Li felt a burst of joy. The saddest thing in this world was to send off one's own child. When he learned that Xie Hongwen had died in the Lu Yen Desert, only the heavens knew how sad he had been. After investigating and discovering that Yang Kai was the murderer, Xie Li had been unable to sleep or eat in peace for the past few years whenever he thought about how Yang Kai was still free and unfettered in this world. Unable to cultivate, Xie Li had practically become his heart demon. Although he was no longer young, Xie Li's violent temper had not changed in the slightest over the years. Of course, he had to avenge his son's death, but he also had to plunder Dragon Cave Mountain's wealth. The amazing heritage Dragon Cave Mountain had displayed in recent years was extremely tempting. The materials purchased from Shadow Moon Hall alone were worth hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals. Xie Li even suspected that there was a rich Saint Crystal lode under Dragon Cave Mountain, otherwise, how could they have obtained so many Saint Crystals? On top of that, if this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain was successful, the Xie family would have the lion's share of the benefits. Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple had already announced that they would not ask for anything else but the piece of profound gold in Yang Kai's hands. As for who would obtain it in the end, these two forces would discuss it carefully and there was no need for the Xie family to worry about it. With such good conditions, Xie Li naturally agreed without hesitation. The conditions put forward by Flowing Cloud Valley were even stranger. Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, only wanted Yang Kai's body and nothing else. What could the body of a Saint King Realm cultivator do? Although Xie Li did not understand, it was not convenient for him to ask. On the other hand, Lu Yi was a person worth being wary of. Every time he saw this young man, Xie Li always felt a faint uneasiness, as if he was not facing a Saint King Realm Jr., but rather a poisonous snake hiding its fangs. What made Xie Li feel even more strange was that Lu Yi had gathered more than a dozen Origin returning Realm cultivator subordinates. Although all of them were from the First Order Origin returning realm, Flowing Cloud Valley was just a small force and did not have so many Origin returning Realm Masters. These Origin returning Realm Masters also gave Xie Li a strange feeling. Xie Li once happened to bump into a few of them talking to Lu Yi, and when these Origin returning Realm Masters faced Lu Yi, they were all extremely respectful, their expressions filled with awe and fear, as if they were slaves facing their master who controlled their lives. All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed through Xie Li's mind, but he slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about them. Instead, he issued orders, directing the forces gathered together to bombard a certain part of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. Since it was impossible to invite an outstanding array master to help, Yang Kai could only use a crude method. If one or two cultivator behaved like this, it could be explained away as having good mental fortitude, but if everyone behaved like this, it was a bit strange. This was especially true for the leaders, Wu Yi and Chen Yu. These two women were calmer than anyone else these days, even drinking tea and chatting happily from time to time. Did they not know how to write the word death? Ning Xiangchen was both shocked and impressed. Compared with his anxious mood, the performance of these juniors couldn't be any better. The mountain defending array of Dragon Cave Mountain, after being attacked by more than 30 origin returning realm masters and more than 200 Saint Kings for 2 days, was actually still impregnable. This was what truly impressed Ning Xianxia. This small mountain was not simple. Just this protective mountain array alone was not something that an ordinary person could set up. Recalling the many performances of Yang Kai in the Emperor Garden, Ning Xianxia grit his teeth and decided to take a risk. That was to stay and fight side by side with Dragon Cave Mountain. All kinds of signs indicated that this small mountain was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will. It was very likely that it was hiding some kind of powerful trump card that could save them from danger. Of course, Ning Xianxia making this choice was not because of a sense of chivalry, but rather a gamble he had made after careful consideration. Ning Xianxia was betting that Dragon Cave Mountain would survive this current crisis. Once it did, he would be able to legitimately borrow the Firebird artifact spirit from Yang Kai. Otherwise, if he owed him a favor, Ning Xianxia would feel uneasy. At this moment, following Wu and Qianyu out to meet the enemy was Ning Xianxia's own request. Hearing Xie Li's question, Ning Xianxia chuckled, "Brother Xie, long time no see. I heard Brother Xie left Shadow Moon Hall? Why ask when you already know the answer, Brother Ning?" Xie Li coldly snorted. The other party was just a cultivator without any sect, so even if he was an origin-returning realm master, Xie Li didn't put him in his eyes. It was just that the two of them had known each other for a long time, so they had exchanged a few words. Since Brother Ning is here, this Xie has a proposal that I wonder if Brother Ning would consider. Oh? What kind of proposal does Brother Xie have? Ning Xianxia frowned. Xie Li's eyes swept over Qianyu and Wu Yi before sending a divine sense message. Brother Ning, you can also see the current situation. Facing the joint forces of so many friends, this little mountain is nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Once the spirit array is broken, Dragon Cave Mountain will be a fish on the chopping block. I don't know what benefits Dragon Cave Mountain has offered you, but this Xie is willing to pay double the price as long as you can capture these 2 women and hand them over to me. With Brother Ning's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to accomplish this, right? Ning Xianxia raised an eyebrow, revealing a faint smile as he said in a clear voice, "Brother Xie, although this Ning doesn't belong to any sect and is nothing more than a straggler, I still know what integrity is and what loyalty is. Sneak attacking 2 juniors from behind is inappropriate. If this Ning were to do such a disgraceful thing, I fear that in the future there would be no place for me to stay in this world." Hearing Ning Xianxia's words, Xie Li's face sank. The other party had not quietly sent a divine sense message to him and had instead directly stated his proposal in front of everyone, obviously not giving him any face, causing Xie Li to feel annoyed. Ning Xianxia continued leisurely, "What's more, Brother Xie doesn't need to exaggerate. Although there are many people who have come here to cause trouble, breaking this spirit array is not something that can be accomplished in a day or 2. And this matter is this old master's own idea. No one has offered me any benefits, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Xie." Originally, when they saw Xie Li quietly send a divine sense message to Ning Xianxia, Wu Yi and Qianyu's expressions were a little nervous, fearing Xie Li would use some kind of method to win him over. After all, they were not familiar with Ning Xianxia, so when they heard him say this, they couldn't help relaxing and showing looks of gratitude. Chang Qi even laughed and patted Ning Xianxia on the shoulder. "Brother Ning, you'll be glad you made this choice." Howen also had a smile on his face, suddenly feeling that Ning Xianxia, this old man, was a lot friendlier. "I hope so." Ning Xianxia remained calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart was beating rapidly. He had made such a choice because he couldn't stand Xie Li and the others bullying the weak. Now that he had torn all pretenses with Xie Li, if Dragon Cave Mountain really fell, he wouldn't have any good consequences. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled calmly, but at the same time, her expression was somewhat unfathomable as she said, "Senior Xie, and fellow seniors, my Dragon Cave Mountain has no grievance or grudge with you, so why do you insist on forcing us?" No grievance or grudge. Xie heard this and grinned. If there really was no grievance or grudge between us, did you think we would attack a small mountain with nothing better to do? This old master won't bicker too much with a junior like you. Little girl, if you know what's good for you, you'd better withdraw this mountain defending array and avoid some physical pain, otherwise. Wu Yi raised her head slightly and stared at Xie with her beautiful eyes, not showing the slightest timidity. Xie coldly snorted, once this spirit array is broken, I'll skin all of you alive. Senior's tone is quite bold, aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue? Wu Yi still smiled calmly, but her words were filled with sarcasm, her beautiful eyes flashing as she swept her eyes over the many enemies who were glaring at her and shouted, since that's the case, Junior will also advise seniors to leave now. If you leave now, my Dragon Cave Mountain can let bygones be bygones and pretend this incident never happened, but if you insist on remaining stubborn, don't blame my Dragon Cave Mountain for being ruthless. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Many of the Origin returning realm masters who had come to help stared at Wu like she was an idiot, their hearts filled with anger. Originally, after attacking for 2 days and still failing to break through Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses, all of them were already feeling depressed, but now hearing Wu Yi's shameless boasting, all of them couldn't help seething with anger. Any cultivator who had come here to attack Dragon Cave Mountain had either an ulterior motive or had a grudge against Yang Kai, so how could they be scared away by Wu Yi's arrogant words of 1 to 2? Not only that, these words only served to further stimulate their resolve. Immediately, some of the more hot-tempered cultivators activated their artifacts or released their martial skills to attack Wu. Hong long long. A loud bang rang out as the light curtain of the mountain defending array in front of Wu Yi flashed wildly, blocking all these attacks. Wu Yi's face became cold as she glared at the cultivator who had attacked her and coldly declared, since all of you insist on remaining stubborn, let's wait and see. I hope you won't regret today's decision. Saying so, she waved her hand and a thick layer of cloud appeared from all directions, engulfing Wu Yi and the others, causing them to disappear from the sight of the many enemies. That arrogant little girl, when this old master catches her, he'll let her know what it means to wish for death. An old Origin returning realm master sitting cross-legged atop a huge toad-like monster beast glared fiercely in the direction Wu Yi disappeared and gnashed his teeth. This old man was extremely ugly, with triangular eyes, a sunken nose, a bald head, and a face full of lumps. His short stature complemented the toad-like monster beast he was sitting on. Chapter 1394. Wei Guchang was taken aback as he stared at Fei Ji2 in amazement, not understanding what he meant. Fei Ji2 sneered. Do you think those people from Heaven's Gathering Hall are really out on a mission? Our hall is now facing external threats and is being watched by countless great forces in fear that the Emperor Garden will suddenly open. My Shadow Moon Hall is so close to it, so why would they go out on a mission at such a sensitive time? Aren't they afraid of being caught rashly? Wei Guchang heard this and his eyes lit up. City Lord Master means. He had also heard that many masters from Heaven's Gathering Hall had been mobilized, so when he heard Fei Ji2 say this, he immediately thought of something. Use your brain when you do things, you still have a long way to go, young man. Fei Ji2 snorted before downing the contents of his cup in one gulp. Wei Guchang scratched his head for a while as he looked at Qian Tong with an embarrassed expression. Suddenly, his expression became solemn as he bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Elder, this disciple misunderstood you. Ha! Qian Tong laughed, daring to stand up for a friend, even disobeying this old master's wishes, not pretentious or hypocritical. Good, good, you really did not disappoint this old master. Come, fill old Ghost Fei's cup, this old master will sit back and watch the show today. Wei Guchang hurriedly stepped forward, picked up the wine pot, and filled a cup for each of the two elders. Then he retreated to the side and stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He exchanged a glance with Dong Xian. Unlike the anxiety and worry from before, both of them were calm at this moment. Heaven's Gathering Hall was a special existence in Shadow Moon Hall. There weren't many of them, only about 50 to 60, but each of them was an elite, with the weakest being a First Order Saint King. The strongest among them was the First Order Origin Returning Realm, but because of the special secret arts and martial skills they cultivated, each of these people could fight enemies above their own realm and were best at teaming up to kill enemies. The more people they worked with, the stronger their strength would be. If the entire Heaven Gathering Hall cultivator were to join forces, even a Third Order Origin Returning Realm Master would not be a problem. Therefore, when Wei Guchang heard that the people from Heaven Gathering Hall had been dispatched, he naturally no longer had any worries. Without even mentioning the exquisiteness of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, Wei Guchang naturally stopped worrying. Just these people from Tianluo Hall were enough to make those despicable people suffer. It was just that the elder was taking a huge risk by doing this. Once someone noticed that something was amiss, it was very likely that the Shadow Moon Hall would once again become the center of attention. The appearance of the Emperor Garden put Shadow Moon Hall in a very bad situation. On the other side, on a desolate hill a few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, one of them was glowing. The white-haired old man crossed his hands behind his back and stared in the direction of Dragon Cave Mountain, his expression as calm as an ancient well. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad, but the powerful vitality fluctuations radiating from his body were awe-inspiring. Beside him was an old woman with a hunched back. She held a dragon-head walking stick and looked very weak. She coughed from time to time as if she could die at any moment. Beside the old woman was a beautiful girl who was taking care of her. The wind blew and the girl's hair fluttered. The image of the old woman and the girl formed a stark contrast in this place. The old man was Demon Blood Temple's Eldersher while the old woman was Myriad Beast Mountain's Old Woman Feng. Two top Origin Returning Realm Masters were gathered in one place at this moment. It was not difficult to understand why they would be here. After all, both of them were coveting the piece of profound gold in Yang Kai's hands, so naturally, they were paying close attention to the situation on Dragon Cave Mountain. Once Dragon Cave Mountain was breached and Yang Kai was killed, the two of them would immediately take action to snatch the profound gold. As for now, it was not convenient for them to bully the weak. After all, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so if they really took action, it was difficult to guarantee that Shadow Moon Hall would not take advantage of this situation. Senior Sister Feng, are you interested in reconsidering this Jin's proposal? As long as you are willing to give up this piece of profound gold, this Jin will accomplish 3 things for you in his lifetime, Jin Shi suddenly said. Old woman Feng slammed her walking stick on the ground and sneered, "Old ghost Jin, you don't need to call me that so intimately. My Myriad Beast Mountain has never had anything to do with your Demon Blood Temple, so there is no such thing as senior sister or junior brother. However, if you are willing to give up this piece of profound gold, this old woman will also accomplish 3 things for you in her lifetime." She had actually returned the original condition to him. After all, everyone knew that this kind of verbal promise was not binding in the slightest. Obtaining this piece of profound gold was the greatest benefit. Jin Shi's eyes narrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face, but after thinking about it for a moment, he chuckled, "Senior Sister Feng, there is no need to keep me at arm's length. As far as this Jin knows, Senior Sister Feng is not young anymore. How many more years do you have left to live? What can you possibly accomplish for me? So what? In any case, this old woman can live longer than you. Ahem, it's meaningless for the two of us to argue about this." Xianxia suddenly felt that bickering with old woman Feng here was like a child quarreling with a child. There was no point in dwelling on the issue of lifespan, so after thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? The two of us might as well compare notes. Whoever wins will obtain this piece of profound gold. What does senior sister Feng think? Do you think this old woman is afraid of you?" Old woman Feng's bent back suddenly straightened as an astonishing fighting intent flashed across her old face as she sneered, "This old woman would like to experience the power of your excellency's golden cicada extreme demon's secret art." As she spoke, she released an astonishing pressure towards the other party, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. Old woman Feng was just like her name. Although her face was old, she was extremely aggressive when she was young, and now that she was in her later years, her temper had not changed at all. In fact, it was even worse than when she was young. Xianxia was an elder of Demon Blood Temple and cultivated the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon's secret art, so his vitality was extremely vigorous, but his temper was also not very good. On top of that, he was also a top origin returning realm master, so naturally, he would not show any weakness and immediately responded with his own momentum. An invisible shockwave spread out in all directions and the disciples behind the two old women all showed looks of shock as they retreated. Only the young girl standing next to the old woman who was supporting her staggered for a moment before a light flashed from her body and she regained her footing, but her face was still slightly pale. It seemed that being caught up in the momentum vortex of these two masters was not a pleasant experience. "Old woman, Senior Jean, please don't act rashly." The young girl brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled helplessly. "Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array has yet to be broken, yet the two of you are already fighting over the ownership of this profound gold. If others were to learn of this, wouldn't it only cause pain to those close to you and your enemies to be happy? What's more, both of you are top masters on Shadowed Star, so if you were to really fight, I'm afraid it would take some time to determine the victor, right?" How could Xianxia and old woman Feng not understand what the young girl was saying? It was just that neither of them had good tempers and neither of them was willing to show weakness, so they had decided to act rashly. Hearing what she said, Xianxia took advantage of this situation and laughed. "What you said is right, little girl. What is your name?" Saying so, he restrained his momentum. The young girl's complexion improved greatly and she gracefully bowed. "Disciple's name is Feng Yan." "Feng Yan?" Xianxia frowned and glanced over at old woman Feng suspiciously, but the latter coldly snorted, "This is this old woman's granddaughter, don't even think about her, otherwise, this old woman will fight you to the death." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xianxia's face as he lightly coughed and said, "Since she is a junior, how could this old master have any ideas about her? No wonder this little girl's cultivation is so high despite her young age. It turns out she has senior sister Feng's guidance. And little girl, let me ask you, if I don't compete with senior sister Feng, how should I decide who owns this profound gold? Since you've already interjected, you must have a good idea, so why don't you quickly explain it?" Feng Yan smiled faintly. In front of Senior Jean, how could this junior dare show off? "Speak, if you make a mistake, this old master won't blame you, so there's no need to be afraid," Xianxia said with a pleasant expression. Feng Yan glanced over at old woman Feng before saying, "If that's the case, then Junior will boldly speak frankly. Both Senior Sister and Senior Jean are powerful masters, so it would be unwise for Junior to act against each other. If either of you were to suffer an accident, wouldn't that push our two sects to the opposite side? Now that the Emperor Garden has appeared and no one knows when it will open, it is naturally better to have more friends than enemies." Hearing this, Xianxia nodded lightly, obviously feeling that what Feng Yan said was reasonable. Even old woman Feng's expression eased greatly as her anger subsided. "It would be inappropriate for the two of you to act against each other, but both my Myriad Beast Mountain and Senior Jin's Demon Blood Temple have sent disciples to participate in this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain, so we might as well use their methods to decide who owns this profound gold." Chapter 1395. In particular, the sturdiness and strangeness of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array was of particular concern to these masters. Needless to say, Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union, Twin Heart Valley, Grand Fire Temple, Floating Mist Palace, Clear Sky Sect, Flame Shield Union, and other great forces on Shadowed Star all coveted Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. How could a mere mountain have such a strong defensive array? Who was the person who set up this array? No one cared whether Dragon Cave Mountain would survive or not, but everyone cared about who had arranged this spirit array. If they could rescue this person at a critical moment, they might be able to win him over to their side. Everyone had their own unspoken plans in their hearts, but all of them tacitly chose to sit back and watch, allowing the Xie family to take the lead and lead several great forces to attack Dragon Cave Mountain. At the same time, inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Wu Yi and Qianyu retreated to the back of the mountain defending array, their faces slightly pale. Just now, when the two of them went out side by side to negotiate, although they were calm and composed, and didn't show the slightest sign of weakness, anyone who saw so many experts gathered here would feel uncertain in their heart. When had the two women ever seen such a big lineup? Especially now, at this critical moment, neither Yang Kai nor Yang Yen was present. If not for Wu Yi's thorough understanding of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, she would likely have already been discouraged. In terms of familiarity with the many spirit arrays covering Dragon Cave Mountain, besides Yang Yen who had arranged them, Wu Yi was second. Even Yang Kai was not as familiar with them as she was. After all, when Yang Yen was arranging the spirit array, Wu Yi had been there to assist him, so she knew just how dangerous the 100-kilometer radius around Dragon Cave Mountain was. As such, even though she was feeling uneasy, her mood remained stable as she retreated to the back of the spirit array and issued a series of orders. However, relying on the spirit array alone was definitely not enough. No matter how strong the spirit array was, if it could only take a beating and not fight back, it would eventually be broken. The only thing Wu Yi could do now was to contact Yang Kai and Yang Yen immediately. As long as either one of them was present, Dragon Cave Mountain could turn from defense to attack. However, Wu Yi had no idea where the two of them had gone or when they would return. Just as he was feeling anxious though, Qian Yu's expression suddenly changed and she quickly took out her communication artifact and released her divine sense. A moment later, a look of joy appeared on her face as she said, "Yang Kai and the others have returned." "Really?" Wu Yi was overjoyed and asked in a trembling voice, as if she had found a life-saving straw while drowning. And it was a message from Kai Yang. "Where are they?" Wu Yi looked around but was unable to find any trace of Yang Kai. "Hiding outside." Yang Kai said that there were too many people outside, so it would be difficult to sneak in without anyone noticing, so he didn't come in. "But what?" "However, he told you to remove the mountain protecting Grand Formation, and then let everyone hide in the Shi Mansion. He ordered consecrated Chang and consecrated how to wait for an opportunity to meet the enemy. He and Yang Yen will also find an opportunity to make a move. So that's how it is." Wu Yi showed a contemplative expression while everyone else also wore indifferent expressions. Only Ning Xiangchen, who had only been here for 2 days, wore a dumbfounded expression. Has that young boy gone crazy? Why would he issue such an outrageous order? Although he had not been on Dragon Cave Mountain for long, Ning Xiangchen was well aware of the strength and number of cultivators here. There were only a few dozen of them, and their cultivations varied from Saint King Realm, Saint Realm, and even Transcendent Realm cultivators. The only ones he could rely on were Changqi and Haoan, the two First Order Origin returning realm cultivators. On the other hand, the other side had more than 30 Origin returning realm masters, many of whom were Second Order Origin realm masters, and more than 200 Saint Kings. In this situation, if they relied on the mountain protecting Grand Array to defend, they might be able to buy some time, but once it was removed, wouldn't that be the same as striking a stone with an egg? Even if Yang Kai's combat strength was incredible, he was only one person, so with Changqi and Haoan, what could they possibly accomplish? Ning Xianxia couldn't figure it out and was about to ask when he suddenly saw Wu Yi smile and say calmly, "Since that's the case, let's do as he says. It's time to let these shameless bastards see the fangs of our Dragon Cave Mountain." She spoke resolutely, not putting the people outside in her eyes at all, as if Yang Kai's order alone had given her great confidence. Ning Xianxia almost bit off his own tongue. Qian Yu nodded and immediately began to issue orders for everyone to hide inside Yang Kai's cave mansion. This cave mansion was the most heavily guarded place on Dragon Cave Mountain and had the most spirit arrays. Unless one had a token to open it, it would be even more difficult to break through than the mountain-protecting Grand Array. As soon as Yang Kai gave the order, Wu Yi knew what he wanted to do. Of course, she would not refute Yang Kai's decision and simply follow it. One by one, the cultivator hurriedly rushed over after receiving Qian Yu's order and hid inside the cave mansion. In the blink of an eye, only Chang Qi, Haoan, Qian Yu, Wu Yi and Ning Xianxia remained outside. At this moment, Wu Yi frowned slightly as she glanced over at Ning Xianxia. Even with her intelligence, she didn't know what to do with Ning Xianxia at this moment. Should she let him take refuge inside the cave mansion? That was impossible. The cave mansion was Yang Kai's retreat, so there were many unknown secrets hidden there. Although they were all hidden by spirit arrays, if Ning Xianxia inadvertently discovered them, it would be troublesome. Asking him to leave was definitely impossible. Ning Xianxia had taken the initiative to stay behind and help Dragon Cave Mountain, so Wu Yi was very grateful. Asking him to leave at this time would be too cruel. What's more, with so many enemies outside, Ning Xianxia couldn't just leave. This gave her a headache. Fortunately, Ning Xianxia was a wise old man and could see Wu Yi's concerns at this moment, so he took the initiative to say, "If there is anything this old master can do, please don't hesitate. Although this old master's strength isn't high, he can still contribute." No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand it. With a strong enemy at their doorstep and a knife at their necks, how could these two brothers still have the mood to drink and have fun? Did these two really not know how to write the word death? After hesitating for a long time, Ning Xianxia sighed and said, "Brother Chang, Brother Hao, if it's convenient for you two, can you tell this Ning how we are going to fight the enemy? With just the strength of the three of us, how can we fight so many enemies outside?" Hearing this question, Chang Qi and Haoan looked at each other and both burst into laughter. Ning Xianxia was secretly annoyed and hurriedly asked, "Do the two of you think it's funny?" Chang Qi waved his hand slightly and said with a solemn expression, "Brother Ning, you've only been on Dragon Cave Mountain for a short time, so although this Chang thinks you have a good temper, it's not convenient for him to reveal anything. However, this Chang asks you to wait and see how this group of clowns will bring about their own destruction. And I dare not say anything else, but this cup of wine is not a farewell wine, but a victory wine. Each jar costs 100,000 Saint crystals and is extremely difficult to buy. Brother Ning, why don't you try it?" It seems they also know that stubbornness won't end well, so they decided to withdraw their spirit array. Do they think they can escape this calamity by doing so? Someone shouted. Naturally, this statement was not accepted by everyone, but since the other party had withdrawn their spirit array, they must have made some kind of backup plan. Now that the fog inside Dragon Cave Mountain was tumbling, one's divine sense was greatly restricted and it was impossible to see the situation inside with the naked eye, so no one dared to act rashly. For a time, everyone stood in place, exchanging glances with one another. A bunch of cowards. Cieli ground his teeth secretly and was about to encourage others to enter and investigate when he suddenly saw the fog covering Dragon Cave Mountain begin to tumble and distort. A moment later, the rolling fog dissipated to the sides, revealing the scenery inside Dragon Cave Mountain. Today's Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with magnificent pavilions, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery was quite good and the world energy aura inside was extremely rich. It was no longer the barren mountain it once was. However, what shocked everyone was that not many people had come to meet the enemy. The surrounding area was quiet, with only 3 old men at the origin returning realm sitting around a table, drinking and enjoying themselves. This rampant scene was imprinted on everyone's eyes, causing everyone's expression to become gloomy. These old men clearly did not put them in their eyes at all, otherwise, how could they have the leisure to drink here? Even at death's door, you're still trying to act mysterious. Xie Li coldly snorted as he continued to use his divine sense to investigate Dragon Cave Mountain. Although there was nothing wrong with this place, he still felt an inexplicable sense of fear, as if as soon as he stepped into this small mountain, he would step into the gates of hell. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, and when he turned his head to look at the others, he found that everyone was feeling the same way, their expressions dignified. However, in this situation, it could be said that an arrow had been knocked on the string and had no choice but to release it. Although Xie Li did not inquire carefully, he knew that there were many pairs of eyes staring at him right now. If he and the others retreated like this, they would no longer have the face to see anyone in the future. Thinking so, Xie Li's expression became firm as he loudly declared, "Everyone, the spirit array has been broken. If we don't act now, when will we?" Saying so, he waved his hand and immediately sent out more than 20 Saint Kings from the Xie family, using their movement skills to rush towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Although these 20 or so Saint Kings were not necessarily opponents of the 3 origin returning realm masters, using them to test the depths of Dragon Cave Mountain was the best option. In another place, a washbasin-sized fireball flew about randomly, but once a Saint King realm cultivator was hit by this fireball, they would immediately be incinerated to death. A few unlucky fellows were unable to dodge in time and ended up being caught in the crossfire. There were even more cultivators who inexplicably disappeared from everyone's sight, as if they had never appeared in the first place, but from where they disappeared, heart-wrenching screams rang out. The smell of blood filled the air as the first group of 80 Saint Kings who had rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain failed to even enter. Just as they stepped into the range of Dragon Cave Mountain, they suffered heavy losses. After what seemed like an eternity, of the more than 80 Saint Kings, less than half of them were still alive, and even this small number were like headless flies as they wandered around Dragon Cave Mountain, unable to find a way back. This scene was imprinted in the eyes of the cultivators outside, causing their blood to run cold. Although it looked ridiculous, everyone knew that these people must have fallen into an illusion array. What they saw was completely different from what they saw, so even if it was only a few steps, it was still a chasm between life and death. The remaining cultivators from Sea Heart Sect and Flowing Cloud Valley did not move and instead chose to stand on a united front with the Xie family, following Xie Li's lead. For a time, the several allied forces split up into 3 groups. They began probing Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses from 3 different directions. A fierce light flashed across Xie Li's eyes as his lips twitched and he issued a few orders before immediately waving his hand and rushing towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Under his leadership, the other origin returning realm masters also spread out, each of them bringing a few Saint King cultivators with them. Divided into several teams, each of them remained vigilant of their surroundings as they pushed forward. Divine senses swept every inch of Dragon Cave Mountain, not wanting to miss even the slightest detail or suspicious place. They were all worried that they would accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array that would lead to their demise. This kind of cautiousness was indeed very effective. They really did find several traces of spirit arrays and immediately avoided them vigilantly. Even if some of them accidentally triggered some kind of spirit array, they would at least be able to put up some resistance. After all, with the addition of origin-returning realm masters, even if they fell into some kind of spirit array, they would still be able to put up a fight. What made them even more overjoyed though was that the spirit arrays at the front of Dragon Cave Mountain, after playing a magical role just now, seemed to have run out of tricks and their power had been greatly reduced. Even if they were triggered, they would be easily blocked by the origin-returning realm cultivators. After advancing for an entire distance of 300 m, there was actually not a single casualty. For a time, their morale was greatly boosted, and all of them looked maliciously at Xianxia's group of 3 who were still drinking and making merry nearby. They seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to grow wings and fly over to their side right now and chop off their heads to vent the hatred in their hearts. A moment later, under the leadership of Xieli, the cultivators had arrived 100 meters away from Xianxia's group. Xieli raised his hand to signal everyone to stop as he swept his cold eyes over the trio and sneered, "The 3 of you, if you have any other means, don't hide them, why don't you show them to this Xie? Otherwise, you won't have a chance to use them again." Hearing this, Xianxia raised his head and glanced at him, not showing the slightest trace of panic on his face. Instead, he smiled strangely, "Brother Xie, why do you think you were able to safely reach this place? Do you really think Dragon Cave Mountain is so easy to break through?" These 2 simple questions caused Xieli's face to change dramatically as he exclaimed, "Not good." As he spoke, Yang Kai threw out a long black whip. This long whip seemed to emit a faint sound of wind and thunder as it flashed with lightning. Clearly, it was a powerful artifact. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, the long whip lashed out towards Xianxia's chest. However, to Xieli's surprise, Xianxia did not show any intention of resisting and instead just sat in place, staring at him with a smile, not moving at all. Xieli only wanted to capture Xianxia so that Dragon Cave Mountain's cultivators wouldn't act rashly, but how could he have known that his opponent would not resist at all? Courting death. Xieli's eyes flashed fiercely. Not only did he not intend to take back his whip, he instead poured his Saint Qi into it even more fiercely as if he wanted to kill Xianxia in one fell swoop. With a bang, the long whip wrapped in lightning struck Xianxia's body. Arcs of lightning coiled around Xianxia's body and slithered about, directly blasting Xianxia's body into pieces. Not only that, even the table, chairs, and wine jars in front of him were all blasted into powder. Even Haoan and Ning Xiangchen weren't spared. At the same time as Xianxia's body was torn apart, the 2 of them also burst apart. There was not the slightest smell of blood, nor was there any blood spattering, nor did he feel like he had hit anything. Xieli's eyes narrowed as he muttered in amazement, "An illusion array?" Looking around again, there were no tables or chairs in front of him, and the surrounding scenery had also distorted and disappeared, replaced by a gray world with no sun, moon, or stars. The earth was dry and barren, and there was not a single blade of grass growing within 100 kilometers. He had unknowingly stepped into an illusion array arranged by his enemy, causing Xieli's heart to sink. What made him even more uneasy though was that the origin-returning realm cultivators who should have been gathered around him had disappeared, leaving only 4 Saint King realm cultivator. It seemed that the moment this illusion array played its role, everyone had been separated and forced into a situation where they were fighting alone. How is this possible? Xieli's expression was ferocious. How could such a small mountain be able to set up such a profound array formation? Xieli suddenly felt that provoking Dragon Cave Mountain was not a wise decision. While the many cultivator led by Xieli were surrounded by this illusion array, Myriad Beast Mountain's side also fell into a bitter struggle. The Myriad Beast Mountain cultivator, under the leadership of the old man, took a detour from the side, preparing to find a place with weak defenses. To the old man's surprise, everything went smoothly. There didn't seem to be any powerful barriers or spirit arrays in the direction he chose, allowing him to advance smoothly and soon reach the center of Dragon Cave Mountain. He even noticed that many cultivator were hiding inside a cave. The old man was overjoyed and immediately ordered his men to charge straight into the cave and find Yang Kai. But his good luck ended there. As soon as he gave the order, a number of fiery red monster beasts of various shapes and grades rushed out from all directions. The old man couldn't believe what he was seeing. These monster beasts didn't have physical bodies at all and were clearly formed from pure fire attribute world energy. On top of that, these monster beasts looked vaguely familiar. It wasn't until one of his disciples shouted that the old man suddenly realized what was going on. Weren't these the fire spirit beasts unique to Lu Yen Sandfield? How could they appear in this damned place? This place wasn't rich in fire attribute world energy, right? Unable to understand, the old man didn't feel the slightest fear and instead felt a little happy because fire spirit beasts could produce fire crystal stones. Fire crystal stones were precious treasures that could be used for both artifact refining and alchemy. Unfortunately, fire crystal stones could only be obtained by cultivators on Shadowed Star when Lu Yen's Sandfield opened. With such a large group of fire spirit beasts in front of him, if he could kill them all, the harvest would definitely not be small. Feeling excited, the old man urged his Blue Eyes Blood Toad to engage in a fierce battle with these fire spirit beasts. Soon, the old man discovered that something was wrong. No matter how many fire spirit beasts he killed, he couldn't find a single fire crystal stone. These fire spirit beasts didn't have fire crystal stones in their bodies at all. Instead, there seemed to be an endless stream of them, especially the few leading fire spirit beasts whose strength was equivalent to a 9th-order monster beast, which had already caused many casualties to his disciples. The old man flew into a rage and immediately used his secret technique to scatter the fire spirit beasts. But soon, these fire spirit beasts, whose strength was equivalent to a 9th-order monster beast, appeared out of nowhere, as if they were immortal. This situation occurred several times in a row, causing the old man to become anxious while muttering to himself. Chapter 1398. In a completely opposite direction from the group from Myriad Beast Mountain, a group of people from Demon Blood Temple were walking cautiously through a jungle. The leader of this group, a man wrapped in a blood-red light, wore an extremely vigilant expression. Although he did not find anything strange here under the investigation of his divine sense, he still had a faint sense of foreboding, as if there was some great danger around him. This place should be considered the right side of Dragon Cave Mountain and was not too far from its center. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was not very big, just a tiny piece of land. Suddenly, a few screams rang out in the distance along with the rumbling sounds of battle. Immediately after, a violent energy fluctuation spread out from the distance. The faces of the people from Demon Blood Temple who were following behind him changed slightly. One of the cultivators from the First Order Origin Returning Realm said with a gloomy face, "Brother Wu, the movement is coming from Myriad Beast Mountain. It seems that they have encountered something. This small mountain really can't be understood with common sense. Although there doesn't seem to be anything wrong here, everyone should be careful not to fall into the enemy's traps or spirit arrays." The cultivator surnamed Wu turned his head and ordered lightly, "Huh? What is this?" Suddenly, a disciple seemed to have discovered something strange and asked curiously, but before the cultivator surnamed Wu and the other Origin Returning Realm Masters could investigate, a scream of horror rang out. This scream came to an abrupt end and with a puff, the smell of blood filled the air. Kacha. A creepy chewing sound rang out and the cultivator surnamed Wu and the others turned around in shock to see where the disciple had originally been standing. A strange blood-red, 10-meter-tall plant had appeared. At this moment, this plant had wrapped around a corpse and was constantly wriggling forward, as if it was a mouth that was tasting delicious food. The creepy chewing sound came from this plant. What was even more shocking though was that as this plant chewed, the corpse of the Demon Blood Temple disciple who had died tragically began to shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all his flesh and blood essence had been sucked dry. In the blink of an eye, this disciple had become a dried corpse. After the strange plant absorbed the flesh and blood essence, it became even redder. Its entire body became even redder, and its sword-like leaves glowed with a blood-like red light, making people shudder in fear. Show. Its seemingly very hard leaves actually danced like long whips in an instant, bouncing back several dozen meters. They directly wrapped around another demon blood temple disciple who was standing in place stupidly. The disciple's reaction was not slow. As Yang Kai screamed in panic, he hurriedly summoned a dark gold shield-like artifact and placed it in front of him. Although this artifact wasn't very high-grade, it was still quite powerful. Although this was not a high-level artifact, it was still a defensive artifact. With the shield in front of him, the demon blood temple cultivator couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, but just as he was about to retreat, his eyes suddenly bulged as he stared at the shield in front of him in disbelief. Gotcha. The seemingly incomparably sturdy shield simply couldn't resist all of the power of the long leaf and was directly split in half. As the light dimmed, the long leaf's momentum didn't diminish. Like a blade or a sword, it ruthlessly stabbed into the cultivator's lower abdomen, penetrating his body, wrapping him up and quickly dragging him back. "You dare!" The cultivator surnamed Wu roared. Before he could finish speaking, a series of rustling sounds suddenly came from the ground around him, and then cracks appeared one after another. Then, one after another, things that looked like the strange plant in front of him sprouted out of the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These strange things varied in height. Some were 2 to 3 meters tall and looked extremely terrifying, while others were less than half a meter in height. They were obviously new, but no matter which one it was, they were all red in color, as if they had been drenched in blood. What made people's scalps go numb was that after these things appeared, the sword-like leaves swayed slightly, as if the nose of a hunting dog was sniffing the scent of its prey. The cultivator, surnamed Wu, instantly began sweating profusely. All the demon blood temple disciples were also stunned in place, none of them daring to move. Just now, everyone had witnessed the terrifying power of these strange plants with their own eyes. Their two brothers didn't even have a chance to fight back before dying tragically on the spot. Now, with so many of them suddenly appearing from the ground and surrounding them, who would dare act rashly and commit suicide? However, just because they didn't move didn't mean these strange plants were the same. After swaying slightly for a moment, the leaves of various lengths suddenly shot out in all directions like arrows, each of them accurately locking onto a demon blood temple disciple. "Dodge!" The man surnamed Wu shouted as he pushed his Saint Chi to the brim and slashed out with the demon blood thread in his hand, directly cutting a leaf in half. At the same time, his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood, dodging to the side. However, not everyone had the same strength as him. The Saint King Realm cultivator was extremely unlucky. In just the first wave of attacks, 5 or 6 Saint King Realm cultivator died tragically on the spot, their blood spilling out onto the ground but disappearing after a short while, as if even the spilled blood was absorbed by these strange plants. After absorbing this blood, these strange plants became more and more violent, their leaves dancing wildly, directly turning the surrounding 1,000-meter area into a bloody killing field. Accompanied by a series of screams, one cultivator after another fell, dying on the spot. The cultivator surnamed Wu was both shocked and angry, but at the same time, he felt helpless. Although he wasn't afraid of these leaves, wanting to save so many people with his own strength was a bit of a fantasy. Above Dragon Cave Mountain, somewhere in the void, Yang Kai and Yang Yen stood quietly, overlooking the overall situation. The reason why the two of them were able to stand here safely without being discovered by anyone was thanks to Yang Yan's cloak-like artifact. This artifact had a miraculous effect when used to conceal one's body. Of course, it wasn't necessarily able to hide from the detection of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but in the vicinity of Dragon Cave Mountain, the closest third-order origin returning realm cultivator was 50 kilometers away, so no matter how powerful their divine senses were, they wouldn't be able to see through their disguises. The blood sword grass has actually grown to such a scale? Yang Kai was surprised. The strange crimson plant that the Demon Blood Temple group encountered was clearly the blood sword grass he had brought back from Lu Yan's desert. At that time, he had only obtained a single seed, and after planting it, he had even dripped a drop of golden blood on it. Since then, Yang Kai had not paid any attention to it, but now, this blood sword grass had given him a pleasant surprise. This thing has a very strong growth potential. As long as there is enough blood and food, it can grow indefinitely. It has even caused a lot of trouble for Shadowed Star in the past. Oh, no wonder you look so worried, but even if you are worried, you must remember not to draw fire to yourself. This time, if Dragon Cave Mountain were to lose, it would be fine, but if it were to win, it would not be so easy to resolve. When the time comes, it may involve several great forces, so my colored glass sect must not wade in these muddy waters. But honored master, junior brother Yang saved my life. Dai Yuan said anxiously. So what? Gong Ao Fu glared at her. Just look at his style of conduct, and you can tell he is a brainless person who only knows how to brag. It is best not to make friends with such a person, otherwise, sooner or later you will suffer a loss. Su Dai. Yes, honored master. In Su Dai responded quickly. Your senior sister is in a bad mood, so accompany her properly and make sure she doesn't do anything stupid. Yes. In Su Dai raised her eyes and looked at Dai Yuan with a smile on her face, looking harmless to humans and animals, but in her heart she was overjoyed. Honored Master's meaning was very clear. She was to monitor her senior sister and not let her go to Dragon Cave Mountain to participate in this matter. Seeing Dai Yuan's anxious yet helpless expression, In Su Dai felt happier than if she had just picked up a few million Saint crystals. Although her cultivation had now reached the First Order Origin Returning Realm, which was higher than Dai Yuan's, because of the secret art Dai Yuan cultivated, she was an indispensable talent in the sect, so In Su Dai still felt uncomfortable in her heart. She dreamed that one day she would be able to squeeze Dai Yuan out of Colored Glass sect and enjoy her honored master's favor alone. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Ning Xianxia stared blankly at the enemy in front of him who had the same cultivation as him, as if he was in a dream. The enemy in front of him had no vitality at this moment, and there were no additional wounds on his body, only a finger-sized hole in his chest from which bright red blood was leaking out. Needless to say, this enemy was killed by him. However, the ease with which he had accomplished this feat was simply unbelievable to Ning Xianxia. If it weren't for his own cultivation, he would have thought he had already broken through to the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. When he encountered this enemy just now, Ning Xianxia had only summoned his short sword artifact and fought for half a cup of tea's worth of time. Originally, he wanted to reveal a weakness so he could release the killing blow he had been preparing for a long time, but how could he have anticipated that his enemy would be unable to resist his short sword artifact and be directly pierced through and killed on the spot? Is this really an Origin Returning Realm Master? Why did it feel like it was no different from pinching a Saint King to death? Moreover, this was already the second Origin Returning Realm Master Ning Xianxia had killed. In the past, when he encountered opponents of the same cultivation level, when did he not fight until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark? When did the battle last for less than 2 hours? Ning Xianxia remembered that the longest they had ever fought was 14 or 15 hours. In the end, both of them were exhausted of their Saint Qi, so they agreed to fight again another day before stopping. But now, he had killed 2 opponents in the same realm in less than a cup of tea's worth of time. His enemy's eyes were wide open, as if they had seen something unbelievable before they died. Although Ning Xianxia didn't quite understand what was wrong with his enemy and why they were acting so abnormally, he knew that there was definitely some kind of profound mystery hidden here that allowed him to kill them so easily. This hidden mystery should have something to do with the spirit array. After encountering 2 origin-returning realm masters in a row, Xianxia was able to tell that these 2 origin realm masters had their hands and feet tied while fighting him. The saint qi in their bodies was not flowing smoothly, as if it was being suppressed by some invisible force. What's more, these 2 origin realm masters would often cry out inexplicably, as if they were witnessing something terrifying. Occasionally, these 2 origin realm masters would launch attacks towards empty space. Xianxia had lived for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a ridiculous scene, causing his evaluation of Dragon Cave Mountain to rise to another level. A spirit array that could cause an origin-returning realm master to repeatedly make mistakes in battle and even suppress the enemy's cultivation without hindering his own was not something an ordinary array master could arrange. Recalling the unfathomable smiles on Changqi and Hao-En's faces, Xianxia suddenly understood why they were so calm in the face of such a powerful enemy. Perhaps he had really made an extremely wise decision this time. Thinking so, Xianxia stretched out his hand and called back his short sword before continuing to walk forward, his expression indifferent, no longer showing any of his previous uneasiness or anxiety. He didn't need to figure out how mysterious this spirit array was. All he knew was that there would always be enemies who would just happen to appear in front of him, allowing him to slaughter them. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.